Chapter 1, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, edited by Charles Lewis Meryon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by PhyllisV. Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, edited by Charles Lewis Meryon, by Lady Hester Stanhope. Chapter 1, Part 1. It probably will be known to most readers that Lady Hester Stanhope was the daughter of Charles Earl of Stanhope by Hester, his first wife, sister to Mr. William Pitt, and daughter of the first Earl of Chatham. He had issue by his first wife 3 daughters, Hester, Griselda, and Lucy. The Earl married a second wife, by whom he had 3 sons, the present Earl, Charles, killed at Corunna, and James, who died at Caen Wood, the villa of his father-in-law, the Earl of Mansfield. I became acquainted with Lady Hester Stanhope by accident. The chance that introduced me to her was as follows. I was going to Oxford to take my degree, and having missed the coach at the inn, I was obliged to hurry after it on foot, for the want of a hackney coach, as far as Oxford Road Turnpike, where I overtook it, and mounted the box in a violent perspiration. The day was bitterly cold, and before night I found myself attacked with a very severe catarrh. The merriment of a college life left me little time to pay attention to it, and after about 15 days I returned with a troublesome cough to London, where I took to my bed. Mr. H. Klein, Jr., the son of the celebrated surgeon, being my friend, and hearing of my indisposition, came to inquire after my health very frequently. One day, sitting by my bedside, he asked me if I should like to go abroad. I told him it had been the earliest wish of my life. He said Lady Hester Stanhope, the niece of Mr. Pitt, had applied to his father for a doctor, and that if I liked, he would propose me, giving me to understand from his father that although the salary would be small, I should, if my services proved agreeable to Lady Hester, be ultimately provided for. I thanked him and said that to travel with such a distinguished woman would please me exceedingly. The following day he intimated that his father had already spoken about me, and that her ladyship would see me. In about 4 days I was introduced to her, and she closed with me immediately, inviting me to dine with her that evening. Afterwards I saw her several times, and subsequently joined her at Portsmouth, whence, after waiting a fortnight, we sailed in the Jason, the Honourable Captain King, for Gibraltar. The reasons which Lady Hester assigned for leaving England were grounded chiefly on the narrowness of her income. Mr. Pitt's written request, on his deathbed, that she might have £1,500 a year had been complied with only in part, owing to the ill offices of certain persons at that time in the Privy Council, and she received clear, after deductions for the property tax were made, no more than £1,200. At first, after Mr. Pitt's death, she established herself in Montague Square with her 2 brothers, and she there continued to see much company. "But," she would say, "a poor gentlewoman, doctor, is the worst thing in the world. Not being able to keep a carriage, how was I to go out? If I used a hackney coach, some spiteful person would be sure to mention it. Who do you think I saw yesterday in a hackney coach? I wonder where she could be, driving alone down those narrow streets. If I walked with a footman behind me, there are so many women of the town now who flaunt about with a smart footman that I ran the hazard of being taken for one of them. And if I went alone, either there would be some good-natured friend who would hint that Lady Hester did not walk out alone for nothing, or else I should be met in the street by some gentleman of my acquaintance who would say, "God bless me, Lady Hester, where are you going alone? Do let me accompany you." And then it would be said, "Did you see Lady Hester crossing Hanover Square with such a one? He looked monstrous foolish. I wonder where they had been." So that, from one thing to another, I was obliged to stop at home entirely. And this it was that hurt my health so much, until Lord Temple at last remarked it. For he said to me one day, "How comes it that a person like you, who used to be always on horseback, never rides out?" "Because I have no horse." "Oh, if that is all, you shall have one tomorrow." "Thank you, my lord, but if I have a horse, I must have two, and if I have two, I must have a groom, and as I do not choose to borrow, if you please, we will say no more about it." "Oh, but I will send my horses, and come and ride out with you every day." However, I told him no. For how could a man who goes to the House every day, and attends committees in a morning, be able to be riding every day with me? And I know what it is to lend and borrow horses and carriages. When I used to desire my carriage to go and fetch any friend, my coachman was sure to say, "My lady, the horses want shoeing." Or the footman would come in with a long face, "My lady, John would like to go and see his sister to-day, if you please." There was always some excuse. All this considered, I made up my mind to remain at home. For some time did Lady Hester remain in Montague Square, but her brother and General Moore, having fallen at the battle of Corunna, I believe she grew entirely disgusted with London, and breaking up her little establishment, she went down into Wales and resided in a small cottage at Builth, somewhere near Brecon, in a room not more than 12 feet square. Here she amused herself in curing the poor, in her dairy, and in other rustic occupations, until, not finding herself so far removed from her English acquaintances but that they were always coming across her and breaking in upon her solitude, she resolved on going abroad, up the Mediterranean. Arrived at Gibraltar, she was lodged at the governor's, in the convent, where she remained some time, and then embarked for Malta in the Cerberus, Captain Whitby, who afterwards distinguished himself in Captain Host's victory up the Adriatic. At Malta she lived at first in the house of Mr. Fernandez. Afterwards General Oakes offered Lady Hester the palace of St. Antonio, where we resided during the remainder of her stay. We departed for Zante in the month of June or July, 1810. From Zante we passed over to Patras, where she bade adieu to English customs for the rest of our pilgrimage. Traversing Greece, we visited Constantinople, and from Constantinople sailed for Egypt. At Rhodes we were shipwrecked, and I there lost my journals, among which were many curious anecdotes that would have thrown much light on her ladyship's life. I shall relate what I have since gathered, without observing any order, but always, as far as I could recollect, using her very expressions. And in many instances there will be found whole conversations where her manner would be recognized by those who were acquainted with it. I shall sometimes preface them with observations of my own. Speaking of her sisters, Lady Hester would say, "My sister Lucy was prettier than I was, and Griselda more clever. But I had from childhood a cheerfulness and sense of feeling that always made me a favorite with my father." She exemplified this by an anecdote of the second Lady Stanhope, her stepmother, referring to the time when her father, in one of his republican fits, put down his carriages and horses. "Poor Lady Stanhope," she said, "was quite unhappy about it. But when the whole family was looking glum and sulky, I thought of a way to set all right again. I got myself a pair of stilts, and out I stumped down a dirty lane where my father, who was always spying about through his glass, could see me. So when I came home, he said to me, 'Why, little girl, what have you been about? Where was it I saw you going upon a pair of the devil knows what, eh, girl?' 'Oh, papa, I thought as you had laid down your horses, I would take a walk through the mud on stilts. For you know, papa, I don't mind mud or anything. 'Tis poor Lady Stanhope who feels these things, for she has always been accustomed to her carriage, and her health is not very good.' 'What's that you say, little girl?' said my father, turning his eyes away from me. And after a pause, 'Well, little girl, what would you say if I bought a carriage again for Lady Stanhope?' 'Why, papa, I would say it was very kind of you.' 'Well, well,' he observed, 'we will see. But damn it, no armorial bearings.' So some time afterwards down came a new carriage and new horses from London, and thus, by a little innocent frolic, I made all parties happy again." Lady Hester continued. "Lucy's disposition was sweet, and her temper excellent. She was like a Madonna. Griselda was otherwise, and always for making her authority felt. But I, even when I was only a girl, obtained and exercised, I can't tell how, a sort of command over them. They never came to me when I was in my room without sending first to know whether I would see them. Mr. Pitt never liked Griselda, and when he found she was jealous of me, he disliked her still more. She stood no better in the opinion of my father, who bore with Lucy. Just in this way. He would say to her, to get rid of her, 'Now papa is going to study, so you may go to your room.' Then, when the door was shut, he would turn to me. 'Now we must talk a little philosophy.' And then, with his 2 legs stuck upon the sides of the grate, he would begin. 'Well, well,' he would cry, after I had talked a little, 'that is not bad reasoning, but the basis is bad.' My father always checked any propensity to finery in dress. If any of us happened to look better than usual in a particular hat or frock, he was sure to have it put away the next day, and to have something coarse substituted in its place. When I was young, I was always the first to promote my sister's enjoyments. Whether in dancing, or in riding on horseback, or at a feast, or in anything that was to make them happy, I always had something to do or propose that increased their pleasure. In like manner, afterwards, in guiding them in politics, in giving them advice for their conduct in private life, in forwarding them in the world, I was a means of much good to them. It was always Hester and Hester and Hester. In short, I appeared to be the favorite of them all. And yet now, see how they treat me. I was always, as I am now, full of activity from my infancy. At 2 years old, I made a little hat. You know, there was a kind of straw hat with the crown taken out, and in its stead a piece of satin was put in, all puffed up. Well, I made myself a hat like that. And it was thought such a thing for a child of 2 years old to do, that my grandpapa had a little paper box made for it, and had it ticketed with the day of the month and my age. Just before the French Revolution broke out, the ambassador from Paris to the English court was the Comte d'Adhémar. That nobleman had some influence on my fate, as far as regarded my wish to go abroad, which, however, I was not able to gratify until many years afterwards. I was but 7 or 8 years old when I saw him, and when he came by invitation to pay a visit to my papa at Schevening, there was such a fuss with the fine footmen with feathers in their hats, and the count's bows and French manners, and I know not what, that a short time afterwards, when I was sent to Hastings with the governess and my sisters, nothing would satisfy me but I must go and see what sort of a place France was. So I got into a boat one day, unobserved, that was floating close to the beach, let loose the rope myself, and off I went. Yes, doctor, I literally pushed a boat off and meant to go, as I thought, to France. Did you ever hear of such a mad scheme? But I was tired of all those around me, who to all my questions invariably answered, "My dear, that is not proper for you to know," or "You must not talk about such things until you get older," and the like. So I held my tongue, but I made up for it by treasuring up everything I heard and saw. Isn't it extraordinary that I should have such a memory? I can recall every circumstance that ever occurred to me during my life, everything worth retaining that I wished to remember. I could tell what people said, how they sat, the color of their hair, of their eyes, and all about them at any time for the last 40 years and more. At Hastings, for example, I can tell the name of the 2 smugglers, Tate and Everett, who attended at the bathing machine, and the name of the apothecary, Dr. Satterley, although I have never heard a word about those persons from that day to this. How well I recollect what I was made to suffer when I was young, and that's the reason why I have sworn eternal warfare against Swiss and French governesses. Nature forms us in a certain manner, both inwardly and outwardly, and it is in vain to attempt to alter it. One governess at Schevening had our backs pinched in by boards that were drawn tight with all the force the maid could use, and as for me, they would have squeezed me to the size of a puny miss, a thing impossible. My instep, by nature so high that a little kitten could walk under the sole of my foot, they used to bend down in order to flatten it, although that is one of the things that shows my high breeding. Nature, doctor, makes us one way, and man is always trying to fashion us another. Why, there was Mahan, when he was 8 or 9 years old, that never could be taught to understand how 2 and 2 make 4. If he was asked, he would say 4 and 4 make 3, or 10, or something. He was shown with money and with beans, and in every possible way, but all to no purpose. The fact was that that particular faculty was not yet developed, but now there is no better calculator anywhere. The most difficult sums he will do on his fingers, and he is besides a very great mathematician. There was a son of Lord Darnley's, a little boy, who was only big enough to lie under the table or play on the sofa, and yet he could make calculations with I don't know how many figures, things that they have to do in the Treasury. Now, if that boy had gone on in the same way, he would by this time have been Chancellor of the Exchequer. But I hear nothing of him, and I don't know what has become of him. So I suppose he has not turned out anything extraordinary. But nature was entirely out of the question with us. We were left to the governesses. Lady Stanhope got up at 10 o'clock, went out, and then returned to be dressed, if in London, by the hairdresser. And there were only 2 in London, both of them Frenchmen, who could dress her. Then she went out to dinner, and from dinner to the opera, and from the opera to parties, seldom returning until just before daylight. Lord Stanhope was engaged in his philosophical pursuits, and thus we children saw neither the one nor the other. Lucy used to say that if she had met her stepmother in the streets, she should not have known her. Why, my father once followed to our own door in London a woman who happened to drop her glove, which he picked up. It was our governess, but as he had never seen her in the house, he did not know her in the street. He slept with 12 blankets on his bed, with no nightcap, and his window open. How you would have laughed had you seen him. He used to get out of bed and put on a thin dressing-gown, with a pair of silk breeches that he had worn overnight, with slippers and no stockings. And then he would sit in a part of the room which had no carpet, and take his tea with a bit of brown bread. He married 2 wives, the first a Pitt, the second a Grenville, so that I am in 2 ways related to the Grenvilles. Lady Hester continued. As I grew up, Lady Stanhope used to chuck me under the chin and cry, "Why, the girl, is like a soap ball. One can't pinch her cheek." And I really used to think there was something very strange about me. Soon after Horne-Tooke took notice of me and pronounced flatteringly on my talents. And when Mr. Pitt followed and kindly said, "Why, I believe there is nothing to find fault with, either in her looks or her understanding," I began to know myself. Mr. Elliot, who married Miss Pitt, used to say to me, "Dear man," in his bon ton manner, "you must not be surprised, my love, if you make a great noise in the world." Sir Sidney Smith said of me, after he had known me 15 years, and when my looks were much changed by illness, "When I see you now, I recall to my recollection what you were when you first came out. You entered the room in your pale shirt, exciting our admiration by your magnificent and majestic figure. The roses and lilies were blended in your face, and the ineffable smiles of your countenance diffused happiness around you. The Duke of Cumberland used to say to me, 'You and Amelia, Princess Amelia, are two of the most spanking wenches I ever saw. But if, alluding to my ill health, you go on in this way, I do not know what the devil you will make of it." When mentioning this, her ladyship added, "Doctor, at 20 my complexion was like alabaster, and at 5 paces distance the sharpest eye could not discover my pearl necklace from my skin. My lips were of such a beautiful carnation that without vanity I can assure you very few women had the like. A dark blue shade under the eyes, and the blue veins that were observable through the transparent skin heightened the brilliancy of my features. Nor were the roses wanting in my cheeks, and to all this was added a permanency in my looks that fatigue of no sort could impair." End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 2. I am now writing when disappointments and sickness have undermined her health, and when she has reached her 54th year. Her complexion had now assumed a yellow tint, but her hands were still exceedingly fair, and she had the very common though pardonable fault of often contriving to show them. There were moments when her countenance had still something very beautiful about it. Her mouth manifested an extraordinary degree of sweetness, and her eyes much mildness. She would never have her likeness taken when in the bloom of her beauty, and it is not probable it can ever be done now. There is a sort of resemblance between her and Mr. Pitt, if I may judge from his portraits. She has told me also that she was like the late Duchess of Cumberland. Her head, seen in front, presented a perfect oval, of which the eyes would cover a line drawn through the centre. Her eyebrows were arched and fine, I mean slender. Her eyes blue, approaching to grey. Her nose somewhat large, and the distance from the mouth to the chin rather too long. Her cheeks had a remarkably fine contour as they rounded off towards the neck, so that Mr. Brummel, as has been related, once said to her in a party, "For God's sake, do take off those earrings, and let us see what is beneath them." Her figure was tall, I think not far from 6 feet, rather largely proportioned, and was once very plump, as I have heard her say. Her mien was majestic, her address eminently graceful. In her conversation, when she pleased, she was enchanting. When she meant it, dignified, at all times eloquent. She was excellent at mimicry, and upon all ranks of life. She had more wit and repartee, perhaps, than falls to the lot of most women. Her knowledge of human nature was most profound, and she could turn that knowledge to account to its utmost extent, and in the minutest trifles. She was courageous, morally and physically so, undaunted and proud as Lucifer. She never read in any book more than a few pages, and there were few works that she praised when she looked them over. History she despised, considering it all a farce, because she said she had seen so many histories of her time which she found to be lies from beginning to end that she could not believe in one. She had a great facility of expression, and on some occasions introduced old proverbs with wonderful appositeness. Conversation never flagged in her company. But to return to Lady Hester's own account of herself. I can recollect, when I was 10 or 12 years old, going to Hastings' trial. My garter somehow came off, and was picked up by Lord Grey, then a young man. At this hour, as if it were before me in a picture, I can see his handsome but very pale face, his broad forehead, his corbeau coat with cut steel buttons, his white satin waistcoat and breeches, and the buckles in his shoes. He saw from whom the garter fell, but observing my confusion, did not wish to increase it, and with infinite delicacy gave the garter to the person who sat there to serve tea and coffee. The first person I ever danced with was Sir Gilbert Heathcote. When I was young, I was never what you call handsome, but brilliant. My teeth were brilliant, my complexion brilliant, my language, there it was, something striking and original that caught everybody's attention. I remember, when I was living with Mr. Pitt, that one morning after a party he said to me, "Really, Hester, Lord Hertford," the father of the late lord, and a man of high pretensions for his courtly manners, "paid you so many compliments about your looks last night that you might well be proud of them." "Not at all," answered I. "He is deceived if he thinks I am handsome, for I know I am not. If you were to take every feature in my face and put them one by one on the table, there is not a single one would bear examination. The only thing is that, put together and lighted up, they look well enough. It is homogeneous ugliness, and nothing more." Mr. Pitt used to say to me, "Hester, what sort of being are you? We shall see some day wings spring out of your shoulders, for there are moments when you hardly seem to walk the earth." There was a man who had known me well for 15 years, and he told me one day that he had tried a long time to make me out, but he did not know whether I was a devil or an angel. There have been men who have been intimate with me, and to whom, in point of passion, I was no more than that milk-jug, pointing to one on the table. And there have been others who would go through fire for me. But all this depends on the star of a person. Mr. Pitt declared that it was impossible for him to say whether I was most happy in the vortex of pleasure, in absolute solitude, or in the midst of politics. For he had seen me in all three, and with all his penetration he did not know where I seemed most at home. Bovary used to say to me, when I lived at Chevening, "I know you like this kind of life. It seems to suit you." And so it did. But why did I quit home? Because of my brothers and sisters, and for my father's sake. I foresaw that my sisters would be reduced to poverty if I did not assist them. And though people said to me, "Let their husbands get on by themselves, they are capable of making their own way," I saw they could not, and I set about providing for them. As for my father, he thought that in joining those Democrats he always kept aloof from treason. But he did not know how many desperate characters there were, who, like C., for example, only waited for a revolution, and were always plotting mischief. I thought, therefore, It was better to be where I should have Mr. Pitt by my side to help me, should he get into great difficulty. Why, they almost took Joyce out of bed in my father's house. And when my father went to town, there were those who watched him, and the mob attacked his house, so that he was obliged to make his escape by the leads and slip out the back way. Joyce was getting up in the morning, and was just blowing his nose, as people do the moment before they come down to breakfast, when a single knock came to the door, and in bolted 2 officers with a warrant, and took him off without even my father's knowledge. Then were not Lord Thanet, Ferguson, and some more of them thrown into jail? And I said, if my father has not a prop somewhere, he will share the same fate. And this was one of the reasons why I went to live with Mr. Pitt. Mr. Pitt used to say that Tom Paine was quite in the right. But then he would add, what am I to do? If the country is overrun with all these men full of vice and folly, I cannot exterminate them. It would be very well, to be sure, if everybody had sense enough to act as they ought. But as things are, if I were to encourage Tom Paine's opinions, we should have a bloody revolution. And after all, matters would return pretty much as they were. But I always asked, what do these men want? They will destroy what we have got without giving us anything else in its place. Let them give us something good before they rob us of what we have. As for systems of equality, everybody is not a Tom Paine. Tom Paine was a clever man, and not one of your hugger-mugger people who have one day one set of ideas and another set the next, and never know what they mean. I am an aristocrat, and I make a boast of it. We shall see what will come of people's conundrums about equality. I hate a pack of dirty Jacobins that only want to get people out of a good place to get into it themselves. Horne Tooke always liked me, with all my aristocratical principles, because he said he knew what I meant. No, Doctor, Bovary was right. I liked the country. At the back of the inn, on Sevenoaks Common, stood a house which, for a residence for myself, I should prefer to any one I have ever yet seen. It was a perfectly elegant, light, and commodious building, with an oval drawing-room and 2 boudoirs in the corners, with a window to each on the conservatory. When I visited there, it was inhabited by 3 old maids, one of whom was my friend. What good ale and nice luncheons I have had there many a time! What good cheese, what excellent apples and pears, and what rounds of boiled beef! The next day these personal recollections were renewed. I remember, when Colonel Shadwell commanded the district, that one day, in a pelting shower of rain, he was riding up Madam's Court Hill, as I was crossing at the bottom, going home towards Chevening with my handsome groom Tom, a boy who was the natural son of a baronet. I saw Colonel Shadwell's groom's horse about a couple of 100 yards from me, and struck with its beauty, I turned up the hill, resolving to pass them and get a look at it. I accordingly quickened my pace, and in going by gave a good look at the horse, then at the groom, then at the master, who was on a sorry nag. The colonel eyed me as I passed, and I, taking advantage of a low part in the hedge, put my horse to it, leapt over, and disappeared in an instant. The colonel found out who I was, and afterwards made such a fuss at the mess about my equestrian powers that nothing could be like it. I was the toast there every day. Nobody ever saw much of me until Lord Romney's review. I was obliged to play a trick on my father to get there. I pretended the day before that I wanted to pay a visit to the Miss Crumps, or some such name, and then went from their house to Lord Romney's. Though all the gentry of Kent were there, my father never knew, or was supposed not to have known, that I had been there. The king took great notice of me. I dined with him, that is, what was called dining with him, but at an adjoining table. Lord and Lady Romney served the king and queen, and gentlemen waited on us. Upton changed my plate, and he did it very well. Doctor, dining with royalty, as Lord Melbourne does now, was not so common formerly. I never dined with the king but twice, once at Lord Romney's at an adjoining table, and once afterwards at his own table. Oh, what wry faces there were among some of the courtiers! Mr. Pitt was very much pleased at the reception I met with. The king took great notice of me, and I believe always after liked me personally. Whenever I was talking to the dukes, he was sure to come towards us. "Where is she?" he would cry. "Where is she? I hear them laugh, and where they are laughing I must go too." Then, as he came nearer, he would observe, "If you have anything to finish, I won't come yet. I'll come in a quarter of an hour." When he was going away from Lord Romney's, he wanted to put me bodkin between himself and the Queen. And when the Queen had got into the carriage, he said to her, "My dear, Lady Hester is going to ride bodkin with us. I am going to take her away from Democracy Hall." But the old Queen observed, in rather a prim manner, that I had not got my maid with me, and that it would be inconvenient for me to go at such a short notice. So I remained. It was at that review that I was talking to some officers, and something led to my saying, "I can't bear men who are governed by their wives as Sir A.H. is. A woman of sense, even if she did govern her husband, would not let it be seen. It is odious, in my opinion." And I went on in this strain, whilst poor Sir A. himself, whom I did not know, but had only heard spoken of, was standing by all the time. I saw a dreadful consternation in the bystanders, but I went on. At last some one, taking commiseration on him, I suppose, said, "Lady Hester, will you allow me to introduce Sir A.H. to you, who is desirous of making your acquaintance?" Sir A. very politely thanked me for the advice I had given him, and I answered something about the regard my brother had for him, and there the matter ended. When first I went to live with Mr. Pitt, one day he and I were taking a walk in the park, when we were met by Lord Guildford, having Lady and Lady , two old demireps, under his arm. Mr. Pitt and I passed them, and Mr. Pitt pulled off his hat. Lord G. turned his head away, without acknowledging his bow. The fact was, he thought Mr. Pitt was escorting some mistress he had got. "Well," said I, There goes Falstaff with the merry wives of Windsor." "Yes," rejoined Mr. Pitt, "and I think, whatever he may take you to be, he need not be so prim, with those two painted and patched ladies under his arm." The same thing happened with Lord A, and when Mr. Pitt soon after came into office, Lord A called on Mr. Pitt, who, being busy, sent him to me. Lord A began with a vast variety of compliments about ancient attachments and his recollection, when a boy, of having played with me. So I cut him short by telling him his memory then must have sadly failed him the other day, when he passed me and Mr. Pitt in his curricle with Lady Blank. After many, "Really, I supposed," and "Upon my honours," sense of propriety on account of Lady Blank, and not knowing who I was, I laughed heartily at him, and he went away. When he was gone, Mr. Pitt came to me and said, "I don't often ask questions about your visitors, but I should really like to know what excuse Lord A could offer for his primosity to us, when he was riding with such a Jezebel as Lady Blank." Yet it might have been very natural for Mr. Pitt to do so. How many people used to come and ask me impertinent questions in order to get out his state secrets? But I very soon set them down. "What, you are come to give me a lesson of impertinence?" I used to say, laughing in their faces. One day one of them, of rather a first-rate class, began with, "Now, my dear Lady Hester, you know our long friendship and the esteem I have for you. Now do just tell me, who is to go out ambassador to Russia?" So I was resolved to try him, and with a very serious air I said, "Why, if I had to choose, there are only 3 persons whom I think fit for the situation: Mr. Tom Grenville, Lord Malmesbury, and I forgot who was the third. But you know," I added, "Lord Malmesbury's health will not allow him to go to so cold a climate, and Mr. the other is something and something, so that he is out of the question." Next morning, doctor, there appeared in the Oracle a paper, observe, that Mr. Pitt never read. "We understand that Lord M and Mr. T.G. are selected as the 2 persons best qualified for the embassy to Russia, but owing to his lordship's ill health, the choice will most likely fall on Mr. T.G." I was highly amused the following days to hear the congratulations that were paid to Mr. Grenville. But when the real choice came to be known, which was neither one nor the other, oh, how black the inquisitive friend of mine looked, and what reproaches he made me for having, as he called it, deceived him. But I did not deceive him. I only told him what was true, that if I had the choice, I should choose such and such persons. There are necessarily hundreds of reasons for ministers' actions that people in general know nothing about. When the Marquis Blank was sent to India, it was on condition that he not take Blank with him. For Mr. Pitt said, "It is all very well if he chooses to go alone, but he shan't take Blank with him, for who knows, she may be, all the time, carrying on intrigues with the French government, and that would not suit my purpose." There might be some apparent levity in my manner, both as regarded affairs of the cabinet and my own, but I always knew what I was doing. When Mr. Pitt was reproached for allowing me such unreserved liberty of action in state matters and in affairs where his friends advised him to question me on the motives of my conduct, he always answered, "I let her do as she pleases. For if she were resolved to cheat the devil, she could do it." And so I could, doctor. And that is the reason why thick-headed people, who could never dive into the motives of what I did, have often misinterpreted my conduct, when it has proceeded from the purest intentions. And in the same way, when some persons said to Lady Suffolk, "Look at Lady Hester talking and riding with Bouverie and the prince's friends. She must mind what she is about," Lady Suffolk remarked, "There is nothing to fear in that quarter. She will never let anybody do a bit more than she intends. What she does is with connaissance de cause." And she was right. Nobody could ever accuse me of folly. Even those actions which might seem folly to a common observer were wisdom. Everything with me through life has been premeditatedly done. Mr. Pitt paid me the greatest compliment I ever received from any living being. He was speaking of C, and lamenting he was so false and so little to be trusted. And I said, "But perhaps he is only so in appearance, and is sacrificing ostensibly his own opinions in order to support your reputation." "I have lived," replied Mr. Pitt, 25 years in the midst of men of all sorts, and I never yet found but one human being capable of such a sacrifice." "Who can that be?" said I. "Is it the Duke of Richmond? Is it such a one?" And I named 2 others, when he interrupted me, "No, it is you." I was not insensible to praise from such a man, and when, before Horne Tooke and some other clever people, he told me I was fit to sit between Augustus and Maecenas, I suppose I must believe it. And he did not think so lightly of my lectures as you do. For one day he said to me, "We are going to establish a new hospital, and you, Hester, are to have the management of it. It is to be an hospital for the diseases of the mind, for nobody knows so well as you how to cure them." I should never have done if I were to repeat the many attestations of his good opinion of me. But it was no merit of mine if I deserved it. I was born so. There was a man one day at table with Mr. Pitt, an old friend of his, Canning told me the story, who, speaking of me, observed that he supposed I should soon marry, and after some conversation on the subject, concluded by saying, "I suppose she waits till she can get a man as clever as herself." "Then," answered Mr. Pitt, "she will never marry at all." In like manner, in the troublesome times of his political career, Mr. Pitt would say, "I have plenty of good diplomatists, but they are none of them military men. And I have plenty of good officers, but not one of them is worth 6 pence in the cabinet. If you were a man, Hester, I would send you on the continent with 60,000 men and give you carte blanche. And I am sure that not one of my plans would fail, and not one soldier would go with his shoes unblacked, meaning that my attention would embrace every duty that belongs to a general and a corporal, and so it would be, doctor." End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 1, Part 3, of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 3. After musing a little while, Lady Hester Stanhope went on. Did you ever read the life of General Moore that I have seen advertised, written by his brother? I wonder which brother it was. If it was the surgeon, he was hard-headed, with great knowledge of men, but dry and with nothing pleasing about him. His wife was a charming woman, brought up by some great person, and with very good manners. As for tutors and doctors and such people, if nowadays my lords and my ladies walk arm in arm with them, they did not do so in my time. I recollect an old dowager, to whom I used sometimes to be taken to spend the morning. She was left with a large jointure and a fine house for the time being, and used to invite the boys and the girls of my age, I mean the age I was then, with their tutors and governesses, to come and see her. How do you do, Dr. Mackenzie? Lord John, I see, is all the better for his medicine. The Duchess is happy in having found a man of such excellent talents, which are almost too great to be confined to the sphere of one family. Such is the nature of our compact, my lady, nor could I, on any account, violate the regulations which so good a family has imposed on me. It's very cold, Dr. Mackenzie. I think I increased my rheumatic pains at the opera on Saturday night. Did you ever try Dover's powders, my lady? He does not, you see, tell her to use Dover's powders. He only says, did you ever try them? Lord John, you must take care and not eat too much of that strawberry preserve. How do you do, Mr. K.? How do you do, Lord Henry? I hope the Marchioness is well. She looked divinely last night. Did you see her when she was dressed, Mr. K.? You will pardon me, my lady, answers the tutor. I did indeed see her, but it would be presumptuous in me to speak of such matters. I happened to take her a map. Mind, doctor, he does not say a map of what. And certainly I did cast my eyes on her dress, which was no doubt in the best taste, as everything the Marchioness does is. Observe, here is no mention of her looks or person. Doctors and tutors never presumed formally to talk about the complexion and skin and beauty of those in whose families they lived or found practice. Why, haven't I told you, over and over again, how Dr. W. lost his practice from having said that a patient of his, who died, was one of the most beautiful corpses he had ever seen, and that he had stood contemplating her for a quarter of an hour? She was a person of rank, and it ruined him. Even his son, who was a doctor too, and had nothing to do with it, never could get on afterwards. Then would come in some young lady with her governess, and then another, and the old dowager would take us all off to some show, and make the person who exhibited it stare again with the number of young nobility she brought with her. From the exhibition, which was some monster, or some giant, or some something, she would take us to eat ices, and then we were all sent home with the tutors and governesses in a stew, lest we should be too late for a master or for a God knows what. I have known many apothecaries cleverer than doctors themselves. There was Chilvers and Hewson, and half a dozen names that I forget. And there was an apothecary at Bath that Mr. Pitt thought more of than his physician. Why, I have seen Sir H. obliged to give way to an apothecary in a very high family. We will just call him in and see what he says. And the moment he had written his prescription and was gone out of the house, the family would consult the apothecary, who perhaps knew twice as much of the constitution of the patient. You know, my lord, it is not the liver that is affected, whatever Sir H. pretends to think. It is the spleen, for did we not try the very same medicine that he has prescribed for above a week? And it did your lordship no good. You may just as well and better throw his draught away. And sure enough, it was done. Sir Richard Jebb the same. Do you think, continued she, that the first physician in London is on terms of intimacy with the my lords he prescribes for? He prescribes, take his guinea, and is off. Or if he is asked to sit down a little, it is only to pick his brains about whether somebody is likely to live or not. But I am not and never was so mean. I always liked people should know their relative situations. Dr. Turton, or some such man as that, would be perhaps asked now and then to dinner, or to take a walk round the grounds. A doctor's business is to examine the grande affaire, talk to the nurse, and see that his blister has been well dressed, and not to talk politics, say such a woman is handsome, and chatter about what does not concern him. Whilst Lady Hester was going on with her strictures on the poor doctors, a favourite theme with her, I produced from the back of a cupboard a miniature print of General Moore, which had been lying at Abra, neglected for some years. She took it from my hand, and looking at it a little time, she observed that it was an excellent likeness of what he was when he became a weather-beaten soldier. Before that, said she, those cheeks were filled out and ruddy, like Mr. Close's at Malta. After a pause, Lady Hester Stanhope continued, Poor Charles! My brother Charles one day was disputing with James about his handsome colonel, and James, on his side, was talking of somebody's leg being handsome, saying he was right, for it had been modelled, and nobody's could be equal to it. When Charles turned to me, and asked with great earnestness if I did not think General Moore was the better-made man of the two, I answered, He is certainly very handsome. Oh, but, said Charles, Hester, if you were only to see him when he is bathing, his body is as perfect as his face. I never even smiled, though inwardly I could not help smiling at his naivete. I consider it a mark of vulgarity and of the association of bad ideas in people's minds when they make a handle of such equivoques in an ill-natured way, as you recollect Mr. T. did when he was at Alexandria. People of good breeding do not even smile when, perhaps, low persons would suppose they might show a great deal of affected primosity. Only imagine the Duc de Blacas to be announced. What would my old servant, poor William Wiggins, have done? He would never have got out the word. Here Lady Hester set up laughing most heartily, and then she laughed laughed and laughed again. I think I never saw anything make her relax from her composure so much. As for what people in England say or have said about me, I don't care that for them, snapping her fingers, and whatever vulgar-minded people say or think of me has no more effect than if they were to spit at the sun. It only falls on their own nose, and all the harm they do is to themselves. They may spit at a marble wall as they may at me, but it will not hang. They are like the flies upon an artillery horse's tail. There they ride and buzz about, and then there comes a great explosion, boom, and off they fly. I hate affectation of all kinds. I never could bear those ridiculous women who cannot step over a straw without expecting the man who is walking with them to offer his hand. I always said to the men, when they offered me their hand, "No, no, I have got legs of my own. Don't trouble yourselves." Nobody pays so little attention to what are called punctilios as I do. But if anyone piques me on my rank, and what is due to me, that's another thing. I can then show them who I am. October 16th. These conversations filled up the mornings and evenings until the 16th of October, when I went to Mar Elias for a day. Whilst there, a peasant arrived with an ass-load of musk grapes and muxaceae grapes that Lady Hester had sent. An ass-load in those happy countries is but a proof of the abundance that reigns there. A bushel basket of oranges or lemons, a bunch of 50 or 60 bananas, 10 or 12 melons at a time were presents of frequent occurrence. October 18th. I returned to June and employed myself busily in fitting up the cottage intended for our dwelling. The nearer the time approached for bringing my family close to her premises, the more Lady Hester seemed to regret having consented to the arrangement. Petty jealousies, inconsistent with a great mind, were always tormenting her. Of this, a remarkable and somewhat ludicrous instance occurred during the latter part of the month of September. Most persons are probably aware that Mahometans have a religious horror of bells, and in countries under their domination have never allowed of their introduction even into Christian churches. It is not uncommon, by way of contempt, to designate Europe as the land of bells. This pious abhorrence penetrates the arcana of private life, and in a Turkish house no such thing as a bell for calling the servants is ever to be seen. A clap of the hands, repeated 3 times, is the usual summons, and as the doors are seldom shut, the sound can be easily heard throughout every part of the dwelling. Lady Hester, however, retained her European habits in this one particular, and perhaps there never existed a more vehement or constant bell-ringer. The bells hung for her use were of great size, so that the words "Grâce elle sit," or "my lady's bell," echoing from one mouth to another when she rang, made the most indolent start on their legs, until at last, as nobody but herself in the whole territory possessed house bells, the peasantry and menials imagined that the use of them was some special privilege granted to her by the Sublime Porte on account of her exalted rank, and she probably found it to her advantage not to disturb this very convenient supposition. End of Chapter 1, Part 3. Chapter 1, Part 4 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 4. On taking up our residence at Mar Elias, there were 2 bells put by in a closet, which were replaced for the use of my family, with bell ropes to the saloon and dining room, none of us ever suspecting that they could, by any human ingenuity, be considered otherwise than as most necessary appendages to a room. But we calculated without our host. This assumption of the dignity of bells was held to be an act of laesa majestas, and the report of our proceedings was carried from one person to another, until at last it reached Lady Hester's ears, endorsed with much wonder on the part of her maids how a doctor's wife could presume to set herself on an equality with a Maleki queen. Lady Hester, however, saw the absurdity of affecting any claim to distinction in such a matter, and therefore, vexed and mortified although it appears she was, she never said a word to me on the subject. But one morning in September, when we were all assembled at breakfast, on pulling the bell rope no sound responded, and examining into the cause, we discovered that the strings had been cut by a knife, and the bells forcibly wrenched from their places. Much conjecture was formed as to who could have done all this mischief. The maids were questioned, the porter, the milkman, the errand boy, the manservant, everybody, in short, in and about the place, but nobody knew anything of the matter. Understanding Arabic, I soon found there was some mystery in the business, and answers, more and more evasive, from the porter, the harder he was pressed, led to a presumption, amounting almost to a certainty, that her ladyship's grand emissary, Osman Chayus, had arrived late at night, armed with pincers, hammer, etc., and before daylight had carried off the bells to Lady Hester's residence. I concealed my conjecture from the family, wishing to cause no fresh source of irritation, and having occasion to write that day to Lady Hester, I merely added as a postscript, "The 2 bells have been stolen during the night, and I can find no certain clue to the thief. For although I have discovered that Osman el Chayus has been here secretly, I cannot think it likely that any one of your servants would presume to do such a thing without your orders. Nor can I believe that your ladyship would instruct anyone to do that clandestinely which a message from yourself to me would have effected so easily." When I saw Lady Hester a day or 2 afterwards, she never alluded to the bells, nor did I, and nothing was ever mentioned about them for 2 or 3 months, until one day she, being in a good humor, said, "Doctor, it was I who ordered Osman to take away the bells. The people in this country must never suppose there is any one connected with my establishment who puts himself on an equality with me, no matter in what. The Turks know of only one pasha in a district. The person next to him is a nobody in his presence, not daring even to sit down or to speak unless told to do so. If I let those bells hang much longer, the sound of my own would not have been attended to. As it is, half of my servants have become disobedient from seeing how my will is disputed by you and your family, who have always 100 reasons for not doing what I wish to be done. And As I said in my letter to Eugenia, I can't submit to render an account of my actions, for if I was not called upon to do so by Mr. Pitt, I am sure I shan't by other people. So let us say no more about it. Of course, I complied with her whims, or rather, I should say, admitted the good sense of her observations, for I knew very well that she never did anything without a kind or substantial motive. So, after that, the exclamation of "Je rase el cit" recovered its magical effect. October 23rd. I escorted my family to their new residence, which was called the Tamarisk Pavilion, from a tamarisk tree that grew from the terrace. They were all delighted with it, and happiness seemed restored to its inmates. October 25th. The very day on which my family came up, Lady Hester took to her bed from illness, and never quitted it until March in the following year. She had now labored under pulmonary catarrh for 6 or 7 years, which, subsiding in the summer months, returned every winter with increased violence, and at this time presented some very formidable symptoms. November 9th. About 6 o'clock, just as I had dined, a servant came to say that her ladyship wished to see me. On going into her bedroom, which as usual was but faintly lighted, I ran my head against a long pack-thread which crossed from the wall where it was tied to her bed and was held in her hand. "Take care, doctor," said she. "These stupid beasts can't understand what I want, but you must help me. I want to pull out a tooth. I've tied a string to it and to the wall, and you, with a stick or something, must give it a good blow, so as to jerk my tooth out." Knowing her disposition, I said, "Very well, and that I would do as she wished, but if you like," added I, "to have it extracted secundum artem, I fancy I can do it for you." "Oh, doctor, have you nerve enough? And besides, I don't like those crooked instruments, but, however, go and get them." I had seen in the medicine chest a dentist's instrument, and returning with it, I performed the operation, with the result of which she was so much pleased that she insisted upon having another tooth out. The relief was so instantaneous that the second tooth was no sooner gone than she commenced talking as usual. The cough with which Lady Hester had been so long indisposed occasionally assumed symptoms of water in the chest. Sudden starts from a lying position, with a sense of suffocation which, for a moment, as she described it, was like the gripe of a hand across her throat, made me very uneasy about her. Her strong propensity to bleeding, to which she had resorted 4 or 5 times a year for the last 20 years, had brought on a state of complete emaciation, and what little blood was left in her body seemed to have no circulation in the extremities, where her veins, on a deadly white skin, showed themselves tumefied and knotty. It was difficult to reason with her on medical subjects, especially in her own case. She had peculiar systems, drawn from the doctrine of people's stars. She designated her own cough as an asthma, and had for some time doctored herself much in her own way. Such is the balmy state of the air in Syria, that had she trusted to its efficacy alone, and lived with habits of life like other people, nothing serious was to be dreaded from her illness. But she never breathed the external air, except what she got by opening the windows, and took no exercise but for about 10 minutes or quarter of an hour daily, when on quitting her bedroom to go to the saloon, she made 2 or 3 turns in the garden to see her flowers and shrubs, which seemed to be the greatest enjoyment she had. She prescribed almost entirely for herself, and only left me the duties of an apothecary. Or, if she adopted any of my suggestions, it was never at the moment, but always some day afterwards, when it seemed to her that she was acting, not on my advice, but on the suggestions of her own judgment. She was accustomed to say, if any doubts were expressed of the propriety of what she was going to do, "I suppose I am grown a fool in my old age. When princes and statesmen have relied on my judgment, I am not going to give it up at this time of life." But it was not for herself alone that she thus obstinately prescribed. She insisted also upon doing the same for everybody else, morally as well as medically. One of the prominent features in her character was the inclination she had to give advice to all persons indiscriminately about their conduct, their interests, and their complaints. And in this latter respect she prescribed for everybody. I was not exempt, and I dreaded her knowing anything about the most trifling indisposition that affected me. Greatly addicted to empiricism, she would propose the most strange remedies, and fond of the use of medicine herself, she would be out of humor if others showed an aversion to it. There was no surer way of securing her good graces than to put one's self under her management for some feigned complaint, and then to attribute the cure to her skill. Hundreds of knaves have got presents out of her in this way, for they had but to say that during their illness they had lost an employment, or spent their ready money no matter what. They were sure to be remunerated tenfold above their pretended losses. Let it, however, be said to her honor that among the number she succored in real sickness, many owned with gratitude the good she had done. And no surer proof of this can be given than the universal sorrow that pervaded half the population of Sidon, when in the course of this her illness she was reported to be past recovery. It was in compliance with this foible of hers that, when I returned to Darjeeling, after being laid up with a bad leg, she would insist on my wearing a laced cloth boot, which she ordered to be made unknown to me. On my washing the odematous leg in wine with laurel leaves steeped in it, and on sitting always, when with her, with my leg resting on a cushion placed on a stool. Her tyranny in such matters was very irksome, for it was clothed in terms of so much feeling and regard, and of such commiseration for one's overrated sufferings, that to escape the accusation of ingratitude and bad breeding, it was impossible to avoid entire acquiescence in every one of her kind commands. She was ever complaining that she could get nothing to eat, nothing to support a great frame like hers, yet she seldom remained 1/2 hour from sunrise to sunset, or from sunset to sunrise, except during sleep, without taking nourishment of some kind. I never knew any human being who took food so frequently. But from that very frequency it might be doubted whether she had a relish for anything. And may not this, in some measure, account of her frequent ill humor? For nothing sours people's temper more than an overloaded stomach, and nothing promotes cheerfulness more than a light one. End of Chapter 1, Part 4. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 1. On leaving Marseille in 1837, I ordered Sir Nathaniel Wraxall's Memoirs to be sent after me to Syria, thinking that as relating to Mr. Pitt's times, and to people and politics with whom and in which both he and she had mixed so largely, these memoirs could not fail to amuse her. I received them soon after my arrival at Jeune, and many rainy days were passed in reading them. They served to beguile the melancholy hours of her sickness, and recalled the agreeable recollections of her more splendid, if not more happy, hours. She would say on such occasions, "Doctor, read a little of your book to me." This was always her expression when I had brought any publication to her. And ordering a pipe, lying at her length in bed, and smoking whilst I read, she would make her comments as I went on. "Let me hear about the duchesses," she would say. After a page or two, she interrupted me. "See what the Duchess of Rutland and the Duchess of Gordon were. Look at the difference. I acknowledge it proceeds all from temperament, just as your dull disposition does, which, to me, is as bad as a heavy weight or a nightmare. I never knew, among the whole of my acquaintance in England, any one like you but Mr. Polhill of Crofton, or some such place. He was always mopish, just as you are. I remember, too, what a heavy, dull business the Duchess of R's parties were. The room so stuffed with people that one could not move, and all so heavy. A great deal of high breeding and bon ton. But there was somehow nothing to enliven you. Now and then some incident would turn up to break the spell. One evening, I recollect very well, everybody was suffering with the heat. There we were, with nothing but heads to be seen, like bottles in a basket. I got out of the room upon the landing-place. There I found Lady Sefton, Lady Heathcote, and some of your high flyers, and somebody was saying to me, "Lady Hester something," when halfway up the staircase the Duke of Cumberland was trying to make his way. He cried out, "Where's Lady Hester? Where's my aide-de-camp? Come and help me, for I am so blind I can't get on alone. Why, this is hell and damn." "Here I am, sir." "Give me your hand, there's a good little soul. Do help me into this hell, for it's quite as hot." Then came Bradford, and whilst he was speaking to me, and complaining of the intolerable heat and crush, out roared the Duke of Cumberland, "Where is she gone to?" And up went his glass, peeping about to the right and left. "Where is she gone to?" There was some life in him, doctor. Now, at the Duchess of Gordon's there were people of the same fashion, and the crowd was just as great. But then she was so lively, and everybody was so animated, and seemed to know so well what they were about. Quite another thing. As for the Duchess of D's, there they were, all that set, all yawning and wanting the evening to be spent, that they might be getting to the business they were after. It may be mentioned that Lady Hester was always very severe on the Duchess of D and her friends, whenever her name or theirs was mentioned. She said she was full of affected sensibility, but that there was always a great deal of wickedness about her eyes. The mention of the Duchess of Rutland's name also led to an amusing anecdote. Lady Hester was speaking of the grand fête given by the Duchess when her son came of age. The arrangements were entrusted to a person named Rice, and to some great confectioner. Mr. Rice had been maître d'hôtel, or in some such capacity, in Mr. Pitt's family. "Rice told me," said Lady Hester, "that when he and the other man were preparing for the fête, he never laid down for 10 nights, but got what sleep he could in an armchair. The Duchess gave him 300 guineas. One day she looked at him over her shoulder, and when one of the beaux about her said, 'What are you looking after, Duchess? You have forgotten something in the drawing-room?' 'No, no,' said she, pointing to Rice. 'I was only thinking that those eyes are too good for a kitchen.' And then one talked of the eyes and the eyes, and another of the eyes and the eyes, until poor Rice quite blushed. He had very pretty eyes, doctor." But the anecdote I was going to relate was this. Most simple persons, like myself, imagine that prime ministers of such a country as England, when promoted to so elevated a station, are only moved by the noble ambition of their country's good, and from the first moment to the last are ever pondering on the important measures that may best promote it. No such thing. Let us hear what Lady Hester Stanhope herself had to say on this subject. "The very first thing Mr. Pitt did," said she, "after coming into office the second time, was to provide for Mr. Rice. We were just got to Downing Street, and everything was in disorder. I was in the drawing-room. Mr. Pitt, I believe, had dined out. When he came home, 'Hester,' said he, 'we must think of our dear good friend Rice. I have desired the list to be brought to me tomorrow morning, and we will see what suits him.' 'I think we had better see now,' I replied. 'Oh, no, it is too late now.' 'Not at all,' I rejoined, and I rang the bell and desired the servant to go to the Treasury and bring me the list. On examining it, I found 3 places for which he was eligible. I then sent for Rice. 'Rice,' said I, 'here are 3 places to be filled up. One is a place in the Treasury, where you may fag on, and by the time you are 45 or 50, you may be master of 20 or 25,000 pounds. There is another will bring you into contact with poor younger sons of nobility. You will be invited out, get tickets for the opera, and may make yourself a fine gentleman. The third is in the customs. There you must fag a great deal, but you will make a great deal of money. It is a searcher's place.' Rice, after considering a while, said, 'As for the Treasury, that will not suit me, my lady, for I must go on plodding to the end of my life. The second place your ladyship mentioned will throw me out of my sphere. I am not fit for fine folks, and if you please, I had rather take the third.' So the very next morning I got all his papers signed by everybody except Mr. Long, and they made some excuses that he was not come, or was gone, or something, but I would hear of no delay, and desired them to find him. Rice went on swimmingly, doctor, for a long time, and made one morning a seizure that brought for his share £500. But I had given him some very long instructions, and he was not like you, for he listened to my advice. Sometimes, when I was teaching him how he was to act, he would say, "My lady, I believe that it is enough for this time. I don't think my poor head will contain more, but I'll come again." I told him he was to learn the specific gravity of bodies, and when they told him, for example, it was pepper, he might know by the volume that it was not gunpowder or cochineal. When the Grenville administration wanted to introduce new regulations into the customs and diminish their profits, I wrote such a petition for them that Lord Grenville read it over and over and cried out, "There is only one person could write this, and we must give up the point." He sent the Duke of Buckingham to me to find out if it was I. And the Duke said, to smooth the matter, "Lady Hester, you know, if you want any favor, you have only to ask for it." "Indeed," said I shall ask no favor of your broad-bottomed gentry. What I want I shall take by force." "Now, Hester," cried the Duke, "you are too bad. You are almost indelicate." Oh, I made a man laugh so once when speaking of an officer, who, I said, would not do for an hussar, as he wanted a little more of the Grenville make about him. After a pause, as if reflecting, Lady Hester resumed. "Is there nothing in the book about the G's getting the prince down to Stowe? They received him with extraordinary magnificence, and the most noble treatment possible. They fancied they were going to do wonders. But I said to them, 'Do you think all this makes the impression you wish in the prince's breast? You suppose, no doubt, that you gratify him highly with such a splendid reception. You are much mistaken. From this time forward he will be jealous of you, and will hate you as long as he thinks you can rival him.' The event proved how justly I knew his character. There they were, shut up. And when they told me they had got their conditions in black and white, I told them how it would be. I said he would take them in, for what was a paper to a man like him? I wrote them such a letter, Doctor, that they all thought it was Mr. Pitt's. Mr. Pitt's best style, too, until I swore he never knew a word about it. They fancied they had got all the loaves and fishes. One was to be Prime Minister, one First Lord of the Admiralty, and so on. But their ambition destroyed them. What have they been since Mr. Pitt's death? Nothing at all. Whoever hears now of the Duke of B? I turned over the pages, and next read Wraxall's account of Mr. Sheridan, which Lady Hester said was very much to the purpose. "Mr. Pitt," she added, "always thought well of him, and never disliked my talking with him. Oh, how Sheridan used to make me laugh when he pretended to marry Mr. Pitt to different women." I came to the passage where Sir Nathaniel finds fault with Mr. Pitt's having refused Sheridan's generous offer of cooperating with him in suppressing the mutiny at the Nore. "Why," interrupted Lady Hester, "what could Mr. Pitt do? He was afraid, Doctor. He did not know how sincere such people might be in their offers. They might be only coming over to his side to get the secrets of the cabinet, and then turn king's evidence. It required a great deal of caution to know how to deal with such clever men." where Sir Nathaniel relates the history of the Burrell family, she spoke highly of all the daughters, but especially of Mrs. Bennet, and considered that the author was wrong in saying that all but Mrs. Bennet were not handsome. Of the D. of H. she observed that he never lived with the Duchess. He was in love with Lady Blank, and used to disguise himself as a one-legged soldier, as a beggar, assuming 100 masquerades, sleeping in outhouses, etc. He would have married her, but he could not, for he had got one wife already. That was the woman F.M. married. Oh, doctor, there was a man, meaning the Duke of H., perfect from top to toe, with not a single flaw in his person. Lady Hester was so delighted with Sir Nathaniel's Memoirs that she said more than once, "How I wish I had known that man! I would have made him a duke. What an excellent judgment he has, and how well he knew everybody. But how was I to find out all those people when the stupid and interested set that surrounded Mr. Pitt kept them all in the background?" November 11th. This evening I remained with Lady Hester about 3 hours. She was better, but complained of great pain in the left hypochondrium, and could not lie easy on either side or on her back. Yet, notwithstanding her ailments, talking was necessary for her, and from the incidental mention of Mr. Pitt's name she went on about him for some time. Nobody ever knew or estimated Mr. Pitt's character rightly. His views were abused and confounded with the narrow projects of men who never could comprehend them. His fidelity to his master was never understood. Never was there such a disinterested man. He invariably refused every bribe, and declined every present that was offered to him. Those which came to him from abroad he left to rot in the custom-house. And some of his servants, after quitting his service, knowing he never inquired about them any more, went and claimed things of this sort. For Mr. Pitt would read the letter and think no more about it. I could name those who have pictures hanging in their rooms, pictures by Flemish masters of great value, procured in this way. Mr. Pitt used to say of Lord Carrington, when he saw him unable to eat his dinner in comfort, because he had a letter to write to his steward about some estate or another, "Voilà l'embarras des richesses." But when he heard of some generous action done by a wealthy man, "There's the pleasure of being rich," he would cry. He did not pretend to despise wealth, but he was not a slave to it, as will be seen by the following anecdotes. At one time, a person was empowered by his city friends to settle on him £10,000 a year, in order to render him independent of the favor of the king and of everybody, upon condition, as they expressed it, that he would stand forth to save his country. The offer was made through me, and I said I would deliver the message, but was afraid the answer would not be such as they wished. Mr. Pitt, in fact, refused it, saying he was much flattered by their approval of his conduct, but that he could accept nothing of the sort. Yet these people, added Lady Hester, were not, as you might at first suppose, disinterested in their offer. I judged them to be otherwise. For if it had been to the man, and not to some hopes of gain they had by him, they would not, after his death, have searched out those he esteemed as angels, and have honored his memory by enriching those he loved so much. alluding to herself and brothers. But no, they thought if Mr. Pitt retired from public affairs, the country and its commerce would go to ruin, and they, as great city men, would be the losers. Whereas, by a few £1,000 given away handsomely, if they got him to take an active part in the government, they would in turn put vast riches into their own purses and make a handsome profit out of their patriotism. She added, "There are no public philanthropists in the city." End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2 by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 2. I recollect once a hackney coach drawing up to the door, out of which got 4 men. Doctor, they had a gold box with them as big as that, and she held her hands nearly a foot apart to show the size of it, containing £100,000 in banknotes. They had found out the time when he was alone, and made him an offer of it. It was all interest that guided them, but they pretended it was patriotism. Rich merchants who were to get a pretty penny by the job. He very politely thanked them and returned the present. I was once in the city at an Irish linen warehouse. Very rich people, but such a nasty place, so dark. You know those narrow streets? They offered to buy Hallwood for him, pay his debts, and make him independent of the king, if he would contrive to take office, for he was out at the time. I mentioned it to him, as I thought it my duty to do so, but he would not listen to any such proposal. When I think of the ingratitude of the English nation to Mr. Pitt, for all his personal sacrifices and disinterestedness, for his life wasted in the service of his country. Here Lady Hester's emotions got the better of her, and she burst into tears. She sobbed as she spoke. People little knew what he had to do. Up at 8 in the morning, with people enough to see for a week, obliged to talk all the time he was at breakfast, and receiving first one, then another, until 4 o'clock. Then eating a mutton chop, hurrying off to the house, and there badgered and compelled to speak and waste his lungs until 2 or 3 in the morning. Who could stand it? After this, heated as he was, and having eaten nothing, in a matter of speaking, all day, he would sup with Dundas, Huskisson, Rose, Mr. Long, and such persons, and then go to bed to get 3 or 4 hours' sleep, and to renew the same thing the next day, and the next, and the next. Poor old Rose! He had a good heart. I'm afraid he took it ill that I did not write to him. Mr. Long used to slide in and slide out, and slide here and slide there. Nobody knew when he came or when he went. So quiet. I here interrupted Lady Hester. It was a lamentable end, that of Mr. Blank, said I. So much the better, answered Lady Hester. I thought she had not heard me well. It was a lamentable end, that of Mr. Blank, I repeated with a louder tone. So much the better, said she again. It could not be too bad for him. He died in bodily torment, and C. had the torment of a bad conscience for his falsehoods, and W. lived in mental torment. They all 3 deserved it. Lady Hester resumed. When Mr. Pitt was at Walmer, he recovered his health prodigiously. He used to go to a farm near Walmer, where hay and corn were kept for the horses. He had a room fitted up there with a table and 2 or 3 chairs, where he used to write sometimes, and a tidy woman to dress him something to eat. Oh, what slices of bread and butter I have seen him eat there, and hunches of bread and cheese big enough for a ploughman. He used to say that whenever he could retire from public life, he would have a good English woman cook. Sometimes, after a grand dinner, he would say, "I want something, I'm hungry." And when I remarked, "Well, but you are just got up from dinner," he would add, "Yes, but I looked round the table, and there was nothing I could eat. All the dishes were so made up and so unnatural." Ah, doctor, in town, during the sitting of Parliament, what a life was his! Roused from his sleep, for he was a good sleeper, with a dispatch from Lord Melville, then down to Windsor, then, if he had half an hour to spare, trying to swallow something, Mr. Adams with a paper, Mr. Long with another, and then Mr. Rose. Then, with a little bottle of cordial confection in his pocket, off to the house until 3 or 4 in the morning, then home to a hot supper for 2 or 3 hours more, to talk over what was to be done next day, and wine and wine. Scarcely up next morning, when tat, 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 20 or 30 people, one after another, and the horses walking before the door from 2 till sunset, waiting for him. It was enough to kill a man. It was murder. Lady Hester reverted to Walmer, and went on, after musing a little, thus. I remember once what an improvement I made at Walmer, which arose from a conversation with some friends, in which Mr. Pitt agreed with them that Walmer was not certainly a beautiful residence, but that it only wanted trees to make it so. I was present, but did not seem to hear what was passing. Mr. Pitt soon after went to town. Mindful of what he had let drop, I immediately resolved to set about executing the improvements which he seemed to imply as wanting. I got, I know not how, all the regiments that were in quarters at Dover, and employed them in levelling, fetching turf, transplanting shrubs, flowers, etc. As I possess, in some degree, the art of ingratiating myself where I want to do it, I would go out of an evening among the workmen, and say to one, "You are a Warwickshire man, I know by your face," although I had known it by his brogue. "How much I esteem Lord Warwick! He is my best friend." "Were you in Holland, my good fellow?" to another. "Yes, my lady, in the Blues." "A fine regiment. There is not a better soldier in the army than Colonel so-and-so." "He was my colonel, my lady." Thus a few civil words, and occasionally a present, made the work go on rapidly, and it was finished before Mr. Pitt's return. When Mr. Pitt came down, he dismounted from his horse, and ascending the staircase, saw through a window which commanded a view of the grounds the improvements that had been made. "Dear me, Hester, why this is a miracle. I know 'tis you, so do not deny it. Well, I declare it is quite admirable. I could not have done it half so well myself." And though it was just dinner time, he would go out and examine it all over, and then was so profuse in his praises, which were the more delightful because they applauded the correctness of my taste. Above all, he was charmed that I had not fallen into an error, which most persons would have done, of making what is called an English garden, but rather had kept to the old manner of avenues, alleys, and the like, as being more adapted to an ancient castle. Such was the amiable politeness of Mr. Pitt. When Mr. Pitt retired from office and sold Hallwood, his favourite child, he laid down his carriages and horses, diminished his equipage, and paid off as many debts as he could. Yet, notwithstanding this complete revolution, his noble manners, his agreeable condescending air, never forsook him for a moment. To see him at table with vulgar sea captains and ignorant militia colonels, with 2 or 3 servants in attendance, he, who had been accustomed to a servant behind each chair, to all that was great and distinguished in Europe, one might have supposed disgust would have worked some change in him. But in either case it was the same, always the admiration of all around him. He was ever careful to cheer the modest and diffident, but if some forward young fellow exhibited any pertness by a short speech or by asking some puzzling question, he would give him such a set-down that he could never get over it all the evening. In answer to a question I put, by whom and how ministers effected their purposes in the city, she told me that they got hold of one of the great squads, as Lloyds, the Angersteins, the merchant tailors, and so on, and by means of one body set the rest to work. Lady Hester was saying of herself that she was very fit for a diplomatic character. Nobody can ever observe in me any changes in my countenance, and when I am sitting still under a tree, nobody that passes and sees me, I will venture to say, would ever suppose what was in me, or say, that's a person of talent. Mr. Pitt's face was somewhat the same. In regarding him, I should have said that he had a sort of slovenly or negligent look, and the same when he was in a passion. His passion did not show itself by knitting his brows or pouting his mouth, nor were his words very sharp. But his eyes lighted up in a manner quite surprising. It was something that seemed to dart from within his head, and you might see sparks coming from them. At another time his eyes had no color at all. That Mr. Pitt got into debt is no wonder. How could a man so circumstanced find time to look into his affairs? And of course there were many things I could not attend to, whatever disposition I might have had to do so. The bills that were given in by the cook, by the valet, and such people, I looked over. Merely the post-chaises and 4 were enough to run away with a moderate income. Every now and then I fixed on some glaring overcharge, and made some inquiry about it, just to put a check upon them. And on such occasions I would say, take care that does not happen again. But what with great dinners and one thing and another, it was impossible to do any good. As for your talking about English servants being more honest than those of other countries, I don't know what to say about it. Where Wraxall, in his book, insinuates that Mr. Pitt gave Mr. Smith a title and made him Lord Carrington, merely to discharge a debt for money supplied in his emergencies, he is wrong, Doctor. Mr. Pitt once borrowed a sum of money of 6 persons, but Lord Carrington was not of the number, and the title bestowed on him was for quite another reason. It was to recompense the zeal he had shown in raising a volunteer corps at his own expense at Nottingham, and in furnishing government with a sufficient sum to raise another. Mr. Pitt had also found Mr. Smith a useful man in affording him information about bankers' business, which he often stood in need of, and in making dinner parties to enable Mr. Pitt to get rid of troublesome people whom he otherwise would have been obliged to entertain at his own table. But Mr. Pitt never knew what I heard after his death, by mere accident, that the principal part of the loan which Mr. S. presented to government in his own name was in reality the gift of an old miser at Nottingham, who, being unable or unwilling to go to town to see the Chancellor of the Exchequer in person, and to be put to the trouble of addressing the Crown, got Mr. S., who was an active man, to do it for him. It suited Mr. Pitt very well, in making Lord Carrington governor of Deal Castle, to have somebody near at hand who could take off the bore, and the expense, too, of entertaining people from London. Sir Nathaniel Wraxall speaks of Mr. Pitt's supposed inclination for one of the Duke of Richmond's daughters, and goes on to say that he showed one of them great attention. Lady Hester Stanhope interrupted me at that passage and said, "So he did to all." She denied that Mr. Dundas had any direct influence over Mr. Pitt, as Wraxall avers. Her words were, "Because Mr. Dundas was a man of sense, and Mr. Pitt approved of his ideas on many subjects, it does not follow, therefore, that he was influenced by him." With the exception of Mr. Dundas, Lord and another that she named, all the rest, said Lady Hester, were a rabble, a rabble. It was necessary to have someone at their head to lead them, or else they were always going out of the right road, just as you know a mule with a good star must go before a caravan of mules to show them the way. Look at a flight of geese in the air. There must always be one to lead them, or else they would not know in what direction to fly. Mr. Pitt's consideration for age was very marked. He had, exclusive of Walmer, a house in the village for the reception of those whom the castle could not hold. If a respectable commoner advanced in years, and a young duke arrived at the same time, and there happened to be but one room vacant in the castle, he would be sure to assign it to the senior. For it is better, he would say, that these young lords should walk home on a rainy night than old men. They can bear it more easily. Mr. Pitt was accustomed to say that he always conceived more favorably of that man's understanding who talked agreeable nonsense than of his who talked sensibly only. For the latter might come from books and study, while the former could only be the natural fruit of imagination. Mr. Pitt was never inattentive to what was passing around him, though he often thought proper to appear so. On one occasion, Sir Ed K. took him to the Ashford ball to show him off to the yeomen and their wives. Though sitting in the room in all his senatorial seriousness, he contrived to observe everything, and nobody, Lady Hester said, could give a more lively account of a ball than he. He told who was rather fond of a certain captain, how Mrs. K. was dressed, how Miss Jones, Miss Johnson, or Miss anybody danced, and had all the minutiae of the night as if he had been no more than an idle looker-on. He was not fond of the applause of a mob. One day, in going down to Weymouth, he was recognized in some town, and whilst the carriage stopped to change horses, a vast number of people gathered round us. They insisted on dragging the carriage, and would do so for some time. All he could say, "Oh, doctor, what a fright I was in!" Mr. Pitt bore with ceremony as a thing necessary. On some occasions I was obliged to pinch his arm and make him not appear uncivil to people. "There's a baronet," I would say, or "That's Mr. So-and-so." I never saw Mr. Pitt shed tears but twice. I never heard him speak of his sister Harriet, so Lady Hester pronounced it, but once. One day his niece, Harriet Elliot, dined with us, and after she was gone, Mr. Pitt said, "Well, I am glad Harriet fell to my brother's lot, and you to mine, for I never should have agreed with her. But," observed I, "she is a good girl and handsome." "She ought to be," said Mr. Pitt, "for her mother was so." End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Part 3. Lady Hester said that those who asserted that Mr. Pitt wanted to put the Bourbons on the throne, and that they followed his principles, lied. And if she had been in Parliament, she would have told them so. "I once heard a great person," added she, "in conversation with him on the subject, and Mr. Pitt's reply was, 'Whenever I can make peace, whether with a consul or with whosoever it is at the head of the French government, provided I can have any dependence on him, I will do it.' Mr. Pitt had a sovereign contempt for the Bourbons, and the only merit that he allowed to any one of them was to him who was afterwards Charles X, whose gentlemanly manners and mild demeanour he could not be otherwise than pleased with. Mr. Pitt never would consent to their going to court, because it would have been a recognition of Louis XVIII. Latterly, Mr. Pitt used to suffer a great deal from the cold in the House of Commons, for he complained that the wind cut through his silk stockings. I remember one day I had on a large tippet and muff of very fine fur. The tippet covered my shoulders and came down in a point behind. "What is this, Hester?" said Mr. Pitt. "Something Siberian? Can't you command some of your slaves? For you must recollect, Griselda, Hester has slaves without number who implicitly obey her orders." This was addressed to Griselda and Mr. Tickle, who were present. "Can't you command some of your slaves to introduce the fashion of wearing muffs and tippets into the House of Commons? I could then put my feet on the muff and throw the tippet over my knees and round my legs." When we were at Walmer, it is incredible what a deal I got through in a day. Mr. Pitt was pleased to have somebody who would take trouble off his hands. Every week he had to review the volunteers, and would ride home in such showers of rain. I have been so drenched that as I stood my boots made 2 spouting fountains above my knees. Then there was dinner, and if I happened to be alone when I went to the drawing-room, I had to give the secret word for spies to see the sergeant of the guard, and then the gentlemen would come in from the dining-room. But if they were late, oh, how sleepy I got, and would have given the world to go to bed. One day Lord Chatham had to review the artillery, and he kept them under arms from daylight until 3 o'clock. Bradford went to him several times to know if he was ready. "I shall come in about half an hour," was the constant reply, until at last, seeing no chance of his appearance, I agreed with the aide-de-camps to go off together and settle matters as well as we could. So, getting Lord Chatham's leave, off we went. Colonel Ford, the commanding officer, was a cross man, and that day he had enough to make him so. But I managed it all very well. I told him that pressing business detained Lord C., that he had commissioned us to apologize, and that I should have pleasure in saying the men looked admirably. Then I added that Mr. Pitt hoped to see him in the course of a few days at the castle, and so on. The colonel looked dreadfully out of temper, however, and Bradford and I rode back at a furious rate. It was one of those dark, wet days that are so peculiar to England. A day or two after, the colonel and some of the officers were invited to Walmer, and I behaved very civilly to them, so that Lord Chatham's laziness was forgotten. Lord Chatham never travelled without a mistress. He was a man of no merit, but of great sad luck. He used to keep people waiting and waiting whilst he was talking and breakfasting with her. He would keep his aide-de-camps until 2 or 3 in the morning. How often would the servant come in and say supper was ready, and he would answer, "Ah, well, in half an hour." Then the servant would say, "Supper is on the table," and then it would be, "Ah, well, in a quarter of an hour." An aide-de-camp would come in with a paper to sign, and perhaps Lord Chatham would say, "Oh dear, that's too long. I can't possibly look at it now. You must bring it tomorrow." The aide-de-camp would present it next day, and he would cry, "Good God, how can you think of bringing it now? Don't you know there's a review today?" Then the day after he was going to Woolwich. "Well, never mind," he would say. "Have you got a short one? Well, bring that." Doctor, I once changed the dress of a whole regiment, the Berkshire militia. Somebody asked me before a great many officers what I thought of them, and I said they looked like so many tinned harlequins. One day, soon after, I was riding through Walmer village, when who should pop out upon me but the colonel, dressed in entirely new regimentals, with different facings, and more like a regiment of the line. "Pray, pardon me, Lady Hester," so I stopped as he addressed me. "Pray, pardon me," said the colonel, "but I wish to know if you approve of our new uniform." Of course I made him turn about, till I inspected him round and round, pointed with my whip as I sat on horseback, first here and then there, told him the waist was too short and wanted half a button more, the collar was a little too high, and so on. And in a short time the whole regiment turned out with new clothes. The Duke of York was very generous and not at all stingy in useful things. I recollect once at Ramsgate 5 of the Blues, half drunk, not knowing who I was, walked after me and pursued me to my door. They had the impertinence to follow me upstairs, and one of them took hold of my gown. The maid came out, frightened out of her senses, but just at the moment with my arm I gave the foremost of them such a push that I sent him rolling over the others downstairs with their swords rattling against the balusters. Next day he appeared with a black patch as big as a saucer over his face, and when I went out there were the glasses looking at me and the footman pointing me out. Quite a sensation. During these conversations respecting Mr. Pitt's times, Sir Nathaniel's Memoirs were generally in my hand, and when there was a pause I resumed my reading. In giving Sir Walter Farquhar's private conversation respecting Mr. Pitt's death, the author says, Mr. Pitt mounted the staircase with alacrity. Here Lady Hester stopped me with the exclamation of, "What a falsehood, doctor! Just hear how it was. You know, when the carriage came to the door, he was announced, and I went up to the top of the stairs to receive him. The first thing I heard was a voice so changed that I said to myself, 'It is all over with him.' He was supported by the arms of two people, and had a stick or two sticks in his hands, and as he came up, panting for breath, off, I retreated little by little, not to put him to the pain of making a bow to me or of speaking. So much for his alacrity. After Mr. Pitt's death, I could not cry for a whole month and more. I never shed a tear, until one day Lord Melville came to see me, and the sight of his eyebrows turned gray, and his changed face made me burst into tears. I felt much better for it after it was over. Mr. Pitt's bust was taken after his death by an Italian named, I think, Tomino, an obscure artist whom I had rummaged out. This man had offered me at one time a bust worth 100 guineas, and prayed me to accept it, in order, as he said, to make his name known. I refused it, but recollected him afterwards. The bust turned out a very indifferent resemblance, so with my own hand I corrected the defects, and it eventually proved a strong likeness. The D. of C., happening to call when the artist was at work in my room, was so pleased that he ordered one of 100 guineas for himself, and another to be sent to Windsor. There was one by this Tomino put into the exhibition. A fine picture in Mr. Pitt's possession represented Diogenes with a lantern searching by day for an honest man. A person cut out a part of the blank canvas and put in Mr. Pitt's portrait. When Mr. Pitt was going to Bath, previous to his last illness, I told him I insisted on his taking my eider-down quilt with him. "You will go about," said I, "much more comfortably. And instead of being too hot one day under a thick counterpane, and the next day shivering under a thin one, you will have an equable warmth, always leaving one blanket with this quilt." Charles and James were present, and could not help ridiculing the idea of a man's carrying about with him such a bundling, effeminate thing. "Why," interrupted I, "it is much more convenient than you all imagine. Big as it looks, you may put it into a pocket handkerchief." "I can't believe that," cried Charles and James. "Do you doubt my word?" said I, in a passion. "Nobody shall doubt it with impunity," and my face assumed that picture of anger which you can't deny, doctor, is in me pretty formidable. So I desired the quilt to be brought. "Why, my dear Lady Hester," said Mr. Pitt, "I am sure the boys do not mean to say you tell falsehoods. They suppose, you said, it would go into a handkerchief merely as a façon de parler." Lady Hester, when she told me this story, here interrupted herself. "And upon my word, doctor, if you had seen the footman bringing it over his shoulder, he himself almost covered up by it, you would have thought indeed it was only a façon de parler." She continued. I turned myself to James. "Now, sir, take and tie it up directly in this pocket handkerchief. There. Does it or does it not go into it?" This, concluded Lady Hester, was the only quarrel I ever had with Charles and James. James often used to look very black, but he never said anything. When Mr. Pitt was going to Bath in his last illness, he told me he had just seen Arthur Wellesley. He spoke of him with the greatest commendation, and said the more he saw of him, the more he admired him. "Yes," he added, "the more I hear of his exploits in India, the more I admire the modesty with which he receives the praises he merits from them. He is the only man I ever saw that was not vain of what he had done, and had so much reason to be so." This eulogium, Lady Hester said, Mr. Pitt pronounced in his fine, mellow tone of voice, and this was the last speech I heard him make in that voice, for, on his return from Bath, it was cracked forever. Then she observed, "My own opinion of the Duke is, that he is a blunt soldier, who pleases women because he is gallant and has some remains of beauty. But," she added, "he has none of the dignity of courts about him." End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. Chapter 3, Part 1. One of Mr. Pitt's last conversations, whilst on his deathbed, was about Charles and James. Mr. Pitt had called me in, and told me in a low, feeble voice, "You must not talk to me to-day on any business. When I get down to Lord Camden's and am better, it will be time enough then." He seemed to know he was dying, but only said this to console me. "But now, my dear Hester," he continued, "I wish to say a few words about James and Charles. As for Charles, he is such an excellent young man that one cannot wish him to be otherwise than he is. And Moore is such a perfect officer that he will give him every information in his profession that he can possibly require. The only apprehension I have is on the score of women, who will perhaps think differently of him from what he thinks of himself. But with James the case is otherwise. He is a young man you must keep under, else you will always see him trying to be a joli garçon. For Charles' steadiness I do not fear, but the little one will one day or other fall into the hands of men who will gain him over and unsettle his political principles. You can guide him, and so long as he is under your care, he is safe. And," added Lady Hester, "Mr. Pitt was right, doctor. For the moment I quitted England, he fell into the snares of Lord B. and his party, and instead of being in Mr. Canning's place, which he might have been, he became nothing." Lady Hester went on. When Charles and James left Chevening, Mr. Pitt said to Mahon, the present Earl Stanhope, "You know that, when your father dies, you will be heir to a large property. Whether £15,000 a year or £25,000, it does not much signify. Now, as far as a house goes, and having a table where your brothers may dine, I have got that to offer. But young men in the army have a number of wants, for their equipment, regimentals, etc., and for all this I have not the means. You, therefore, Mahon, must do that for them. And if you have not money, you can always let their bills be charged to you with interest, as is very common among noblemen until they come to their fortune. You ought to raise a sum of money for them, and see to their wants a little. Your two brothers should not be left to starve." Mahon said he would. Charles one day told me that, as a poor captain of the army, the baggage warehouse and his tailor were rather shy of trusting him. And if Mahon would only go and say to them, "Do you let my brothers have what they want, and I will be answerable for them," then I could get on. Mahon did that too, and in reliance on this arrangement they had clothes and other things, considering him as responsible for them. After Mr. Pitt's death, several tradesmen applied for their bills. So, recollecting an old peer, who had been one of Mr. Pitt's particular friends, I sent off James to him to his country seat with a letter, relating the whole business. This person immediately gave James a draft for £2,000, with which he returned and paid his own and Charles' debts. Well, it was agreed between Charles, James, and me that whoever had the first windfall should pay the £2,000. Charles died. James was not rich enough at any time to do it, and it fell to my lot to pay it since I have been in this country. And that was the reason of my selling the Burton Pynsent reversion, which, you know, I did in 1820 or thereabouts. And when Mr. Murray found fault with me for my extravagance, and said he would have no hand in the business, neither he nor anybody else knew then why I sold it. When Coutts wrote me word that my brother James had been very good to me in having given me £1,000, he did not know that the civility was not so disinterested as he imagined. James might think he did a great deal for me, but let me ask you, did I not make a pretty great sacrifice for Lord Meryon and him? I sold a pretty round sum out of the American funds, and James took possession of about £500 worth of plate of mine, and of my jewels, and of Tippo Sahib's gold powder flask, worth £200, and of the Cardinal of York's present, which, to some persons who wanted a relic of the Stuarts, was invaluable. Then there was a portfolio full of fine engravings of Morgan and others that the Duke of Buckingham bought of him. So there was at least as much as he sent me. If I had not been thwarted and opposed by them all, as I have been, and obliged to raise money from time to time to get on, I should have been a very rich woman. There was the money I sold out of the American funds. Then there was the Burton Pynsent money, £7,000, my father's legacy, £10,000, I did not distinctly hear what, legacy, £1,000. and thus her ladyship reckoned up on her fingers an amount of 40,000 pounds. Is it not very odd that General G and Lord G could not leave me a few £1,000 out of their vast fortunes when they died? They knew that I was in debt, and that a few thousands would have set me up. And yet in their wills, not to speak of their lifetime, they never gave me a single sixpence, but left their money to people already in the enjoyment of incomes far exceeding their wants, and very little more nearly related to them than I am. Well, all their injustice does not put me out of spirits. The time will soon come when I shall want none of their assistance, if I get the other property that ought to come to me. Oh, how vexed Lady Chatham always was when Lady Louisa V. used to point at me and say, "There she is, that's my heir." Lady L. was deformed, and never thought of marrying. But Lord G. did marry her nevertheless, and she had a child that died. Then there is the reversion of my grandfather's pension of 4,000 pounds a year, secured for 4 lives by the patent. The first Lord Chatham one, the late Lord Chatham the next, and I, of course, the third. November 14th. I saw that Lady Hester grew weaker every day, and I felt alarmed about her. Still, whenever I had to write to the person she, about this time, most honoured with her confidence, Monsieur Guy, the French consul at Beirut, she would not allow me to make any further allusion to her illness than to state simply that she was confined to her bedroom with a cold. "I see you are afraid about me," she said, "but I have recovered from worse illnesses than this by God's help and the strength of my constitution." My wife sent to her to say that she or my daughter would, with pleasure, come and keep her company, or sit up with her. This she refused. I then offered Miss Longchamp's services, but Lady Hester's pride would not allow her to expose to a stranger the meagreness of her chamber, so utterly unlike a European apartment. It was indeed an afflicting sight to behold her wrapped up in old blankets, her room lighted by yellow beeswax candles and brass candlesticks, drinking her tea out of a broken-spouted blue teapot and a cracked white cup and saucer, taking her draughts out of an old cup, with a short wooden deal bench by her bedside for a table, and in a room not so well furnished as a servant's bedroom in England. The general state of wretchedness in which she lived had even struck Mr. Dundas, a gentleman who, on returning overland from India, stayed some days with her. And as Lady Hester observed, when she told me the story, "He did not know all as you do. I believe he almost shed tears. 'When I see you, Lady Hester,' said he, 'with a set of fellows for servants who do nothing, and when I look at the room in which you pass your hours, I can hardly believe it is you. I was much affected at first, but now I am more reconciled. You are a being fluctuating between heaven and earth, and belonging to neither. And perhaps it is better things should be as they are,' Lady Hester added. 'He has visited me 2 or 3 times. He is a sensible Scotchman, and I like him as well as anybody I have seen for some years.' November 15th. It was night when a messenger arrived from Beirut, and brought a small parcel containing a superbly bound book presented to her ladyship by the Oriental Translation Fund Society. It was accompanied by a complimentary letter from the president, Sir Gore Ouseley. The book was The History of the Temple of Jerusalem, translated by the Reverend J. Reynolds. After admiring it, and turning over the leaves, she said to me, "Look it over, and see what it is about," and then began to talk of Sir Gore. "I recollect, doctor," said she, "so well the night he was introduced to me. It was at Mr. Matuque's supper. You may imagine the numbers and numbers of people I met in society whilst I lived with Mr. Pitt, almost all of whom were dying to make my acquaintance, and of whom I necessarily could know little or nothing. Indeed, to the greater part of those who were introduced to me, if they saw me afterwards when they bowed, I might return the salutation, smile a little, and pass on, for I had not time to do more. A person's life would not be long enough. Well, I recollect it was at a party where Charles the 10th was present. I think it was at Lord Harrington's, that somebody said to me, "Mr. Blank wants to know you so much. Why won't you let him be introduced to you?" "Because I don't like people whose face is all oily like a soap ball," answered I. Now, doctor, upon my word, I no more knew he had made his fortune by oil than I do what was the color of the paper in your saloon at Nice. And when his friends said, "You are too bad, Lady Hester," I did not understand what he meant. However, they told me there will be all the royalties there, and so I consented. I have had an instinct all my life that never deceived me about people who were thoroughbred or not. I knew them at once. Why was it, when Mr. H. came into a room and took a long sweep with his hat and made a stoop, and I said, "One would think he was looking under the bed for the great business," and all the people laughed, and when at last Mr. Pitt said, "Hester, you are too bad. You should not be personal," I declared I did not know what he meant. Then he explained to me that the man was a broken-down doctor, a fact which, I honestly assured him, I never heard of before. But my quickness in detecting people's old habits is so great that I hit upon a thing without having the least previous intimation. As I passed the card-table that evening, where the Comte d'Artois was playing, he put down his cards to talk to me a little, so polite, so well-bred. Poor man. And there were the other 3 old dowagers who were playing with him, abusing him in English, which he understood very well, because he had stopped the game. After he had resumed his cards, I was leaning over the back of a chair facing him, reflecting in one of my thoughtful moments on the uncertainty of human greatness in the picture I had then before me, when I gave one of those deep sighs which you have heard me do sometimes, something between a sigh and a grunt, and so startled the French king that he literally threw down his cards to stare at me. I remained perfectly motionless, pretending not to observe his action, and as he still continued to gaze at me, some of the lookers-on construed it into a sort of admiration on his part. This enraged Lady P., and her rage was increased when at every knock at the door I turned my head to see who was coming, and he turned his head too, for I was expecting the royalties, and so was he. But she did not know this, and she took it into her head that the prince and I had some understanding between us. I never thought any more of the matter, but in the course of the evening somebody brought Lady P. to me and introduced her. "I have longed," said Lady P., "for some time to make your acquaintance. I don't know how it is that we have never met. It would give me great pleasure if I sometimes saw you at my parties," and so on. The next day I had a visit from Lady P., and the day after that came her card, and then an invitation. And day after day there was nothing but Lady P. So at last, not knowing what it meant, I said to an acquaintance, "What is the reason that Lady P. is always coming after me?" "What, you don't know?" she replied. "Why, the King of France is in love with you." And this is the art, doctor, of all those mistresses. They watch and observe if their lovers are pleased with any young person, and then invite her home as a lure to keep alive the old attraction. Here Lady Hester paused, and after a moment added, "How many of those French people did I see at that time, especially at Lord H.'s? There was the Duchess of Gontaut, who was obliged to turn washerwoman, and even to the last, when she was best off, was obliged to go out to parties in a hackney coach. Why, the Duc de Berry himself lodged over a greengrocer's in a little street leading out of Montague Square, and all the view he had was to lean out of his window and look at the greengrocer's stall. I have seen him many a time there, when he used to kiss his hand to me as I passed. The Duchess of Gontaut afterwards brought up the Duke of Bordeaux. That was a woman quite admirable, so full of resources, so cheerful. She kept up the spirits of all the emigrants. And then she was so well dressed. She did not mind going in a hackney coach to dine with the Duke of Portland. Lord H. scraped up a reputation which he never deserved, continued Lady Hester, as her reflections led her from one person to another. Insincere, greedy of place, and always pretending to be careless about it, he and my lady lived in a hugger-mugger sort of a way, half poverty, half splendor, having soldiers for house servants, and my lady dining at 2 with the children, saying my lord dined out, and being waited on by a sergeant's daughter. How often have I seen a scraggy bit of mutton sent up for luncheon, with some potatoes in their skins, before royalty. The princes would say to me, "Very bad, Lady Hester, very bad. But there, he has a large family. He is right to be saving." And then Lady H., with her little eyes and a sort of waddle in her gait, for she once had a paralytic stroke, with a wig all curls, and at the top of it a great bunch of peacock's feathers, and her dress all bugles and badly put on. Horrid, doctor, horrid! And why should they have lived in such a large house, half furnished, with the girls sleeping together in large attics, with a broken looking-glass, and coming down into their mother's room to dress themselves? But to go back to Sir Gore Ouseley, it was at Mr. M.'s supper, when, getting up from the card-table and advancing towards me, he made a diplomatic bow, accompanied with some complimentary speech. That was the old school, very different from the physgig people nowadays. Just before, The prince had been standing in the middle of the room, talking to someone I did not know, first pulling up the flap of his coat to show his figure, then seizing the person he spoke to by the waistcoat, then laughing, then pretending to whisper, and this he continued for nearly an hour. "What can the prince be talking about?" said someone next to me. "He does not know himself," said I. Soon after, the person who had been talking to the prince approached the sofa, when my lord, who was sitting next to me, observed, "We have been looking at the prince and you. What in the world was he talking about?" "He don't know himself," answered his friend, "and I'm sure I don't know." "That's just what Lady Hester said," rejoined the first speaker. "I have been wishing to make my bow to Lady Hester all the evening," said the friend, who then sat down by me. Lady Hester went on. "What a mean fellow the prince was, doctor. I believe he never showed a spark of good feeling to any human being. How often has he put men of small incomes to great inconvenience by his telling them he would dine with them and bring 10 or a dozen of his friends with him to drink the poor devil's champagne, who hardly knew how to raise the wind or to get trust for it. I recollect one who told me the prince served him in this way just at the time when he was in want of money, and that he did not know how to provide the dinner for him, when, luckily, a Sir Harry Featherstone or a Sir Gilbert Heachcote or some such rich man bought his curricle and horses, and put a little ready money into his pocket. I entertained him as well as I could, said he, and a few days after, when I was at Carlton House, and the prince was dressing between 4 great mirrors, looking at himself in one and then in another, putting on a patch of hair and arranging his cravat, he began saying that he was desirous of showing me his thanks for my civility to him. So he pulled down a bandbox from a shelf, and seemed as if he was going to draw something of value out of it. I thought to myself it might be some point lace, perhaps, of which, after using a little for my court dress, I might sell the remainder for 500 or 600 guineas. Or perhaps, thought I, as there is no ceremony between us, he is going to give me some banknotes. Conceive my astonishment when he opened the bandbox and pulled out a wig, which I even believe he had worn. "There," said he, "as you are getting bald, it is a very superior wig, made by, I forget the man's name, but it was not Sugden." The man could hardly contain himself, and was almost tempted to leave it in the hall as he went out. Did you ever hear of such meanness? Everybody who had to do with him was afraid of him. He was sure to get a horse, or vis-a-vis, or a something, wherever he went, and never pay for them. He was a man without a heart, who had not one good quality about him, doctor, cried Lady Hester. I have been intimate with those who spent their time with him from morning to night, and they have told me that it was impossible for any person who knew him to think well of him. Look at his unfeeling conduct in deserting poor Sheridan. Why, they were going to take the bed from under him whilst he was dying. And there was Mrs. Sheridan pushing the bailiffs out of the room. That amiable woman, too, I believe, died of grief at the misery to which she was reduced. The prince had not one good quality. How many fell victims to him? Not so much those who were most intimate with him, for they swallowed the poison and took the antidote. They knew him well. But those were the greatest sufferers who imitated his vices, who were poisoned by the contagion without knowing what a detestable person he was. How many saw their prospects blasted by him forever? End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2 by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Part 2. Lady Hester continued, "Oh, when I think that I have heard a sultan, meaning George IV., listen to a woman singing Hi diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon, and cry, Brava, charming! Good God, Doctor, what would the Turks say to such a thing if they knew it?" There was Lord D., an old debauchee, who had lost the use of his lower extremities by a paralytic stroke. The way, by the by, in which all such men seem to finish. Nay, I believe that men much addicted to sensuality even impair their intellects too. One day met me on the esplanade, and in his usual way began talking some very insipid stuff about his dining with the prince and the like, when James, who overheard the conversation, made an impromptu which exactly described one of the prince's dinners, and though I don't recollect it word for word, it was something to this effect: "With the prince I dine to-day, we shall have prodigious fun. I a beastly thing shall say, and he'll end it with a pun." I remember the prince's saying to Lord Petersham, "What can be the reason that Lady Hester, who likes all my brothers, does not like me?" Lord P. told me this, and I replied, "If he asks me, I will have an answer ready for him, and that is, when he behaves like them, I shall like him, and not before." I loved all the princes but him. They were not philosophers, but they were so hearty in their talking, in their eating, in all they did. They would eat like ploughmen, and their handsome teeth would— here she imitated the mastication of food to show me how— at a pretty rate. The prince is a despicable character. He was anxious enough to know me whilst Mr. Pitt was alive. But the very first day of my going to court, after Mr. Pitt's death, he cut me, turning his back on me whilst I was talking to the Duke of Richmond. As for the princesses, there was some excuse for their conduct. I do not mean as regards myself, for they were always polite to me, but as to what people found fault with them for. The old queen treated them with such severity, shutting them up in a sort of a prison, at least the Princess Sophia, that I rather pitied than blamed them. But look at the princes. What a family was there, never getting more than 4 hours' sleep, and always so healthy and well-looking. But men generally are not nowadays as they were in my time. I do not mean a Jack M. and those of his description, handsome but of no conversation. They are, however, pleasant to look at. But where will you see men like Lord Rivers, like the Duke of Dorset? Where will you find such pure honour as was in the Duke of Richmond and Lord Winchelsea? The men of the present generation are good for nothing. They have no spunk in them. And as for women, show me such women of fashion as Lady Salisbury, the Duchess of Rutland, Lady Stafford, and 3 or 4 were named, but they have slipped my memory. However, doctor, I never knew more than 4 fashionable women who could do the honors of their house, assign to everybody what was due to his rank, enter a room and speak to everybody, and preserve their dignity and self-possession at all times. It is a very difficult thing to acquire. One was the old Duchess of Rutland, the others the Marchioness of Stafford, Lady Liverpool, and the Countess of Mansfield. All the rest of the bon ton were bosh, in Turkish, good for nothing. The Countess of Liverpool was a Hervey, and men used to say the world was divided into men, women, and Herveys, for that they were unlike every other human being. I have seen Lady Liverpool come into a room full of people, and she would bow to this one, speak to that one, and when you thought she must tread on the toes of a third, turn round like a teetotum and utter a few words so amiable that everybody was charmed with her. As for the Duchess of D., it was all a fa and what shall I do? Oh, dear me, I am quite in a fright, and so much affectation that it could not be called high breeding, although she knew very well how to lay her traps for some young man whom she wanted to inveigle into her parties and all that. Then there were some with highly polished manners, who would pass along like oil over water, smooth and swimming about. But good breeding is very charming, doctor, isn't it? The last time I saw Lady Liverpool was at Lord Mulgrave's. The dinner was waiting. Mr. Pitt and I had got there, but Lord Liverpool, being long in dressing, was still behind. Everybody was looking at the door or the window. At last his carriage was seen, and dinner was ordered. If you had been present when Lady Liverpool entered the room, and had marked the grace with which, whilst we were standing, she slipped in and out among the guests like an eel, when she turned her back, turning her head round, speaking to this person and to that, and all with such seasonable courtesies and compliments, it was really wonderful. But Lady Liverpool was a Hervey, and the Herveys, as I told you before, were a third part of the creation. Oh, Lord, when I think of some people who fancy that abruptness is the best way of approaching you, how horrid it is. I recollect one man, a sensible man too, who came into the room with, "Lady Hester, I understand you are a very good judge of a leg. You shall look at mine. See, there are muscles. They say it is an Irish chairman's, but isn't it the true antique?" Another would enter and begin, "What a horrible bonnet Lady So-and-so wears. I have just seen her, and I never shall get over it." A third would cry, on seeing you, "Do you know Lord Such-a-one is given over? He has tumbled down from a terrible height, and is so hurt." "Good God, what's the matter?" "Why, don't you know? He has tumbled from his government." And then they fancy that wit. Such conversations as we hear in people's houses are, in my mind, no conversations at all. A man who says, "Oh, it's Sunday. You have been to church, I suppose?" Or, "You have not been to church, I see." Or another who says, "You are in mourning, are you not? What, is the poor Lord So-and-so dead at last?" And is replied to by, "No, I am not in mourning. What makes you think so? Is it that you don't like black?" All this is perfect nonsense in my mind. I recollect being once at a party with the Duchess of Rutland, and a man of some note in the world stopped me just as we entered the room. "Lady Hester," said he, "I am anxious to assure you of my entire devotion to Mr. Pitt." So far he got on well. I had always if you I do assure you, Lady Hester, I have the sincerest regard. God damn me, Lady Hester, there is not a man for whom I esteem him beyond measure, and God damn me, if I were asked, I do assure you, Lady Hester, and here the poor man, who could not put two ideas together, coming to a standstill, the Duchess of Rutland, to relieve his embarrassment, helped him out by saying, "Lady Hester is perfectly convinced of your sincere attachment to Mr. Pitt's interests." He had a beautiful amber cane, doctor, worth 100 guineas, that he had sent for from Russia. November 16th. Lady Hester Stanhope's features had a very pallid and almost a ghastly look. The fits of oppression on her lungs grew more frequent, when from a lying posture she would start suddenly up in bed and gasp for breath. As she had not been beyond the precincts of her house for some years, I suggested the increased necessity of her getting a little fresh air, by going into her garden at least every day. She said, "I will do as you desire, and if you will ride my ass a few times to break her in and make her gentle, I will try and ride about in the garden. But as for going outside my own gates, it is impossible. The people would beset me so. You have no idea. They conceal themselves behind hedges and holes in the rocks, and whichever way I turn, out comes someone with a complaint or a petition, begging, kissing my feet, and God knows what. I can't do it. I can ride about my garden and see to my plants and flowers, but you must break her in well for me, for if she were to start at a bird or a serpent, I am so weak I should tumble off." November 18th. I had taken some physic without consulting her, upon which she launched out into a tirade against English doctors. Impoverishment of the blood is a very favorite theme among people who are well off, and who shut their eyes to the robust health of many a laborer, whose whole sustenance amounts not to the offals of their table. So she began, "What folly you have been guilty of in impoverishing your blood! Look at a stupid Englishman who takes a dose of salts, rides a trotting horse to get an appetite, eats his dinner, takes a cordial draught to make him agreeable, goes to his party, and then goes to bed. For worlds I would not be such a man's wife. Where is he to get a constitution? But the fault is not all their own. Part is you doctors. You give the same remedies for everybody. If I look at the mouthpiece of my pipe," Lady Hester was smoking at the time, "I know it is amber, and when I know it is amber, I know how to clean it. But if I did not know that, I might attempt to clean it in some way that would spoil it. So it is with you doctors. Not half of you can distinguish between people's nigems, stars, and what you do often does more harm than good. The constitution you take in hand you do not well examine, and then how can you apply proper remedies for it?" End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 1. November 18th, 1837. The conscription for Ibrahim Pasha's army, called the Nizam, or regular troops, was going on at this time, and created much distress in the towns and villages. Forced levies were unknown previous to the conquests of that ambitious prince, as it was customary for the pashas to keep in their pay mercenary troops, composed chiefly of Albanians, a nation that for some centuries had sent its hordes into different parts of the Turkish Empire, under the guidance of enterprising chieftains to seek military service. There were also Bosnians, Kurds, and some Moghrebins or Moors. These, with the Janissaries or standing militia, had exempted the inhabitants in general from enlistment. And although the martial and turbulent disposition of the Mohammedans had frequently manifested itself in their provincial insurrections and in the petty contentions between neighboring chieftains, yet a man always went to the camp from choice and from the hopes of booty, and quitted it when tired of the service. But Ibrahim Pasha, among the innovations which he found it necessary or politic to introduce for the furtherance of his father's views, saw that his whole dependence must be on the adoption of a conscription, after the manner of France and other European states. He had already drained Egypt in this manner of all her able-bodied youths, and to supply the constant waste of men carried off by war and disease, he had, since his first taking possession of Syria, made an annual levy after harvest time. At first, the idle, vagabond, thievish, and ardent part of the population supplied the numbers he required, and as fast as they could be collected, they were shipped off to Egypt, where, marched to the Hejaz and to distant wars, the major portion of them left their bones, whilst some gained rank and lucrative situations, and a few returned to tell the story of their exploits. For with Ibrahim there was no defined term of service. Once a soldier, every man continued so until death or desertion broke the chain. In the same way, the Egyptian conscripts were sent into Syria, so that no sympathy in either case existed between the troops and the people amongst whom they were quartered, which acted as a direct check upon the spirit of insurrection. So far, everything had gone on peaceably, and the quiet portion of the inhabitants rejoiced in seeing their neighborhood cleared of such troublesome rabble. But latterly the conscription had begun to fall on the families of shopkeepers, tradesmen, small farmers, and the like. And it will be seen that of all the changes introduced by Ibrahim Pasha into the government of the country, the conscription became the most odious. The first intimation people had of the levies this year was one evening when, as the inhabitants of Saida were coming out of their mosques, gangs of soldiers suddenly appeared at the doors and laid hands on all the young men. At the same moment, similar measures had been taken at the coffee-houses, and nothing was to be seen but young fellows dragged through the streets, or running off in all directions to secrete themselves in some friend's house, stable, vault, or the like. The city gates were closed, and there was no outlet for the fugitives. But Saida, although walled in, has many houses with windows looking on the fields, and from these, during the night, some let themselves down and escaped to the gardens or villages or to Mount Lebanon. The next day the city wore the appearance of a deserted place. The shops were closed, and consternation reigned in every face. The panic became general. It is customary in Turkish towns to consider consular residences as inviolable, a point on which, from apprehension of tumults and for personal safety, the consuls have ever been very tenacious. France possesses from a long date a khan or factory house in Sida, wherein the subjects of that nation reside. It is a square building with one gateway, containing a spacious quadrangle, surrounded by vaulted warehouses, and over these commodious habitations with a handsome corridor in front. It may be compared to a quadrangle of a college at the universities. To this khan many of the young men fled, being admitted out of compassion and in some cases for a consideration of a more tangible nature. The number of conscripts for Sida, as was made known afterwards, had been rated at 180. When the first press was over, the government found the quota had not yet been half supplied. But the secret of the deficiency was kept, and it was given out that no more would be wanted. The smiling face was assumed by the commandant and his staff, and every expression of sympathy was in their mouths to demonstrate the cessation of all farther oppressive measures. By calming the people's fears in this way, information was obtained as to those concealed in the French khan, and scouts were sent about the country to get tidings of the fugitives. In the meantime, the caverns and excavations, once the beautiful sepulchres of the ancient Sidonians, in which the environs of Sida abound, were converted into hiding places, all well known to the peasantry and gardeners, but no soul was found capable of betraying the fugitives. Some were concealed by the Christian peasants in cellars, although the punishment of detection was a terrible bastinadoing. At the end of about a fortnight, when everything seemed calm again, all of a sudden the fathers of those who were known to be in the French khan were seized in their dwellings and shops, and brought before the Matselim or mayor. They were told that their sons' hiding places were known, and that means would be resorted to for forcing them to come out if they, the fathers, did not immediately use their paternal authority to compel them. Anxious to save their children, they strenuously denied any knowledge of their places of concealment. Then it was that the dreadful work of bastinadoing began. From the windows of the east side of the khan was visible the open court in the front of the Matselim's gate, where, according to the Eastern custom, he often sat to administer justice or injustice, as the case might be, and through those windows the sons might behold their aged fathers writhing with agony under that cruel punishment, until pain and anguish extorted the appeal of "Come forth for mercy's sake," and save a father's life. Some yielded to the call, and some thought only of their own safety. As happens always in the Turkish matters, much bribery arose from this state of tribulation. Nobody in these countries is inaccessible to a bribe. Many were the men in office who received gratifications of vast sums to favor the exemption or escape of individuals. Substitutes could hardly be got, even at the enormous premium of 10,000 piastres each, or 100 pounds sterling. Such a dread had the natives of being expatriated and subjected to military discipline. For in Ibrahim Pasha's army the drill is indeed a terrible ordeal. There, inadvertency, slowness of apprehension, or obstinacy is not punished by a reprimand, a day's imprisonment, or double drill. But the poor recruit is, at the moment, thrown on the ground and lacerated without mercy by the courbash. Among the fugitives there were 2 young men, the sons of a respectable shopkeeper, who during 20 years had been employed more or less by Lady Hester. These 2 fled for refuge to June. No notice was taken of the circumstance by the government, and after remaining about 6 weeks under her protection, they returned to Saida, where they remained unmolested. Her ladyship's servants also enjoyed an exemption from the press, and had she chosen to avail herself of the dilemma in which these unfortunate young men were placed, she might easily have ensured their servitude without pay, by the mere threat of turning them adrift, in which case they would have been compelled to remain upon any conditions she might have thought proper to propose. An old Turk presented himself one day at my gate with his son, a boy about 14 years of age, and with earnest entreaties begged me to take the son as my servant, no matter in what capacity, and for nothing. I asked him how he could be apprehensive for a stripling, too young to carry a musket, but he told me that his age was no safeguard. "Alas," said he, "these unprincipled Egyptians will lay hold of him, for there are other kinds of service besides carrying a gun. You do not know them as well as we do." I was very unwillingly obliged to refuse the man's request, for how could a stranger violate the laws of a country in which he resided, any more than he could harbor a deserter in France, for example, where he would be brought to justice for so doing? But some of the agents of European powers do not scruple in these parts to enrich themselves by affording protection to Turkish deserters, contrary to the edicts of a sovereign prince, and then set up as an excuse the want of civilization in Mohammedan countries. A woman, the widow of Sheikh Omar ed-Din, came also on a donkey to beg Lady Hester's intercession with the commandant for one of her sons, a lad who had been pressed in the streets. Lady Hester sent out word to her that she could not mix herself up in the business, and desired me to give her 500 piastres, I suppose to help her to buy him off. This son, Lady Hester told me, was a beautiful boy, and that she once had him in her house, but could not keep him. He was too handsome. A sad picture this of the morals of the Syrian Turks, and yet a true one. November 20th. After a succession of sunny days, finer and warmer than an English summer, the wind got up at the change of the moon, and it blew a gale. The effect of gloomy weather in climates naturally so genial as that of Syria is perhaps more impressive than in one like that of England, where clouds and fogs are so common. I was therefore in a fit humour to listen to the melancholy stories of her ladyship's secretary, Mr. Michael Abella, who had been absent a day or two to see his father and mother at Saida. He told me that the press for recruits continued with unabated severity, and that the military commandant and Mat Selim were resorting to measures which, I thank God, are unknown in England. From imprisoning and bastinading fathers, with a view to make them produce their children, a measure which had already induced several families to abandon their homes, they now proceeded to bastinade the neighbors and acquaintances of the fugitives, in order to wring from them the secret of their hiding-places. The reader is already, in some degree, familiar with the name of Mustapha, the barber, well known in Saida for his skill in shaving, phlebotomizing, and curing sores and wounds. He had 4 or 5 sons, and he had taken his donkey and ridden up to June to beg of Lady Hester Stanhope to admit 1 or 2 of them into her household, in order to save them from the conscription. In the interim, 2 others had taken refuge in the French Khan, and 1 had fled to Tyre. But the father said he expected hourly to be seized and put to the torture, if some means were not afforded him for protecting his children. "A letter from the seat, my lady, to the commandant," added Mustapha, "would be sufficient to save my 2 boys, who are in the French Khan, and it is so easy for her to write it." Lady Hester, being ill, could not see Mustapha, and I went to her and stated his supplication. She considered the matter over, and as Mustapha was rather a favorite, she said at first, "I think I will write to the commandant, for poor Mustapha will go crazy if his children are taken away from him. I have only to say that I wish the commandant to bakshish, make a present of, these boys to me, and I know he will do it." Then, reflecting a little while, she altered her mind. "No, doctor," says she, "it will not do. I must not do anything in the face of the laws of the country. And besides, I shall have all the fathers and mothers in Saida up here. Go tell him so." I did, and Mustapha returned, very much dispirited, to Saida. He had scarcely got back to his shop when, as he had anticipated, he was summoned before the Motselem and questioned about his children. With an assumed air of cheerfulness and submission, he answered that they were within call, and if necessary he would fetch them immediately. The Motselem, by way of precaution, was about to send a guard of a couple of soldiers to see that no trick was played him. But Mustapha, laughing, exclaimed, "Oh, don't be afraid of me. I shan't run off. That man," pointing to a small merchant of his acquaintance standing by, "that man will be bail for my appearance." The man nodded his head and said, "There is no fear of Malem Mustapha. I will be responsible for him." Mustapha went towards his house, and as soon as he was out of sight, looking round to make sure that he was not followed, he hurried to one of the outlets of the town, entered a lane between the gardens, and mounting again on his own donkey, which he had left with a friend in case of such an emergency, rode off. Not appearing within the expected time, search was made for him, and when he was not found, the man who so incautiously vouched for his reappearance was seized, bastinadoed, and thrown into jail. Mustapha, in the meantime, had taken the road to June, not to Lady Hester's residence, but to Deir el Michalis, the monastery, where he had a good friend in the abbot, and was immediately sheltered in a comfortable cell. Nor did he, when he heard what cruelties had been inflicted on his bail, move 1 inch from his retreat, but there remained for about 6 weeks, until, by negotiations with the commandant, and by the sacrifice of a good round sum, He was informed that his children were safe and that he might return unmolested. The secretary told me that in some cases mothers were suspended by the hair of their head and whipped to make them confess where their children were concealed. Surely such horrors are enough to make men hold these sanguinary tyrants in abhorrence, who, whatever their pretended advances towards civilization may be, never suffer it to soften the barbarity of their natures. Of civilization they have borrowed conscription, custom-houses, quarantines, ardent spirit and wine drinking, prostitution, shop licensing, high taxation, and some other of our doubtful marks of superiority. But whatever is really excellent in an advanced state of society, they have forgotten to inquire about. The secretary added that, when down at Sicily, he had seen a lad nursed in the lap of luxury, the only child of respectable parents, at drill on the parade outside of the town, with 2 soldiers who never quitted him. The drilling was enforced by cuts of the courbash. So long as the recruits remain in Sicily, their parents are allowed to supply them with a meal and other little comforts. But when transported to Egypt, and perhaps to the Hejaz, they are exposed to hardships unknown to European troops. Their pay is 15 piasters, 3 shillings 2 pennies English a month. After the expiration of 2 or 3 weeks, the sheiks or headmen of the villages in Mount Lebanon received orders to levy their contingent of recruits, and pretty much the same scenes were acted over again. From the village of June, 8 conscripts were required. For although the population might be 500 persons, there were but few Mahometan families. No sooner had the estafette, who brought the order, alighted at the sheik's door, than the Mussulman peasants to a man seemed to guess what its contents were, and everyone who thought himself liable to serve made off to the forests. Among the lads put down on the roll were 2, the brothers of Fatum and Saida, Lady Hester's maids. The girls fell on their knees, kissed her feet and the hem of her robe, and prayed her for God's sake to save them. Lady Hester returned the same answer she had done to Mustafa, the barber, and to other applicants, that she could not act contrary to the laws of the country, and that they must take their chance. 3 or 4 days had elapsed when, quitting my house in the morning to go to Lady Hester's, I found that all her people were full of an extraordinary dream she had had. She had seen in her vision a man with a white beard, who had conducted her among the ravines of Mount Lebanon to a place where in a cavern lay 2 youths, apparently in a trance, and had told her to lead them away to her residence. She attempted to raise them, and at the same moment the earth opened, and she awoke. As soon as I saw Lady Hester, she recounted to me her dream to the same effect, but with many more particulars. Being in the habit of hearing strange things of this kind from her, I thought nothing of it, although I well knew there was something intended by it, as she never spoke without a motive. Next morning I saw, as I passed the porter's lodge, 2 peasant lads sitting in it, and as soon as I got to Lady Hester's room, she asked me if I had observed them. "Isn't it wonderful, doctor," said Lady Hester, "that I should have had exactly the same dream 2 nights following, and the second time so strongly impressed on my mind that I was sure some of it would turn out true. And so it has. For this very morning long before daylight, I had Logmagi called, and describing to him the way he was to go in the mountain until he should come to a wild spot which I painted to him, I sent him off. And sure enough, he found those two lads you saw, concealed, not in a cavern, but in a tree, just where I had directed him to go. They are two runaway conscripts, and although I know nothing of them, yet I seem to feel that God directed me to bring them here. Poor lads! Did you observe whether they looked pale? They must be in want of nourishment, for the search that is going on everywhere after deserters is very hot. Logmagi himself had no very pleasant duty to perform, for if they had mistaken him for a man in search of them, one against two in the heart of the mountain ran some risk of his life. You know, one deserter the other day wounded 3 soldiers who attempted to take him, and another killed 2 out of 5, and although taken, was not punished by the Pasha, who exchanged willingly an athletic gladiator who had proved his fighting propensities for 2 cowards. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, Part 2. These lads, whom Lady Hester pretended not to know, were the 2 brothers of Fatum and Saida. They were put into a room in an inner enclosure, where they had comfortable quarters assigned them, and were kept for 2 months hid from observation, by which means they escaped the conscription of that year. At the end of their term, they were one day turned out, told they might go home in safety, and warned that if ever they made their appearance near the house, they would be flogged. Such were Lady Hester's eccentric ways, and just as they were wasting their breath in protestations of gratitude, they were frightened out of their senses. No doubt the reason was that, as from their long stay in the premises, they were more or less acquainted with every locality. It might be that they had formed plans to carry off stolen goods, which Lady Hester thus had the foresight to frustrate. She never told me that her dream was an invention, but I believe that it was. In addition to the loss of a son or a husband or a brother, which the dozen families of June, for there were no more, had to complain of, these same families were taxed at the rate of 1, 2, or 300 piastres each, in order to furnish the equipment of the soldiers drafted from among them. For, under the pretext of sending off each recruit with a good kit and with a little money in his pocket, a benevolence tax was invented, the greatest part of which, after the parings of the collectors, went to the Pasha's treasury, and the half-naked recruit was left to take his chance. Oh, that a European soldier could see what these men are compelled to live on, how they sleep, how they are flogged, and how they are left to die. And yet suicide is unknown among them. The bastinado in Saida was succeeded by mulcts. An order was published by the Pasha that those whose sons had concealed themselves, or did not appear by a certain day, should be taxed collectively 1,300 purses, a sum more than enough to pay for substitutes. An appeal was made to Ibrahim Pasha to lessen the fine, but the result never came to my knowledge. November 19th. I had taken to my house to read the book that Sir Gore Ouseley had sent Lady Hester Stanhope, and I related to her the anecdote of the old woman and the copper dish. This threw a gleam of satisfaction over her countenance. "Ah!" said she, and she made a sigh of pleasurable feeling. "These are the people I like. That's my sort. But the people nowadays, who call themselves gentlemen and don't know how to blow their nose, when the first peer of the realm will go about bragging what a trick he has played some poor woman whom he has seduced. Cursed be the hour that ever the name of gentleman came into the language. I have seen hedgers and ditchers at my father's, who talked twice as good sense as half the fine gentlemen nowadays, a pack of fellows that do little else than eat, drink, and sleep. Can one exist with such persons as these? Or is it to be supposed that God can tolerate such brutalities?" I sat by, as I was accustomed to do on such occasions, mute, knowing that a word uttered at that moment would only increase her irritation instead of appeasing it. She went on. "And whilst you show no more sensibility than that wall, here am I, a poor dying creature," and then she wept so that it was piteous to hear her, "half killed by these nasty black beasts. Last night, instead of coming refreshed out of my bath, soothed by a gentle perspiration, I was drier than ever, with my mouth parched, my skin parched, and feebler than I was yesterday. But they will all suffer for it, not here perhaps, but in the other world. For God will not see a poor miserable creature trampled under foot as I have been." As she grew a little calm, I expressed my regret to see her so annoyed and tormented by her servants. The conversation then turned on blacks, and I asked, "Are they then never susceptible of feeling? Can kind treatment never work on their sensibility?" "Doctor," answered Lady Hester, "they have neither one nor the other. It is a bit of black skin, which the people of the country say you must work on with the courbash, and with nothing else. I recollect an Aga, who told me that he had a black slave who, when he first bought her, one day got hold of his poniard and seemed as if she was going to stab him with it. He started up, seized his sabre, and gave her a cut or two. Then with a switch beat her pretty handsomely. From that day she became fond of him, faithful, and so attached that when he wanted to sell her she would not be sold, but always contrived that the contract should be broken by her swearing she would kill herself, throw herself over the terrace, or something that made the buyer refuse to take her. I recollect another story. There were 5 European travelers coming down the banks of the Nile on horseback, when they saw an Aga, who was sitting in the open air, lay hold of a black woman by the hair of her head, throw her down, and flog her most unmercifully with the courbash. One of the party was a German count or something, who, being what you call a humane man, said he must interfere. But the others told him he had better not. However, he did. And what was the consequence? Why, the woman immediately jumped up, called him an impudent rascal, slapped his face with her slipper, hooted him, and followed the party until she fairly frightened them by her violence. No, doctor, they do not like mild people. They always say they want no old hens, but a jigger. I believe her ladyship meant some ferocious animal. For their master. As for what you say, that the common people of this country stand in respect of nobody, I can tell you that they do. You should have seen the Sheikh Bashir, how they respected him. When I was at his palace, I recollect one day one of his secretaries brought in a bag of money. "Is it all there?" said the sheik, with a terrible, cross-frowning face. "It is, your felicity," said the man. "Very well," said the sheik, still with the same fierce countenance. And I asked him what he put on such a severe look for to a very pleasing-looking man. "Why," answered he, "if I did not, I should be robbed past imagination. If I said to him, 'I am obliged to you, sir. You have given yourself a great deal of trouble on my account,' and the like compliments, he would go away and chuckle in his own mind to think his peculations were not suspected. But now he will go and say to himself, 'I will bet an oddly someone has told the sheik of the 500 piastres that were left for me at my house. I must send directly and desire they may be returned.' Or he knows about the tobacco that was brought me by the peasant. I had better get rid of it, and so on. Their peculations are past all bounds, and they must be kept under with a rod of iron. There was poor Dana, the poor old Frenchman, who lost his trunk with all his doubloons in it. Do you think he would ever have found them if the Emir Bashir had not sent Hamadi to that village about a league off? What do you call it, where the robbery was committed? He assembled all the peasants, men and women, and he told them, 'Now, my friends, Monsieur Dana does not want anybody to be punished if he can help it. Therefore, you have only to produce the money, and nothing farther will be said. For the money was lost here, and some of you must know where it is.' To see what protestations of innocence there were, what asseverations, and from the women more than the men. So Hamadi, finding that talking was of no use, heated his red-hot irons and his copper skull-caps, and produced his instruments of torture. And seeing that the women were more vociferous than the men, he selected one on whom strong suspicions had fallen, and drove a spike under her finger-nails. At the first thrust she screamed out, 'Let me off! Let me off, and I will acknowledge all.' She then immediately confessed, would you believe it, that the curate's son had robbed Dana, and she had shared the money with him. Now tell me, was it best that the old Frenchman should die of starvation, or that the rascally thief of a woman, who had induced the curate's son to commit the robbery, should be punished as a warning to others? If such severe punishments were not used among them, we should not sleep safe in our beds. How well is it known that they have with pickaxes opened a roof and thrown in lighted straw to suffocate people, that they might rob in security. I recollect once, when Captain Y was here, I was showing him the garden, and seeing some lettuces which were badly planted, he said to me, 'That's not the way to plant lettuces. They should be so and so.' 'Yes,' I replied, I have told the gardener so 100 times, and he will never listen to me." "Oh, oh," said he, "won't he? Let me bring a boatswain's mate to him, and I'll soon see whether he will or not." "You are very good," was my answer, "but then I should lose your company for half a day, and I had rather have no lettuces than do that." When I first came to this country, you know perfectly well that I never behaved otherwise than with the greatest kindness to servants. You ask me why I don't now try gentle measures with them, rewarding the good and merely dismissing the idle and vicious. My reply is, I did so for years, until I found they abused my forbearance in the grossest manner. Do you think it would frighten the rest were I to turn away one or two? No such thing. Why, upon one occasion 4 of them, after they had received their wages, and had each got a present of new shawls, new girdles, and new combazes, all went off together, clothes, wages, and all, in the night. It is by degrees I am become what I am, and only after repeated trials and proofs of the inefficiency of everything but severity, that I am grown so indifferent that I do nothing but scold and abuse them. But you talk of cruelty. It is such men as Mustafa Pasha, who was one of those who besieged Acre when Abdallah Pasha was firmanly proscribed, that you should call cruel. He was indeed a sanguinary tyrant, doctor. He made a noise sometimes like the low growl of a tiger, and his people knew then that blood must flow. It was his custom, when the fit was on him, to send for some poor wretch from prison and kill him with his own hand. He would then grow calm, smoke his pipe, and seem for a time quieted. But he was a shrewd man and a clever pasha. He wrote with his own hand, which pashas never do, except on particular occasions, a letter to the Sheikh Bashir, desiring him to pay marked attention to me. The sheik was highly flattered with the distinction shown him. The recollection of the pasha's civility and the Sheikh Bashir's letter recalled her thoughts to what she had proposed to do at the beginning of the evening, which was to write an answer to Sir Gore Ouseley, and to thank the Oriental Translation Fund Society for their present. This was done in a letter from which the following are extracts. To the Right Honourable Sir Gore Ouseley, Baronet, June, on Mount Lebanon, November 20th, 1837. Forgotten by the world, I cannot feel otherwise than much flattered by the mark of attention which it has pleased the society of learned men to honour me with. I must therefore beg leave, in expressing my gratitude, to return them my sincere thanks. You must not suppose that I am the least of an Arabic scholar, for I can neither read nor write one word of that language, and am, without affectation, a great dunce upon some subjects. Having lived part of my life with the greatest philosophers and politicians of the age, I have been able to make this observation, that all of them, however they may dispute and ingeniously reason upon abstruse subjects, have, in moments of confidence, candidly declared that we can go no farther. Here we must stop. All is problematical. Therefore, I have wished, however it may appear presumptuous, to go farther and remove some of these stumbling blocks, not by erudition, but by trusting to some happy accident. It is extraordinary that many of this nature have occurred to me during my residence in the East. First, many proofs of the fallacy of history. Next, the denial of many curious facts, which are even scouted as gross superstitions, and are pretended to be doubted because no one knows how to account for them, but which real knowledge can clearly substantiate. Then there is a gap in history which ought to be filled up with the reign of Melech Saif, a second King Solomon, and his family, and after him with that of Hamzi, the sort of Messiah of the Druses, who is expected to return in another form. I once saw a work which clearly proved the pyramids to be antediluvian, and that Japhet was aware the deluge was to be partial, as he placed that which was most valuable to him in another quarter of the world. The Bedouin Arabs may be divided into two distinct classes: original Arabs and the descendants of Ismael, whose daughter married the ninth descendant of the great Khatan, out of which germ sprang the famous tribe of the Koresh, subdivided into many tribes, and which are a mixture of Hebrew blood. One of the most famous tribes was that of the Beni Hashanis, from which sprang the Bojnak and the Beni Omen, the Irish, always famed for their beauty of their women. The Scotch are likewise Koresh, the nobility descending from the King al-Yam and his court, father of Jabailuata, who headed the 50,000 horse, when they took their flight from the Hejaz after a quarrel with the Caliph Omar. They resided some time in Syria, but when the town of Jebeli became inadequate to contain their numbers, many took themselves off to the Emperor Herculius towards Antioch and Tarsus. You must look over the Scotch titles and names of persons and places, and you will see how many there are, who, it is plain to perceive, are of Arabic origin. And you will soon observe the relation they bear either to circumstances, former employments, propensities, or tastes. You cannot expect, as when a Frenchman remains 40 years in England and can neither pronounce nor spell a name, that during such a lapse of time many of these names should not have undergone changes, but their origin is yet evident. The Duke of Leinster's motto, Crum Abu, his father's vineyards, has a grand signification, alluding to the most learned of works, of which only 2 copies exist, and which was not well understood even by the great Eulemus until about 500 years afterwards, when Sheikh Mohaddin of the Beni Taya found out the key. If the philosopher of chance should have presumed to have offered a little heterogeneous information to the learned, you, sir, must forgive me. Your star denotes you to be of admirable good taste and great perspicuity, and therefore well calculated to investigate the subjects I have had the honor to lay before you. You will forgive me for having used the pen of another, but my sight and state of health will not at all times allow of my writing a long letter. I salute all the philosophers with respect. Hester Lucy Stanhope. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 1. November 24th. Still rain, rain. The courtyards were deep in mud and puddles, and the men servants walked about in wooden clogs, such as worn in breweries. The flat roofs, which cover the houses in most parts of Syria, are made of a cement of mortar and fine gravel, in appearance like an asphaltum causeway. In the hot months fissures show themselves, and it rarely happens when winter comes on that during the first heavy rains the wet does not filter through. Lady Hester, therefore, had to suffer, as well as all the house, from this annoyance, hardly bearable when a person is in health, but extremely distressing and even dangerous in sickness. For some days past, pans had been standing on the bedroom floor to catch the droppings, and it continued to rain on. The sloppy communications from door to door, where every door opens into a courtyard, gave likewise a damp to the apartments only supportable in a climate as mild as that of Syria. Snow had covered the upper chain of Mount Lebanon in great abundance, and the wind blew furiously. Everybody was out of humor, and many of the servants were laboring under bad coughs and colds. But the women, notwithstanding, always moved about the house with naked feet. It was a wonder to see how, with coughs that might be heard from one courtyard to another, they constantly went barefoot and yet got well. And a servant, if sent to the village, was sure to leave his shoes at the porter's lodge, and drawing his shirwalis or trousers up above his knees, to set off as light as a deer through the pelting storm, careless of wet, if he could but cover his head. I saw Lady Hester about 2 in the day. She was in low spirits, lying in her bed with the window and door open from a sense of suffocation which had just before seized her. "Would you believe it?" said she as I entered. "Those beasts would leave me to die here before they came to my assistance. And if I happen to fall asleep, there is not one would cover my shoulders to prevent my taking cold." Poor Lady Hester, thought I. The contrast between your early days and your present sufferings is almost enough to break your heart. So I abused the maids handsomely, and then, being satisfied with the warmth of my expressions, and having vented her own anger, she began to talk composedly. I remained until near dinner time, and after dinner went to her again. She observed that the nights were dreadfully long, and that she should be obliged to me if I would read to her. Her stock of books, and mine too, was very small, and after naming a few which did not please her, I recollected she had asked me once if I had by me a heathen mythology, and she immediately fixed on that. So writing on a slip of paper to my daughter to send me hers, Lady Hester said, "First, let me order a pipe for you." For this was usually the preliminary to all business or conversation. Every sitting was opened with a pipe, and generally terminated with one. As her ladyship would say, "But before you go, doctor, you must smoke one pipe more." When the book came, she desired me to turn to the part about Jupiter Ammon, and it will be seen farther on why she did so. After a page or two, she began to talk of the coming of Mahdi, and the conversation was prolonged far into the night. She afterwards ordered tea, for I now drank tea with her almost every evening, and I then returned to my house, covered with my thick capote, which, in the short distance of a few hundred yards, could hardly save me from being wet through. November 25th. The annual fast of the Mahometans, called Ramazan, had begun on the preceding day. It is customary for persons of rank to make presents of clothes and other things to their dependents during the lunar month that the Ramazan lasts, in order that they may appear dressed up in finery on the first day of the succeeding new moon, at the holy day of the Bairam, which succeeds it, as Easter Day does Lent among the Christians. Lady Hester, who never was behindhand in beneficence, made it a rule to clothe all her Mahometan servants anew at this season, as she did all her Christian ones on New Year's Day or at Easter. New capotes, pelisses, sherwals, shirts, shifts, turbans, gowns, etc., were always brought previous to the time, and the best being given to the most deserving, the worst to the least so, with none at all to the lazy and worthless, some sort of activity was observable in their service previous to the expected time. But the objects they coveted once in their possession, they soon relapsed into their customary sloth. Some of these articles of dress were lying on the floor, Lady Hester having had them brought for her to look at. She said to me, "You must take home one of these abbas to show to your family. You must tell them," continued she, "that once I had all my servants clothed in such abbas as that, but they played me such tricks I have given it up. Some sold them, and on one occasion 4 of them marched off within 24 hours after I had dressed them from head to foot, and I never saw them again. Isn't it abominable? At the time that I dressed them so well, and rode out myself with my bournous, crimson and gold, the gold lace being everywhere where silk tape is generally put, I did not owe a shilling in the world. Once," she continued, "when riding my beautiful Arabian mare Asfour, near a place called Gazine, in that crimson bournous with a richly embroidered dress under it, and on my crimson velvet saddle, I happened to approach an encampment of the Pasha's troops. Several Banat el Hawa, street ladies, who were living with the soldiers, ran across a field to come up with me, thinking I was some young bey or binbashi. Every time, just as they got near, I quickened my horse's pace, that they might not see I was a woman. At last 2 fairly came and seized my knees to make me turn and look at them. But what was their confusion, for such women are not so hardened as in Europe, when they saw I had no beard or mustachios, and was one of their own sex." Lady Hester related this droll adventure to me more than once to show, I believe, what a distinguished and real Turkish appearance she made on horseback, which was perfectly true. But to return to the servants. A Turk for work is little better than a brute animal. He moves about nimbly when roused by vociferation and threats, and squats down like a dog the moment he is left to himself. England produces no type of the Syrian serving man. He sets about his work as a task that is given to him, and when it is over, sits down immediately to smoke his pipe and to gossip, or seeks a snug place near at hand and goes to sleep. You call him and set him to do something else, and the same practice follows. The next day you expect he will, of his own accord, recommence what was shown to him on the preceding one, but no such thing. You have to tell him over again, and so every day. He is a thief from habit, and a liar of the most brazen stamp, as no shame is ever attached to detection. In plausible language, protestations of honesty and fidelity, he has no superior. And if beaten or reviled, he will smother his choler, nay, kiss the hand that has chastised him, but waits a fit opportunity for vengeance, and carefully weighs kicks against coppers. He is generally so servile as to make you bear with his worthlessness, even though you despise him, and when your anger appears to threaten him with the loss of his place, and is at the highest, he smooths it down with an extraordinary day's activity, making you hope that a reformation has taken place in him. But it is all delusion. And think not that you, a Christian, can raise your hand against the meanest servant, if a Mahometan. When you would have him beaten, you must employ another Mahometan to do it, who will, however, lay on to your heart's content. What has been said above applies to the menials of towns and cities. Of another class of servants, taken from the villages, Lady Hester used to say, "I have tried the Syrian fellahs (peasants) for 20 years as servants, and I ought to know pretty well what they are fit for. It is my opinion that for hard work, lifting heavy things, going with mules and asses, for foot messengers across the country, and for such business, you may make something of them, but for nothing else. The women are idle and prone to thieving, and it is impossible to teach them any European usages." One day, in walking through the backyard, I observed 2 stakes, about 6 feet high and sharply pointed, stuck deep and firmly into the ground, which had before escaped my notice. I inquired what they were for, but got no satisfactory answer, the dairyman, to whom I addressed myself, using the reply so common throughout the East, "Ma aref," I don't know. For no people in the world have so quick a scent of the danger of being brought into trouble by professing to know what is inquired about as the Orientals. A Jew in a street in Turkey, and a Christian likewise, is sure to answer the most simple question by an "I don't know," "I have not heard," "I have not seen," for he fears what that question may lead to, and that, if he knows a little, a bastinado-ing may be resorted to make him know more. So I afterwards asked Lady Hester. "Oh," replied she, "I'll tell you how those stakes came there. I had forgotten all about them. One day, at the time they were robbing me right and left, I ordered the carpenter to make 2 stakes, such as people are impaled upon, and to erect them in the backyard. I spoke not to anyone why or wherefore I had given the order, but if you had seen the fright that pervaded the house, and for weeks how well the maids behaved, you would then have known, as I do, that it is only by such terrible means that these abominable jades can be kept under. From that time to this, it appears the stakes have remained, for, as I never go into that yard, I had forgotten about them. But since they are there still, there let them be." Thus Lady Hester was dying in a struggle to cure her men and maids of theft, lying, and carelessness, whilst they ended the month with the same indifference to honesty, truth, and cleanliness as they began it. Each one was a sycophant to those who had authority over him. Each one distrusted his comrade. Lady Hester might say with truth, "If I did not act so, they would cut your throat and mine." But why did she keep such wretches about her? Why not turn them away and procure European servants? Or why continue to live in such a wild mountain, and not make her dwelling place in or near a city where consular protection was at hand? The first three questions I have endeavored to answer already, and as for the last, respecting consular protection, he that had dared to suggest such an expedient of safety to her would have rued the observation. To name a consul in that sense to her was to name what was most odious, and the epithets that were generally coupled with their names were such as I have too much respect for that useful body of magistrates to put down in writing. Saturday, November 25th. As I was returning from the village about 4 in the afternoon, on ascending the side of the hill on which Lady Hester's house stands, I met 4 persons mounted on mules, and conjectured them by their boots, which were black, and reached up to the calf of the leg, not to be of the country. For in Syria either red or yellow boots are always worn. They had on morea capotes, and their dress was that of the more northern provinces of Turkey. In passing them, I said "Good evening" in Arabic, but on receiving no answer from the 2 nearest to me, I looked hard at them and immediately saw they were Europeans. On alighting at my own door, I asked the servant if he had seen anybody go by, and his reply was that 3 or 4 Turkish soldiers had passed. I then inquired of one of Lady Hester's muleteers, who was unloading some provisions he had brought from Sidon, if he knew who the 4 men were whom I had seen, and he answered that, at the foot of the hill, they had inquired of him the road to June, and that they were my lordy travelling. My lordo being the term applied to every European who travels in the Levant with a manservant and has money to spend. I went in to Lady Hester a few minutes afterwards, and told her that some travellers, as I thought, to get a nearer view of her house than could be had from the high road, had made a round, and had just ridden past the door. About a quarter of an hour afterwards, the maid brought in a message from the porter to say that 2 Franks, just arrived at the village of June, had sent their servant with a note, and the porter wished to know whether the note was to be taken in. For Lady Hester had been so tormented with begging letters, petitions, stories of distress, etc., that it was become a general rule for him never to receive any written paper until he had first sent in to say who had brought it and from whom it came, and then she would decide whether it was to be refused or not. The note, accordingly, was fetched. Lady Hester read it to herself, and then the following conversation took place, which will explain some of the reasons why she did not always receive strangers who presented themselves at her gate. "Yes, doctor," said she, "you were right. They are 2 travelers who have been to Palmyra and about, and want to come to talk to me concerning the Arabs and the desert. Should you like to go to June and tell them I can't see them, because I've been confined to my room for several days from a bad cold?" I answered, certainly I would go with the greatest pleasure. She then rang the bell and desired the servant to order my horse. She continued, "One of the names, I think, is a man of a great family." "What is it?" I asked. She took up the note again. Boo, poo, bon, no, boo, Beaujolais, I think it is. No, Beaujolais. It is Beaujolais. Then, interrupted I guess who they are. There was a Monsieur Beaujolais who came into the Levant 6 or 7 years ago to make researches respecting the Crusades. I saw him at Cyprus. He and Monsieur Michaud were together. They were considered men of talent, and I believe were contributors to some Paris newspaper during Charles X's time. They had published already some volumes of their travels before I left Europe, and the greatest part of the ground was travelled over, as I surmise, in the saloons of their consuls, during the long evenings when they were shut in by the plague of 1831 and 1832. For they speak of many places where they could hardly have gone. But this is not unusual, I added, with some writers. For Monsieur Chabousseau, a French doctor at Damascus, told me in 1813, when I was staying in his house, that Monsieur de Volnay never went to Palmyra, although he leads one to suppose he had been there. For owing to a great fall of snow just at the period when he projected that journey, he was compelled to relinquish the attempt. Monsieur Chabousseau, an octogenarian, had known him and entertained him as his guest in his house, and he answered me, when I reiterated the question, that Volney never saw Palmyra. "Oh, if they have written about the Crusades," said Lady Hester, paying no attention to what I said about Volney, "tell them that all the Crusaders are not dead, but that some of them are asleep only, asleep in the same arms and the same dress they wore on the field of battle, and will awake at the first resurrection. Mind you say the first resurrection, for I suppose you know there are to be 2, one a partial one, and the last a general one. But there, doctor, I must not detain you. Now just listen to what you have got to do. Mohammed shall take to them 2 bottles of red wine, and 2 bottles of vino d'oro. Ding, ding. Césaphone, tell Mohammed to get out 4 bottles of wine, 2 of each sort, of my wine, you understand, and he is to put them in a basket and be ready to go with the doctor to June." Then, addressing herself again to me, "You must say to them that I am very sorry I can't see them, but that I am not very well, and that I beg their acceptance of a little wine which perhaps they might not find where they sleep tonight. Say to them I should be very much pleased to talk over their journey to Palmyra with them, and add that the respect I bear to all the French makes me always happy to meet with one of their nation. Say that the wine is not so good as I could wish it to be, but that since Ibrahim Pasha and his soldiers have been in the country, they have drunk up all the good, and it is now very difficult to procure any. If they talk about Ibrahim Pasha, say that I admire his courage, but cannot respect him, that I am a faithful subject of the Sultan, and shall always be so, and that I do not like servants that rise against their masters. For whether Cromwells or Bonapartes or people in these countries, it never succeeds. If they allude to the horrors of the recruiting service and to the Nizam troops, tell them that I never interfere in matters like that, but that when heads were to be saved and the wounded and houseless to be succored, as after the siege of Acre, Then I was not afraid of Ibrahim Pasha or any of them. Well, I think that's all." Then, musing a little while, she added, "I ought perhaps to ask them to pass the night here. But if I did, it would be all confusion. No dinner ready for them, and before it could be, it would be midnight, for I must have a sheep killed. Besides, it would be setting a bad example. There would be others then coming just at nightfall to get a supper and be off in the morning, as has happened more than once already. So now go, doctor, and ding, ding. Fatum, who is that woman that lodges strangers, sometimes at June?" "Verdi City, the midwife." "Ah, so. Very well. Tell them, doctor, that they had better not think of going to Saida tonight, as the gates will be shut, and that they will be nowhere better off for sleeping in all the village than at Verdi, the midwife's, for she has good beds and clean counterpanes. So now go." I half rose to go, still hanging back, as knowing her ladyship would, as usual, have much more to say. "Oh, by the by," she resumed, "if they inquire about me, and ask any questions, you may say that sometimes I am a great talker when subjects please me, and sometimes say very little if they do not. I am a character. What I do, or intend to do, nobody knows beforehand, and when done, people don't always know why until the proper time, and then it comes out." Here she paused a little, and then resumed. "I dare say they came here to have something to put in their book, so mind you tell them about the Crusaders, for it is true, doctor. You recollect I told you the story, and how these sleeping Crusaders had been seen by several persons? And I don't suppose those persons would lie more than other people. Why should they?" "Why should they, indeed?" I answered. "They were martyrs," resumed her ladyship, "and those who sleep are not only of the Christians who fought, but of the Saracens also. Men, that is, who felt from their souls the justice of the cause they fought for. As for yourself, if you don't believe it, you may add you know nothing about it, for you are lately come into the country, and all these things are things which are become known to me during my long residence here." End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2 by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Part 2. At last I went, mounted my horse, and rode out of the gate, Mohammed following with the basket of wine. But instead of having to go to the village, I found the strangers waiting on their mules about 200 or 300 yards from the porter's lodge. My horse, taken from his feed, for it was near sunset, and seeing the mules, jumped and pranced, so that I was obliged to dismount before I could approach them. I delivered Lady Hester's message to them, and in answer they expressed, in polite terms, their regret at not seeing her, and their still greater regret that the reason was from her ill state of health. Unlike what some Englishmen have done on similar occasions, they uttered not the slightest murmur about her want of hospitality, nor the least doubt of the veracity of the excuse. But as soon as they found that they should not be admitted, they cut short all further conversation, lamenting, as night was fast approaching, that they could not stop, and that they were under the necessity of bending their way somewhere as fast as possible to get a night's lodging. I pointed to the village, recommended them to go there, and repeated Verdi, the midwife's name, 2 or 3 times as a cottage where they would be comfortably lodged. But yielding to the advice of their servant, who, as is the case with all travelers ignorant of the language in a strange country, seemed to lead his masters pretty much where he liked, they were induced to set off for Saida, where they could not arrive in less than 3 hours, instead of passing the night at June, where they would have been housed in 10 minutes. So presenting them with the wine, and having informed them of the name of the French consular agent at Saida, where they would do well to demand a lodging, I wished them good night and took my leave. They mounted their mules and descended the bank by the narrow path that led under the hill to the Saida road, when, as I was going back to the house, I heard one of the gentlemen calling out to me, "But the empty bottles?" Now the interview had been conducted on my part with all the etiquette I was master of, and on theirs up to the moment of saying good night with the politeness so natural to the French nation. But the exclamation, "What's to be done with the empty bottles? You gave us the wine, but did you give us the bottles too?" sounded so comic, and in the vicinity of that residence too, where it was customary to give in a princely way, that the speaker fell a degree in the scale of my estimation on the score of breeding, how much soever he might be commended for his intended exactitude and probity. I returned to Lady Hester. During my short absence, one of her maids had informed her that the Franks, although they had made a show of going to June when they first passed the gate, had in fact only retired into the valley between the 2 hills, where they had unpacked their saddle-bags and shifted themselves, in order to make a decent appearance before her. This increased her regret at the trouble they had so uselessly put themselves to. The rain came on soon after, and their unpleasant situation was the subject of conversation for a good half-hour. The name of the other gentleman who accompanied Monsieur Beaujolais was Boot. Much has been said of Lady Hester Stanhope's rudeness to her countrymen and others in refusing them admittance when at the door, and probably Messrs. Beaujolais and Boot might have complained at Saida of her inhospitable conduct. But it is scarcely necessary for me to say that her real motives for acting as she did were not from a dislike to see people, since nobody enjoyed half a day's conversation with a stranger more than she did. A few days after, December 2nd, I had taken a long ride in the morning, and had seen a frigate under her studding sails running towards Saida. The arrival of a ship of war was always an event to set the house in commotion, for it was very well known that if her colors were English or French, the chances were 10 to 1 that either the captain or some of the officers would come up to June. Accordingly, on returning home at about 4 o'clock, I told Lady Hester Stanhope of it. But she was not well, had passed the night badly, and all she said was, "Well, if they come, I shall not see any of them." Now, it is not improbable, if any of the officers had presented themselves, and had been told that her ladyship was unable to receive them, owing to the state of her health, that they would have gone away discontented, and disposed to attribute her refusal to any other cause than the real one. But let anyone who reads what follows say if she was in a fit state to hold conversation with strangers. Her health was still very far from good, and this day was a day of sorrow. Her maids had been sulky and impertinent, and her forlorn and deserted situation came so forcibly across her mind that she raised up her hands to heaven and wept. "Oh," said she, "if these horrid servants would but do as they are told, I could get on by myself, and should not want anybody to help me. But they are like jibbing horses, and the only good horse in the team is worked to death. Were I well, I would not care for 1,000 of them. I should know how to manage them, but sick as I am, hardly able to raise my hand to ring the bell, if anything were to happen to me, I might die, and nobody would come to my assistance." I offered, as I had done almost daily, to have my bed removed to the room next to hers, and to sleep there, in order to be at hand if she should want my assistance. But she would not admit of it, and I could only use my best efforts to soothe her, which was no easy matter. I remained 6 hours with her, sitting the whole time in a constrained posture that I might catch her words, so low was her voice. And I could not move without sensibly annoying her, as she was sure to construe it into a wish to be gone, or a disregard of her situation, and to say she was neglected by everybody. It is incredible how Lady Hester Stanhope used to torment herself about trifles. People who never happened to meet with a person of her peculiar character would be amazed at the precision with which she set about everything she undertook. The most trivial and fugitive affairs were transacted with quite as much pains and exactitude as she brought to bear upon the most important plans. This was, in fact, the character of her mind, exhibiting itself throughout her entire conduct. I have known her lose nearly a whole day in scolding about a nosegay of roses which she wished to send to the Pasha's wife. For the purpose of sending nosegays safely to distant places, she had invented a sort of canister. In the bottom part was placed a tumbler full of water, in which the flower stalks were kept moist, and the nosegay was thus carried to any distance, suspended to the mule's saddle or in a man's hand. The servants, who could not understand why such importance was attached to a few flowers, were remiss in keeping the canisters clean, nor would the gardener arrange the flowers as Lady Hester wished. For a matter like this, she would storm and cry and appeal to me if it was not a shame she should be so treated. December 3rd. Today, a servant who was ill had become the object of her immediate anxiety. "As for myself," cried she, "I care not how ragged, how neglected I am. But I am in a fever if I think a poor creature is in want of such comforts as his illness may require. Such is my despotism, and I dread every moment of the day, lest his necessities should not be attended to. Who is to see his room warmed, to take care he has proper drinks, to give him his medicine? I know nobody will do it, unless I see to it myself." I assured her he should have every attention possible. It was in vain to expect any sentiment or feeling from servants and slaves, who had no prospect before them but one constant round of forced work against their habits and inclinations. Although Lady Hester Stanhope had adopted almost all the customs of the East, she still retained many of her own. And to condemn the slaves to learn the usages of Franks was like obliging an English housemaid to fall into those of the Turks. Thus, the airing of linen, ironing, baking loaves of bread instead of flat cakes, cleaning knives, brightening pots, pans, and kettles, mending holes in clothes, and other domestic cleanly usages were points of contention which were constantly fought over and over again for 20 years, with no better success at the last than at the first. Her conversation turned one day on Sir G. H. "What can be the reason," said she, "I am now always thinking of Sir G. H. 7 years ago, when you were here, you spoke about him, and I thought no more of him than merely to make some remarks at the moment. But now I have dreamed of him 2 or 3 times, and I am sure something is going to happen to him, either very good or very bad. I have been thinking how well he would do for Master of the Horse to the Queen, and I have a good way of giving a hint of it through the Buckleys, for I always said that next to Lord Chatham nobody ever had such handsome equipages as Sir G. Nobody's horses and carriages were so neatly picked out as theirs. Sir G. is a man, doctor, from what you tell me, that would have just suited Mr. Pitt. That polished and quiet manner which Sir G. has was what Mr. Pitt found so agreeable in Mr. Long. It is very odd. Mr. Pitt always would dress for dinner, even if we were alone. One day I said to him, 'You are tired, and there is no one but ourselves. Why need you dress?' He replied, 'Why, I don't know, Hester, but if one omits to do it to-day, we neglect it to-morrow, and so on, until one grows a pig.'" December 7th, 1837. Poor Lady Hester's appearance today would have been a piteous sight for her friends in England. I saw her about noon. She was pale, very ill, and her natural good spirits quite gone. "Doctor," said she in a faint voice, "I am very poorly today, and I was still worse in the night. I was within that," holding up her finger, "of death's door, and I find nothing now will relieve me. A little while ago I could depend on something or other when seized with these spasmodic attacks, but now everything fails. How am I to get better when I can't have a moment's repose from morning till night? When I was ill on former occasions, I could amuse myself with my thoughts, with cutting out in paper. I have a closet full of models in paper of rooms and arches and vaults and pavilions and buildings, with so many plans of alterations you can't think. But now, if I want a pair of scissors, they can't be found. If I want a needle and thread, there is none forthcoming, and I am wearied to death about the smallest trifles." She here began to cry and wring her hands, presenting a most melancholy picture of despair. When she had recovered a little, she went on, "To look upon me now, what a lesson against vanity! Look at this arm, all skin and bone, so thin that you may see through it, and once, without exaggeration, so rounded that you could not pinch the skin up. My neck was once so fair that a pearl necklace scarcely showed on it, and men, no fools but sensible men, would say to me, God has given you a neck you really may be proud of. You are one of nature's favorites, and one may be excused for admiring that beautiful skin. If they could behold me now, with my teeth all gone, and with long lines in my face, not wrinkles, for I have no wrinkles when I am left quiet and not made angry, but my face is drawn out of its composure by these wretches. I thank God that old age has come upon me unperceived. When I used to see the painted Lady H, dressed in pink and silver, with her head shaking, and jumped by her footman into her sociable, attempting to appear young, I felt a kind of horror and disgust I can't describe. I wonder how Lady Stafford dresses, now she is no longer young, but I can't fancy her grown old. She paused and then resumed. I have, she said, been under the saw, drawing the little finger of her right hand backward and forward across the forefinger of her left, for many years, and not a tooth but what has told. But it is God's will, and I do not repine. It is man's ingratitude that wounds me most. How many harsh answers have even you given me, when I have been telling you things for your own good? It is that which hurts me. I confessed my fault, and expressed my deep regret that I ever caused her any pain. She went on. When I see people of understanding mouldering away their time, losing their memory, and doing nothing that is useful to mankind, I must be frank and tell them of it. You are in darkness, and I have done my best to enlighten you. If I have not succeeded, it is not my fault. As for pleasing or displeasing me, put that out of your head. There is no more in that than in pleasing or displeasing that door. I am but a worm, a poor, miserable being, a humble instrument in the hands of God. But if a man is benighted and sees a light in a castle, does he go to it, or does he not? Perhaps it may be a good genius that guides him there. Perhaps it may be a den of thieves, but there he goes. In this mournful strain, Lady Hester went on for some time. Everything around me presented so affecting a picture that, unable to restrain my emotions, I burst into tears. She let me recover myself, and then, making me drink a finjan of coffee with a little orange flower water in it to restore my spirits, she advised me to go and take a walk. An hour or two afterwards, I saw her again. She was much better, and was sitting up in her bed, cutting out articles of clothing and fixing on patterns for new gowns for her maids. I hate money, she said, and could wish to have nothing to do with it but saying, take this and lay it out so and so. Ever sanguine, she was forming plans of what she should do in the spring, when she purposed remodeling her household and replacing her present servants by a fresh set. The world was to be convulsed by revolutions, nations were to be punished by sickness and calamities, and her object was to secure, for those in whose welfare she felt interested, an asylum in the coming days of trouble. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 1. December 8th. A most violent storm of rain, thunder, and lightning kept me prisoner. The courtyards were flooded. When all the house was in confusion from the wet, and clogs were heard clattering on all sides, I entered Lady Hester's room and remained for about an hour, talking on indifferent subjects, without hearing from her one word in allusion to the state of the weather. At last she said, "Doctor, I find myself better from the thunder." And when I replied that there were many persons who felt oppressed from an electric condition of the atmosphere and were relieved by its explosion, she observed with some sharpness that I must be a great booby to make such a remark to her, as there was not a servant in the house who did not know that she could always tell 3 days beforehand when a thunderstorm was coming on. In the evening I sat with her about 4 hours. She was up and had placed herself in a corner of her bedroom on a low ottoman, as it is called in England, which the Syrians named Torah. The candle was put far back in the window recess, the light being thrown on my features, whilst it left hers in obscurity. This was her custom on almost all occasions, even when she had strangers visiting her, under pretense that she could not bear the light in her eyes, but in fact, as I have reason to believe, to watch the play of people's countenances. She resumed the subject of the preceding evening. I was too weary when I left her, and too busy next morning to be able to write down her conversation, but could I have done it, it must have left a profound impression on the reader's mind, an idea of sublimity, whether he held her visionary opinions to be the mere rhapsodies of a disordered intellect, or the deductions of great reasoning powers aided by remarkable foresight. Her language was so forcible and sublime that I sometimes suspended my breath, and from time to time tried to assure myself that I was not hearkening to a superhuman voice. The smoke from our pipes by degrees filled the room, closely shut up as it was, and cast a deep gloom around us. The wind howled without, with now and then occasional echoes of thunder among the mountains, and it required no great stretch of imagination to believe one's self listening to the inspired oracles of the Delphic priestess as she poured forth the warnings of what seemed a preternatural insight into futurity. December 9th. The morning was employed in writing letters, and in the evening I remained until 1:30 with Lady Hester. She spoke of the alarm created in Mahomet Ali's cabinet by her affording protection to Abdallah Pasha's people after the surrender of Saint Jeanne d'Arc. "That impudent fellow C," said she, "sent me a packet of letters from Colonel Campbell, and told me I was to prepare a list of all the people in my house, giving their names, nation, a description of their persons, etc. I returned him the packet, and desired him to forward it to the quarter whence it came, adding, 'These are all the commands that Lady Hester Stanhope has at present to give to Mr. C.' To Colonel C. I wrote that it was not customary for consuls to give orders to their superiors; that as for the English name, about which he talked so much, I made over to him all the advantage he might derive from it. And my letter to Bogoz was to the effect that, in confessing, as he did, that I rendered the state of this country unsettled by my measures, he acknowledged the weakness of his master's cause, that I disdained all partnership in it, and that the column on which Muhammad Ali's exaltation rested would, before long, sink beneath him, and his greatness melt like snow before the fire. I added, there could be little honor for Muhammad Ali to make himself a gladiator before a woman, and here I meant that, as a gladiator was some criminal who descended into the arena to fight, so he was a malefactor too. As for Abdallah Pasha, he was not worth the pains I took about him, but I did it for my master the Sultan. I kept and maintained for 2 years 200 of his people, wounded, sick, and proscribed. And when I wrote to him to know what I should do with them, as the expense was too great for me, the answer of this ungrateful wretch was to ask me for a loan of 25 purses, and not even to send his remembrance to one of those who had bled and suffered in his cause. His ingratitude, however, has partly met with its reward, for the Sultan himself has heard of his cold-hearted conduct, and has taken away half what he allowed him. This is the man whose head I saved by my intercession with a person in power. He was a coward after all. The last day of the siege of Acre, he lost his senses quite. As Ibrahim Pasha had effected a breach, some of Abdallah Pasha's officers forced him to come upon the ramparts to encourage the soldiers, for he had remained during the whole time shut up in a vault underground with his women and boys, and had never once appeared. Well, the first thing he did was to sit down amidst the fire, quite bewildered. He then asked for an umbrella, then he called for some water, and when they presented to him an ibrik as being the only thing they had near at hand, not supposing that at such a moment he would mind what it was he drank from, he would not drink out of it. They fetched him a goblet, and he made them take it back, because it was a glass he drank sherbet out of, and not water. The very man who handed it to him told me the story. At last they placed him in one corner of the battery, and covered him with a cloak. All this time the bullets were flying about. Lady Hester continued, of all those to whom I gave an asylum and bread after the siege, I can't say there were many who showed the least gratitude. 4, perhaps. The rest robbed me and abused my goodness in every possible manner. One family alone consisted of 17 persons. Will it be believed that when I had new clothes made for the women for the Bairam holiday, they had the baseness to grumble at the stuff, the make, and everything, complaining they were not good enough for them? But this did not hurt me half so much as the little credit I get for everything I do among my relations and the English in general. My motives are misconstrued or not appreciated, and whilst a mighty fuss is made about some public subscription for people in Jamaica, Newfoundland, or God knows where, I, who by my own individual exertions have done the like for hundreds of wretched beings, driven out of their homes by the sabre and bayonet, am reviled and abused for every act of kindness or benevolence. I knew a pretty deal of what was going on forward during the siege of Acre by my own spies. Hannah, your old servant, Giovanni, as he used to be called, was one of them. He carried on his trade of a barber, and was married in Acre. And when the bombarding began, he got out somehow and came to me. So I furnished him with a beggar's dress, but first I made him take leave of the other servants and set off from the door. Then, hiding himself under a rock, when he was at a distance, he dressed himself as a fakir, and so perfect was his disguise that when he came back to me I did not know him. He was a poor timid fellow, and that was the reason why I chose him as fit for my purpose. In such a nice business as that, I wanted a man that would follow my instructions exactly and do nothing out of his own head, and Giovanni was in such a fright that I was sure of him in that respect. Well, he succeeded perfectly well. There was a poor devil of a saka, or water-carrier, in the camp, who used to take water to Dervish Pasha's tents. Meanly dressed, and with his head held down like one in misery, nobody paid any attention to him. At night he would frequently creep between the ropes of the Pasha's tent, and seem to sleep there like an unhappy being who had no hole to put his head in. Through a slit in the tent he could see and hear much that passed, communicating whatever information he obtained to Giovanni, who brought it at convenient opportunities to me. But when I wanted a stout-hearted fellow to carry a letter through the entrenchments to the foot of the walls, to be drawn up, then I chose a different sort of a messenger, for I had them all ready. December 16th. The last 3 days Lady Hester had suffered greatly. Today she was in very low spirits, and sobbed aloud and wrung her hands while she bitterly deplored her deserted state. "I believe it will do me good to cry," she said, and she gave way freely to her emotions. But her weeping was not womanlike. It had a wild howl about it that was painful to me to hear. She seemed not to be made of stuff for tears, and if Bellona could have ever wept, she must have wept in this way. After she had given vent to her feelings, she gradually recovered, and her natural fecundity of language returned. December 17th. Christmas Day was approaching, but the weather was of extraordinary mildness. Some idea may be formed of the climate of Syria from the circumstance that my house had no glass to the windows, and that the family sat always with the doors open. It was only during the heavy rains that the rooms felt chilly, and then a brazier with lighted coals was agreeable and quite sufficient to obviate the cold. Lady Hester made me observe how thin she had become. Her bones almost protruded through her skin, and she could not lie comfortably in any posture, so that it was difficult for her to get rest. Her fretfulness had increased to such a degree as to be equally distressing to herself and to those about her. Yet the vigor of her mind never forsook her for a moment when anything called for its exertion. December 20th. Was a rainy day, and when I entered her ladyship's chamber, I saw it would be a melancholy one. She was seated in the corner of the room, her features indicating great suffering. She burst into tears the moment I approached her. She had not slept the whole night, and had passed the hours, from the time I left her, in getting up and walking about, supported by her women, and then lying down again, seeking relief from the feeling of suffocation and oppression which so much distressed her. The floor of the bedroom was covered with plates, pots and pans, turnips, carrots, cabbages, knives and forks, spoons, and all other appurtenances of the table and kitchen. I must observe that on the preceding day, at Lady Hester's request, I had ridden over to Mar Elias to see General Lostaneau, the decayed French officer who had now lived on her bounty for a period of more than 20 years. And although, from being of a choleric and violent temper, he had, on more than one occasion, embroiled himself with her, yet the only difference it made in her treatment towards him was merely to keep him at a distance from herself. But she had never for one day ceased to occupy herself with his wants and to provide for his comforts. He was now, as I was told, 80 years old, and his mind was possessed with hallucinations which he fell into from a belief that he could interpret the prophecies in the Bible. He was constantly poring over that book, and he went very generally by the name of the prophet. Lady Hester herself always called him so. He had a maidservant to take care of him, a barber on fixed days to shave him. Lamb, mutton, or beef, flour for his bread, and wine were sent as his consumption required, money being liberally furnished him for purchasing everything else from Sida. Finding that he was very much neglected by the woman who was appointed to attend him, I mentioned the fact on my return to Lady Hester, and to this communication was to be attributed the extraordinary display on the floor of her bedroom. For, from her accustomed sensibility to the sufferings of others, she had fancied that the poor man was in want of everything. "See," she said, "what I am reduced to. Ever since daylight this morning," and it was then nearly noon, "have I been handling pots and pans to make the prophet comfortable. For on whom can I depend? On these cold people, a pack of stocks and stones, who rest immovable amidst their fellow creatures' sufferings? Why did not you give that woman a dressing? I'll have her turned out of the village, an impudent hussy." Here, from having raised her voice, she was seized with a spasm in the throat and chest, and making a sudden start, some water, make haste," she cried, and gasped for breath as if almost suffocated. I handed her some immediately, which she greedily drank. I then threw the window open, and she became better. "Don't leave me, doctor. Ring the bell. I can't bear to be left alone a moment. For if one of these attacks were to come on, and I could not ring the bell, what could I do? You must forgive me if I fall into these violent passions, but such is my nature, I can't help it. I am like the horse that Mr. Pitt had. Mr. Pitt used to say, 'You must guide him with a hair. If I only move my leg, he goes on, and his pace is so easy it's quite charming. But if you thwart him or contradict him, he is unmanageable.' That's me." But to return to General Lostaneau, or the prophet, as his name has already appeared several times, it may not be amiss to give a short outline of his life, the particulars of which he communicated to me himself. From a village in the Pyrenees, near to Tarbes, one day a young man, about 24 years of age, sallied forth, he knew not whither, to seek his fortune. Sprung from a family of peasants, he had received little or no education, and had nothing to depend on but his well-knitted frame and intelligent and handsome countenance, robust health and activity. He directed his steps towards one of the great seaports of France, resolved to work his passage to America. But when walking the quays and inquiring for a vessel bound across the Atlantic, he was told there was none. There was, however, a large merchant ship freighting for the East Indies. Learning that the country she was chartered for was still more distant than the western colonies, he concluded in his ardent and youthful mind that it would open to him a still greater chance of meeting with adventures and of enriching himself. He accordingly got himself rated to work his passage as a seaman, and arrived in safety at the ship's destination. It would be useless to occupy the reader's time with the struggles which every man, unknown and without recommendations, has to make on a foreign shore, before he gets a footing in some shape congenial to his talents or his inclination. Natural talents Loustalot had, for in the space of a few months after his arrival on the Indian coast, he was spoken of as an intelligent young man to the French ambassador, Monsieur de Meryon, residing at Poonah, the Maharatta court, as far as I could understand. Since it is to be borne in mind that Mr. Loustalot, when he related all this, was 80 years old, had almost lost his memory, and was relapsing into second childhood. He soon after became an inmate of the embassy, on terms of some familiarity with Monsieur de Meryon, who discovered, in the young adventurer's conversation, so much good sense and elevation of mind that he used to say to him, "It strikes me that you are no common man." It so happened that the war between the English and the Rajah of the Marathas brought the hostile armies into the field at no great distance from Poonah, and Mr. L. one day told the ambassador that, as he had never seen what war was, and had not far to go to do so, he should be much obliged if he would permit him to absent himself for a short time to be spectator of the action, which, report said, must soon take place between the two armies. Monsieur D. M. tried to dissuade him from it, asking him of what use it would be to risk his life for the satisfaction of an empty curiosity. Mr. L.'s reply was, "If I am killed, why then, bonjour, and there will be an end of me." M. de Meryon, therefore, complied with his wishes, and sent him with some of his own people and an introductory letter to General Neroli, a Portuguese, who commanded the Rajah's Scindia's artillery. He had not to wait long for the gratification of his curiosity. An action took place, the forces were warmly engaged, and Mr. L. walked about within musket-shot distance to observe the manoeuvres of the two armies. The English had planted a battery on a rocky elevation, which made much havoc among the Mahratta forces. Between this battery on its flank and an opposite cliff there was a deep ravine, which rendered all access from one height to the other impracticable. but a sloping ground, by making a circuit in the rear of the Mahratta forces, afforded a practicability of bringing field pieces to the summit of the cliff to bear on the English battery from the Mahratta side. Mr. L. took an opportunity of addressing himself to General N., and pointed out to him the probability of silencing, or at least of annoying, the English battery from the cliff in question. But the general treated his remark in a slighting manner, and riding to another part of the field, took no farther notice of him. Mr. L. had seated himself on a hillock, still making his reflections, when an old Mahratta officer, who had heard the conversation between Mr. L. and the general of the artillery, and had partly understood what Mr. L. proposed should be done, approached him. "Well, sir," said he, "what do you think of our artillery?" "If I were a flatterer," replied Mr. L., "I should say that it was well served, but as I am not, you will pardon me if I think it bad." The officer went on. "You see the day is likely to go against us. What would you do if you had the command?" "Oh, as for the command, I don't know," rejoined Mr. L. "But this one thing I do know, that if I had but 2 pieces of cannon, I would turn the day in your master's favor." "How would you do that?" asked the officer. "Perhaps I could put 2 field pieces at your disposal." "If you could," said Mr. L., "I would plant them on yonder height," pointing at the same time to it, "and let my head answer for my presumption if I do not effect what I promise." The bearing of the Frenchman and his energetic manner of speaking, together with his evident coolness and self-possession on a field of battle, made a great impression on the Mahratta officer. "Come with me, young man," said he. "I will conduct you to the Rajah." "With all my heart," replied Mr. L. When brought into his presence, Scindia asked the officer what the stranger wanted, and the officer repeated the conversation that had just passed. "Well," says Scindia, "he does not ask for money. He only asks for guns. Give them to him, and let them be served by some of my best gunners. The idea may be good. Only be expeditious, or we may soon be where that infernal battery of the English can annoy us no longer." End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2 by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Part 2. Accordingly, without a moment's delay, 2 field pieces were dragged up by the back of the cliff to the spot pointed out, Mr. L. entrusting the command of one of them to another Frenchman, whose curiosity had brought him on the field also. The very second shot that was fired at the English battery blew up an artillery wagon, caisson full of powder. The explosion dismounted some of the cannon, killed several men, and created so much confusion that the English, in consequence of it, eventually lost the battle and were forced to retreat. Mr. L. had 2 or 3 of his men killed. "There, you may take your cannon back," said he, as soon as the explosion took place. "I have nothing farther to do." And he and his brother Frenchmen walked away to watch the result of the mischief they had done. When the day was over, an officer of the Rajah's conveyed to Mr. Lostanu his master's request that he would attend on him at his tent. Mr. L. presented himself, and Sindhya received him with marks of great consideration. Addressing himself to Mr. L., "You have done me, sir," said he, "a most essential service today, and as a small recompense for your gallantry and the military talent you have shown, I beg your acceptance of a few presents, together with the assurance that, if you like to enter my service, you shall have the command of a company immediately." Mr. L. thanked him in proper language, and declining the presents offered, said, "Your Highness will excuse me if I refuse your gifts. I will, however, with pleasure accept the sword which I see among them, but nothing else. The offer of a commission in your army I must equally decline, as I am bound to return to our ambassador, to whom I owe too many obligations to take any step without his permission." Sindhya could not but approve of this reply, and Mr. L., making his bow, returned towards the place where he was lodged. When night came, and General Neroli, having made his dispositions, had also returned to his quarters, whilst yet on horseback, and as if moved by jealousy to repress the exultation which he imagined Mr. L. might have indulged in, he called out in a loud and angry tone, "Where is Mr. Loustalnois? Where is that gentleman?" Mr. L., who was standing not far off, approached, and as the general dismounted, said, "Here I am, General, at your command." "I saw," observed Mr. L., interrupting himself whilst relating this part of his story to me, "that the general was in a rage, which appeared more plainly as he continued. Who, sir, authorized you to present yourself to the Rajah without my leave? Don't you know that all Europeans must be introduced by me?" "General," replied Mr. L., "I was summoned by his Highness, and I went. If you are angry because I have done some little service to your master, I cannot help it. You are not ignorant that I pointed out to you, first of all, the commanding position which struck me as fitted for planting a battery. You refused to listen to my suggestion, and if it was afterward adopted by others, that is your fault, not mine." "Sir," cried the general, irritated more and more by this remark, "you deserve to have this whip across your shoulders." "General," retorted Mr. L., "you suffer your anger to get the better of your reason. If you have any whippings to bestow, you must keep them for your Portuguese. Frenchmen are not accustomed to take them." The general's fury now knew no bounds. He put his hand on one of the pistols in his girdle, intending to shoot Mr. L. "But I," said Mr. L., "was ready, and with my eyes fixed on him, would have seized the other had he drawn it out, and I would have shot him. For you know, in self-defense, one will not stand still to have a bullet through one's body without preventing it if possible. However, some officers held the general's arm, and shortly after I retired, and remaining a day or two more in the camp, returned to the place where I had left our ambassador. When I told him what had happened, "Stay with me, Loustalnois," said he. "It is my intention to raise a few troops here, and since you seem to like fighting, you shall be employed." But in a few weeks the ambassador was recalled to France, and he offered to take me with him, promising to get me employment at home. However, I considered that I had better chances in remaining where I was than in going to my native country, where birth, patronage, and the usages of good society are necessary for a man's advancement, all which I wanted. Mr. Loustalot, left to his own exertions, recollected the Rajah's offer, and on applying to him, received a commission in the Mahratta army. Eminently qualified by nature for military command, his advancement was rapid, and after distinguishing himself in several actions, and showing likewise a very superior judgment in political affairs, he finally became general of Scindia's troops, although I could not ascertain in how short a time. His reputation spread rapidly through the territory, and his noble conduct and intrepidity must have been very generally known, since on one occasion, after having been severely wounded in his left hand, 2 fingers of which he had lost, the commander of the English forces sent a flag of truce and his own surgeon, with an offer of his professional assistance, fearing that Mr. L. might not have a European surgeon to attend him. Scindia, in his dispatches to him, styled him a lion in battle and a lynx in council. He consulted him in difficult negotiations with the East India Company's servants, and in acknowledgment of his services, he gave him a village as an appanage to his rank. Mr. L. married the daughter of a French officer, by whom he had 4 or 5 children, one of whom is now living at Givet, in the department of the Ardennes. Mr. L. was fearless at all times, and inimical to despotism, even in the centre of its worshippers. Scindia had unjustly imprisoned an Armenian merchant, whose wealth he intended to confiscate for his own benefit. As the oppressive act was founded on no just grounds, and application had been made to General Loustalot for his interposition, when he found that entreaties were of no avail, "One day," said he, "I took 50 of my men, fellows de bonne volonté, and marching straight to the Rajah's palace at a time when I knew he was in his divan, I entered, walked up to him, and in a mild but pretty determined voice said, 'Your Highness, be not alarmed. I am come to ask a favor of you. You must release the Armenian merchant, as I have sworn to set him free.' Scindia saw that I meant not to trifle, and assuming a friendly air, he complied with my request. The guards were astounded at my audacity, but they dared not stir, for I and my men would have sabred them instantly. After having covered himself with glory, as the French express it, he obtained his congé, and being resolved to return to France, he visited some of the English settlements in his way to the place of his embarkation, where he was most honorably and hospitably treated. He always spoke of this period as the happiest of his life, and mentioned the names of some English gentlemen with the highest encomiums and most pleasing reminiscences. Having converted what property he could into money, he obtained bills on France and set out for his native country. The Revolution had broken out, and on his arrival his bills were all paid, but in assignats, so that in a few weeks he found himself almost penniless. Of this calamitous part of his history I could gather but few details. I have heard him say that some branch of the Orleans family assisted him. Certain it is that he had either money or friends yet left, for with the wreck of his property, or by some other means, he established an iron foundry near the place of his nativity. He was so close, however, to the frontiers of Spain, that during the war with that country and France, in an incursion of the enemy, all his property was destroyed. How he got to Mahon, or for what purpose, I am equally ignorant. But embarking from that port, he found his way to Syria, probably intending to make his way overland to India, there to reclaim his property. But his intellects must have been already somewhat disordered, for when we heard him first spoken of in Palestine, in 1812 or 1813, he was described as a man living almost on the alms of the Europeans, and generally to be seen with a Bible under his arm, negligent of his person, housed in a hovel, and going even then by the sobriquet of the prophet. At the time I am now speaking of, the bare mention of politics or catastrophes was sure to set him wandering on the prophetic writings, and then common sense was at an end. But I had known him for 20 years, when his lucid intervals were only occasionally interrupted by these hallucinations. And I had seldom met with a man who had such an independent character, such naturally noble sentiments couched in such appropriate language, and such an intuitive discernment of what was suitable in unlooked-for emergencies. He was bold as a lion, and when in anger had the physiognomy and expression of that noble animal. He had never served in diplomatic situations before his elevation, had never studied political economy, moral philosophy, literature, or anything else that I could find. And yet, in all these, the innate dictates of his mind responded at once to the call, and he could see the right and wrong, the utile et decorum, the expediency and the evil, the loveliness and the ugliness of every subject presented to him. He had a strong memory, and retained many of the passages of the best French authors by heart. He was handsome in his person, rather tall, and his demeanor was suitable to his station in life. In a word, he was born to achieve greatness. General L. had now lived 25 years on Lady Hester's bounty. His family, consisting of 2 or 3 sons and some daughters, were left with not very bright prospects in France. Lady Hester Stanhope had, at different times, employed persons to assist them, and, to my knowledge, had sent 1,000 francs through a merchant's hands at Marseilles, besides other sums of which I have heard her speak. She also paid for the education of one daughter some years. In 1825, one of the sons, who had by his military services obtained the rank of captain in Napoleon's imperial guard, being left by the fall of that emperor in inactivity, resolved to visit Syria to see his father. General L.'s intellects were so far weakened that nothing which happened to him personally seemed to affect him, only as it verified some of his favorite predictions, drawn from texts in the Bible. He therefore beheld his son's arrival with indifference, as far as paternal affection went, but discovered in it other bearings of immense importance in the political changes that were at hand. Not so Lady Hester Stanhope. She knew that the general had a right to the revenue of a whole village in the Mahratta country, which had been given to him by Sindhia, and she resolved to furnish Captain L with money to enable him to go and recover his father's possessions. The captain remained at Darjeeling for some months. He had his horse, was lodged in a pavilion in the garden, and treated with every mark of respect. Restless, hasty in his temper, overbearing, and accustomed to the blustering manners of a camp, he occasionally got into difficulties with the natives, both Mahometans and Christians. Not aware of the necessity of much precaution in shunning checks of perspiration in hot climates, one day caught a fever which almost brought him to his grave. He recovered, however, and was convalescent when his imprudence caused a relapse, and he died. He was buried in Lady Hester's garden, where his tomb, ornamented with flowering shrubs, and entirely shaded by a beautiful arbor, still remains. The poor father never would believe in his death. "He is not interred," he used to say, "but is still alive and on the earth. Do not be grieved about him. In the year 1847 he will join me here. I and my lady shall then be made young again, and your little daughter is destined to be my future wife." The poor old general, it was observed by us, seemed to have no greater pleasure than watching our daughter whilst she watered her flowers or fed her bulbuls. The way in which Lady Hester herself sometimes sought to lighten the weight of the obligations she conferred on the general will serve to show the delicacy of her feelings. At different periods, several places had been chosen for his residence, according as he grew tired of one or the other. For he was a testy old man in some respects, and seemed to forget how much it was his duty not to put her ladyship to more trouble and expense than he could help. Once, when she had had a comfortable cottage fitted up for him in a village called Ayanati, from taking in dudgeon something that happened to him, he suddenly quitted it and went off to Beirut. "He went off," said Lady Hester, "with no less than 5 trunks full of clothes and other things, with 2 watches bought with the money I had given him, and with a good bag full of piastres, for he had little occasion to spend, as I sent him every 2 days fresh meat of my own killing, flour for his bread when it was wanting, sugar, tea, coffee, and everything, I may say, except milk and vegetables. He went to Beirut, and there lived and talked away largely and foolishly, and gave out that he would sooner live with the devil than with such a woman as I was. After a time his resources failed him, his friends grew cool, and he returned to Saida, where he fastened himself on Monsieur Renaud, who soon grew tired of keeping him, and little by little I heard he was reduced to great straits. The fact is, he found no friend, except for an occasional invitation to dinner, and Lady Hester knew he must be in want. But she knew also, in the state of mind he was in, he would refuse assistance from her. She therefore made use of an expedient to furnish him with money. Sending for one of the Pasha's Tartars, and putting a bag of gold into his hand, she told him he was to ride into Saida and proceed straight to the gate of the French Khan, where Mr. Loustalot was, dusty and sweating, as if from a long journey. There he was to inquire if they knew anything of a Frenchman once a general in India. And after apparently well ascertaining it was the man he was in search of, the Tartar was to desire to speak with him, and to say, "Sir, when on my road from Damascus, a Hindu Mussulman on his pilgrimage to Mecca, who once served under you in India, but is now rich and advanced in years, learning that you were in these countries, and anxious to testify the respect which the natives of Scindia's territories still retain for you, has commissioned me to put this into your hands." "Having done so," added Lady Hester Stanhope, "you are not to give him time to see what it is, but to ride away." The vile fellow promised faithfully to execute his commission, received in advance a recompense for his trouble, and then rode off with the money and kept it. But Lady Hester, who was careful to ascertain by indirect means whether a Tartar had made his appearance at the khan, on learning his perfidy, caused it to be spread among the pashas and the government Tartars. And they were so indignant at his little trustworthiness, a quality on which, from the nature of their employ, they are obliged to value themselves, that they turned him out of their corps, and he never dared to show his face again. To finish what remains to be said of this once shining character, but now the pensioner of an Englishwoman, he had resided for the last 10 years at a distance from Lady Hester Stanhope's residence, and they had not even seen each other for 5 or 6 years. "I have been obliged to keep him at a distance," said her ladyship, "for the last 10 years, in order that people might not think I had taken care of him to make him trumpet my greatness. For you don't know what harm that man has done me. He used to go about preaching that all the queens in Christendom were a pack of women of the town, and that I was the only real queen. He told everybody he would not change situations with the first prince in Europe, for the day would come when, through me, he should be greater than any of them." End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 1. December 21st, 1837. I had sat up until 2 in the morning, dispatching letters to Europe, which I had written by Lady Hester's dictation through the channel of M. Guy, the French consul at Beirut, who alone among the Europeans there had contrived to remain on friendly terms with her. In my letter to him, Lady Hester required that I should tell him she was in a state of convalescence. Alas, she was far from being so. For, on going to her, I found her laboring under many bad symptoms, against which she contended with a spirit that seemed to brook no control, not even from nature herself. As she could not talk, I read to her, out of the Speaker, a character of the first Lord Chatham. She recognized, and so did I, so many points of resemblance between herself and her grandfather, that she said more than once, "That's me." At the words, he reigned with unbounded control over the wilderness of free minds. I observed that there was something contradictory in control and freedom. "No, there is not," said she. "If you are walking on the road, and you inquire the way of some person you meet, he tells you the best road is in such a direction, and then takes his leave. You turn around every now and then, as long as the person is in sight, to look at him to see if he points to you that you are going right, but you are free to go which way you will. December 31st. I saw Lady Hester in the morning, after which I took a walk with my family. On my return, I went again to inquire how she was. One of her maids told me that soon after I had left her, she suddenly burst into tears and cried a great deal. They could not tell why. That she had called for Zezaphoon to dress her, had in a manner rushed out of her bedroom, and had gone to the saloon, where, in consequence of her long confinement, she found all the sofa cushions piled up and the sofa mattresses removed, so that she had not a place to sit down on. That then she had left the saloon abruptly on seeing the state it was in, and returned to her bedroom, where she gave a loose to her sorrow. My presence being announced, I was admitted. "Doctor," said she, "tonight in my father's house there used to be 100 tenants and servants sitting down to a good dinner and dancing and making merry. I see their happy faces now before my eyes, and when I think of that, and how I am surrounded here, it is too much for me. When you left me this morning, things of former times came over my mind, and I could not bear to sit here. So I went out to break the chain of my thoughts. I would have gone into the garden if it had not rained." I endeavored to say something consolatory to her. "Everybody," she continued, "is unkind to me. I have sought to do good to everybody, either by relieving their distresses or purifying their morals, and I get no thanks for my pains. I sometimes make reproaches to myself for having spent my money on worthless beings, and think it might have been better otherwise, but God knows best. I had hoped to find some persons whose minds might have been enlightened, and who would have felt the importance of what I tell them. But you even, of whom I had some hope, are as bad as the rest. And if you assent to the truth of what I say, you make so many hums and haws that I don't believe you care a farthing about it. I want nobody that has no conviction. I should think it a sin if I saw people acting foolishly, not to tell them of it. It does not signify who it is, you or the stable boy. If I can make them aware of their folly, I have done my duty. Why do I scold you so much? But because I wish you to prepare yourself for the convulsions that will shortly take place. I always acknowledge your spotless integrity, and thank you for the care you bestow on my affairs, and in keeping things a little in order. But in these times something more is wanting. A man must be active and prepared for great events. People are teaching their children to read and write, when they should be teaching them to drive a mule. For of what use are your reading men, who sit poring for hours over books without an object? I have a thorough contempt for them, and for all your merchants, and your merchants' clerks, who spend their time between the counting-house and the brothel." Lady Hester reverted again to Chevening, and spoke at great length of her grandmother Stanhope's excellent management of the house, when she, Lady Hester, was a child. At all the accustomed festivals, plum puddings that required 2 men to carry them, with large barons of beef, were dressed, etc., etc. All the footmen were like gentlemen ushers, all the masters and mistresses like so many ambassadors and ambassadresses. Such form and etiquette were preserved in all the routine of visits and parties. Every person kept his station, and precise rules were laid down for each inmate of the family. Thus, the lady's maid was not allowed to wear white, nor curls, nor heels to her shoes beyond a certain height. And Lady Stanhope had in her room a set of instruments and implements of punishment to enforce her orders on all occasions. There were scissors to cut off fine curls, a rod to whip with, etc., etc. No poor woman lay in the neighborhood but 2 guineas in money, baby linen, a blanket, some posset, 2 bottles of wine, and other necessaries were sent to her. If any one among the servants was sick, the housekeeper, with the still-room maid behind her, was seen carrying the barley water, the gruel, the medicine, etc., to administer to the patient according to the doctor's orders. In the hopping time, all the vagrants and Irish hoppers were locked up every night in a barn by themselves, and suffered to have no communication with the household. 1,000 pieces of dirty linen were washed every week, and the wash-house had 4 different stone troughs, from which the linen was handed piece by piece by the washerwoman from the scalder down to the rinser. In the laundry, a false ceiling, let down and raised by pulleys, served to air the linen after it was ironed. There was a mangle to get up the table linen, towels, etc., and 3 stoves for drying on wet days. The tablecloths were of the finest damask, covered with patterns of exquisite workmanship. At set periods of the year, pedlars and merchants from Glasgow, from Dunstable, and other places passed with their goods. The housekeeper's room was surrounded with presses and closets, which were arranged stores and linen in the nicest order. An ox was killed every week, and a sheep every day, etc., etc. In the relation of these details, which I spare the reader, as being probably what he has observed in many other families, Lady Hester by degrees recovered her self-possession, whilst they only served to impress more forcibly on my mind the sad contrast which reigned in everything about her between her former and her present condition. January 10th to 15th, 1838. The cough continued, attended by spasms in the limbs. Yet, although she was thus exhausted and harassed by continued suffering, the elasticity of mind she exhibited in the few intervals of ease she enjoyed was astonishing. The moment she had a respite from actual pain, she immediately set about some labor for the benefit of others, and the room was again strewed over with bundles and boxes. But in spite of these delusive appearances, I could not conceal from myself that a hectic spot occasionally marked the inroads which disease was now making on her lungs. January 17th, 1838. What a day of anxiety and sorrow for me, and of anguish for Lady Hester. From morning until midnight, to see a melancholy picture of a never-dying spirit in an exhausted frame, wrestling with its enemy and daring even to set the heaviest infirmities of nature at defiance. Yet who does not bend under the power of disease? Lady Hester held out as long as a human being could do, but at last her anguish showed that, like Prometheus bound, she was compelled to acknowledge the weight of a superior hand, and that resistance was vain. The reflection she made on her abandoned situation, neglected by her friends and left to die without one relation near her, were full of the bitterness of grief. In these moments, as if the excess of her indignation must have some object to waste itself upon, she would launch out into the most fierce invectives against me, and tell me I was a cannibal and a vulture that tore her heart by my insensibility. A day or two before, in defending myself against the accusation of coldness and want of feeling, I had inadvertently said that it was an insult to a person whose intentions she could not but know were well-meaning, to heap so much abuse on him. To this her ladyship said nothing at the time, but to-day, being in a state of excitement, the word insult recurred to her recollection. "Do you not know," she asked, "that people of my rank and spirit are incapable of insults toward their friends? It is only the vulgar who are always fancying themselves insulted. If a man treads on another's toe in good society, do you think it is taken as an insult? It is only people like blank and blank who take such things into their heads. I never have hurt a person's feelings in my life intentionally, except perhaps by my wit. But if people expect that I should not tell them the truth to their face, they are much mistaken. And if you or anybody else act like a fool, I must say so. Such people as Lord Melville and Mr. Pitt would stop perhaps until a person was gone out of the room to say, 'That man is the most egregious ass I ever saw.' But I, were he a king, must say it to his face. I might, if I chose, flatter and deceive you and 100 others. There is no one whom I could not lead by the nose if I chose to do it. I know every man's price and how to buy him. But I will not stoop to the baseness of making you run your head through a wall, even though I saw some advantage for myself on the other side. As for your saying that's your character, and that you can't bear to be spoken to as I speak to you, what do you talk to me of character for? Everybody has a character, and so they have a behind. But they don't go about showing the one any more than the other. Fools are always crying out, 'That's my disposition.' But what's their disposition to other people more than they're anything else? Let us have no more of that stuff, for though not a man, I shall no more put up with it than if I were. And I warn you that if you repeat that word, you stand a chance of having something at your head." Let not the reader imagine that this was all, or even one half, of what her ladyship said on this occasion. It is only a tissue of the most striking sentences. Never had I seen her so irritated as that one expression of mine had made her. She went on in this merciless way for 4 hours, and although I frequently attempted to soothe her by assurances and explanations, she continued in the same strain until evening, when she subsided into a gentler tone. Being now restored to a calmer temper, she seemed desirous to atone by kindness for the wound she had inflicted on my feelings, and wanted, amongst other things, to get ponies for my children to ride. The generosity of her nature was obvious in all this, and I resolved, whatever language she might make use of in future, never to take the slightest notice of it. This haughty assumption of superiority over others on almost all occasions was a salient feature in her character. It must have created her a host of enemies during the period when she exercised so much power in Mr. Pitt's time, and probably those persons were not sorry afterwards to witness her humiliation and downfall. Once, at Walmer Castle, the colonel of the regiment stationed there thought himself privileged to take his wife occasionally to walk on the ramparts of the castle. I do not know the localities, and am ignorant how far, in so doing, these two persons might infringe on the privacy of Mr. Pitt and Lady Hester Stanhope, but without intimating by a note or a message that such a thing was disagreeable, she gave orders to the sentry to stop them when they came, and tell them they were not to walk there. Let anyone put himself in the place of Colonel W., and fancy how such an affront must have wounded his pride. Mr. B., a Frenchman, who for many years had been her secretary, and who afterwards held the post of French vice-consul at Damascus, paid her a visit at June, and in the leisure of the morning took his gun and went out partridge shooting. On his return to the house, he gave the birds he had shot to the cook, desiring they might be dressed for Lady Hester's dinner. But when they were served up, to his astonishment, she ordered them to be thrown out of the window, observing that it was strange he should presume to do that in Syria, which he would not dare to do in his native country. For she thought that, at the restoration of the Bourbons, all the ancient game laws were revived. She had a secretary afterwards who was an Englishman, who also went out shooting, and to whom she expressed her notions in much the same way, and wondered where he got his license to carry a gun. Yet in Syria, every person, from the European stranger to the lowest Mahometan slave, is at liberty to go after the game wherever he likes. If anyone expected from her the common courtesies of life, as they are generally understood, he would be greatly disappointed. In her own way, she would show them, that is, mixed up with so many humiliations, and with such an assumption of personal and mental superiority in herself, that much was to be borne from her, if one wished to live amicably with her. Her delight was to tutor others until she could bring them to think that nobody was worthy of any favor but by her sufferance. Where she had the means, she would assume the authority of controlling even thought. Her daily question to her dependents was, "What business have you to suppose? What right have you to think I pay people for their hands and not their stupid ideas?" She would say, "What business have people to introduce their surmises and their probably this and probably that, and Lady Hester Stanhope, no doubt, in so doing, and the Pasha, as I conjecture, had this in view. How do they know what I intended, or what the Pasha thought? I know that newspapers every day take such liberties, and give their opinions on what ministers and kings intend to do, but nobody shall take such a liberty with me without my calling them out. My name is everything to me, and nobody shall say he presumes this was what I had in my mind, or that was what I intended to do. At least, if people must pick pockets, let them pick it of a clean pocket-handkerchief, and not of a dirty one. Others are not to be made responsible for their dirty opinions. From her manner towards people, it would have seemed that she was the only person in creation privileged to abuse and to command. Others had nothing else to do but to obey and not to think. She was haughty and overbearing, impatient of control, born to rule, and more at her ease when she had 100 persons to govern than when she had only 10. She would often mention Mr. Pitt's opinion of her fitness for military command. Had she been a man and a soldier, she would have been what the French call a sabreur, for never was anyone so fond of wielding weapons and of boasting of her capability of using them upon a fit occasion as she was. In her bedroom, or on her divan, she always had a mace, which was spiked round the head, a steel battle-axe, and a dagger. But her favorite weapon was the mace. When she took it up, which sometimes was the case if vociferating to the men-servants, I have seen them flinch and draw back to be out of the reach of her arm. And on one occasion, a powerful Turk, a man about 40, of great muscular strength, and with a remarkable black beard, on her making a gesture as if to strike him, flew back so suddenly that he knocked down another who was behind him, and fell himself. But though fearless and unruffled in every danger, Lady Hester Stanhope was magnanimous, gentle to an enemy in her power, and ever mindful of those who had done her any service. Her martial spirit would have made a hero, and she had all the materials of one in her composition. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 2. 2 more anecdotes may serve to show how she sometimes rendered herself disliked. Once, at a cabinet dinner, Lady Hester Stanhope entered the room in a way so as to pass the Earl C., who was ushered in just at the same moment. And as she did not bow or speak to him, Mr. Pitt said, "Hester, don't you see Lord C.?" Lady Hester replied, "No, I saw a great chameleon as I came in, all in pigeon-breasted colours, if that was Lord C." This was because he was dressed in a pigeon-breasted coloured court-dress. "And," she added, as she related the story, "I gave it him prettily once. I said his red face came from the reflection of red boxes, for when at breakfast and dinner he was always calling for his dispatch boxes and pretending mysterious political affairs, although they were no more than an invitation to a party or a present of a little toquet or something equally trivial. Lord C. had learned his manners, I suppose, from Lord Chesterfield or some book or another. He attempted being pompous with his large stomach and his garter on a bad leg, and his great whiskers sticking out as far as this." Here Lady Hester put her forefingers index-wise to her cheeks to show how far. "And a forehead quite flat, like the Bourbons. He would talk very loud in the lobby as he came in, or contrive to have his red box brought to him, as if he had papers of great importance in it. One day at court, continued Lady Hester, I was talking to the Duke of Cumberland of Lord Abercorn's going over to Addington, and saying I would give it to him for it, when Lord Abercorn happened to approach us. The prince, who dearly enjoyed such things, immediately cried out, "Now, little bulldog, have at him." This was uttered at the moment I advanced towards him. You know, doctor, he had asked for the garter just before Mr. Pitt went out, and not having obtained it, had toadied Addington and got it. I thought it so mean of him, after the numberless favours he had received from Mr. Pitt, to go over to Addington, that I was determined to pay him off. So when I was close to him, looking down at the garter round his leg, I said, "What's that you have got there, my lord?" And before he could answer, I continued, "I suppose it's a bandage for your broken legs." For Lord Abercorn had once had both his legs broken, and the remark applied doubly, inasmuch as it hit hard on Addington's father's profession. Lord Abercorn never forgot this. He and I have been very great friends, but he never liked me afterwards. Tuesday, January 23rd, 1838. I found Lady Hester today out of bed, seated on the ottoman. She wished me to talk or to read to her, so that she might not be forced to speak herself. But her cough, which was incessant, precluded the possibility of doing either. The accumulation of phlegm in her chest made her restless to a painful degree. Shortly afterwards, her spasms began, which caused her arms and sometimes her head to be thrown from side to side with jerks. Her irritability was excessive. Without consulting me, she had been bled the preceding night by a Turkish barber. Her conversation the day before had turned in a general manner on bleeding, and having ascertained my opinion that bleeding would not be proper for her, she said no more, but took the opposite course. The fear of remaining in a recumbent posture made her get up from her bed, and her figure, as she stalked about the room in a flannel dress, having thrown off her pelisse and abba, was strange and singular, but curiously characteristic of her independence. The only newspaper she received was Galignani's Messenger, which, whether I was in Syria or in Europe, I had for some years caused to be sent to her from Marseilles, and a file generally came by every merchant vessel that sailed for Beirut, which on an average was about once a month. Sometimes there was much irregularity in the departure of vessels, as in the winter season, and then, in the solitude of Mount Lebanon, one might remain ignorant of every event in Europe for 6 weeks and even 2 months together. She had latterly shown a particular desire to have those passages read to her which related to the Queen, either as describing her court, her rides, or any other circumstance, however trivial, of a personal nature. Wednesday, January 24th. Lady Hester sent to me to say that she could see nobody, and requested that I would do nothing, as the day was an unlucky one. January 25th. Although suffering in a manner that would have incapacitated any other person from undertaking any occupation, Lady Hester was busily employed in making up a mule load of presents for Lagmagi. "You see, doctor," said she, "how I act towards those who serve me. This man neglects his business in town for me, and I, in return, try to make him comfortable. I have packed up a few colored glass ornaments to stick up in his cupboards, and some preserves and sweetmeats to treat his old messmates with, who would eat him out of house and home, I believe, if I did not take care of him. Only think, too, how he beat his breast and cried, and what signs of sorrow he showed at my illness the last time I saw him. I must have that stupid fellow Osmond in, to talk to him about new roofing the dairy, but I shall stick him behind the curtain. Poor man, his mother's very ill, and I think I must let him go to Saida. He, Majub, and Said Ahmad may have asses when they go to town, but all those other lazy fellows shall walk. I won't have one of them ride, unless they have more than 8 or 10 rotolis in wait to bring back, idle beasts as they are." Now Osmond's mother might be ill, and no doubt she was. The dairy, too, might be the ostensible cause of his being called in, but it is also more than probable that besides all this she wanted Osmond for other purposes. The truth was, he was no stupid fellow, but a wily knave and a clever spy, and Lady Hester was often in the habit of employing him on secret missions, to find out the reason of any movement of the Pasha's troops, for instance, or to get a clue to some intrigue of the Emir Bashir's. But she would say, "Osmond is gone to town to see his sick mother," and nobody dared to say otherwise. January 27th. Today the secretary requested me to acquaint Lady Hester that he wished to see her on important business. He was admitted, and showed a letter from his father, the English consular agent at Saida, signifying that in the course of the day he should be the bearer of a letter to Lady Hester Stanhope, which had been sent by Mr. Moore, her Britannic Majesty's consul at Beirut, which he was charged to deliver into her ladyship's own hands himself. I had retired when the secretary entered, but when he was gone, Lady Hester sent for me, and I found her in a violent passion. "There is that man, the old Maltese," said she, "coming to pester me with his impertinence, but I have sent off his son to meet him on the road and drive him back. If anything in the shape of a consul sets his foot within my doors, I'll have him shot. And if nobody else will do it, I'll do it myself. See that he sets off this very instant, and tell him to return with the letter without stopping." I did so, and returned to Lady Hester. Conceiving that this letter was an answer she was expecting to one she had written to Sir Francis Burdett about the property supposed to have been left her, her agitation and impatience rose to such a degree that I thought she would have gone frantic, or that her violence would have ended in suffocation. She complained she could not breathe. "It's here, it's here," she cried in extreme agitation, taking me by the throat to show me where, and giving me such a squeeze that now, when I am writing 24 hours after, I feel it still. I tried in vain to calm her impatience. I sent off a servant on horseback to hurry the secretary back, but he did not appear, and the day, until about 4 o'clock, was passed in this manner. To account for this extraordinary agitation, it must again be observed that at the recurrence of the period of each steamboat's arrival at Beirut, Lady Hester anxiously expected an answer to her letter to Sir Francis Burdett, for it was on the strength of this property, supposed to have been left her, that she had intimated to some of her creditors her expectation of being soon enabled to satisfy all their demands. It was in reliance on this, too, that she had invited me to come over, and not doubting in the least the truth of the information secretly conveyed to her by some one of her friends, it may be supposed that a packet to be delivered into nobody's hands but her own was readily conjectured to relate to this business. About 4 o'clock, Mr. Abella, the English agent, his son, and the servant made their appearance. The secretary was called in. "Tell your father I shall not see him. And, doctor, go and take the letter and bring it to me," was Lady Hester's exclamation. I went to Mr. Abella, but found him determined not to part with it, unless he gave it into Lady Hester's own hand. I urged upon him the impossibility of his doing so, as she had seen nobody for some weeks. At last, on his still persisting, we became somewhat warm on the matter. This was better than going to Lady Hester to ask her what was to be done, for her answer probably would have been to desire 2 of her stoutest Turks to go with sticks and take it from him by force. At last Mr. Abela gave up his trust, upon condition that I would write a paper representing that he had done it forcibly. And such a fright was he lest Mr. Moore should turn him out of his place. Instead of being an answer from Sir Francis Burdett, the letter was from Colonel Campbell, signifying that, in consequence of an application made to the English government by Madame Homsey, one of Lady Hester Stanhope's creditors, an order had come from Lord Palmerston to stop her pension unless the debt was paid. It might have been supposed that the double disappointment of not hearing from Sir Francis Burdett and of receiving such a missive from Colonel Campbell would have considerably increased her anger. But on the contrary, she grew apparently quite calm, gently placed the letter on the bed, and read the contents. Colonel P. Campbell, Her Majesty's Consul General for Egypt and Syria, to Lady Hester Stanhope. Cairo, January 10th, 1838. Madam, I trust that your ladyship will believe my sincerity when I assure you with how much reluctance and pain it is that I feel myself again imperatively called upon to address you upon the subject of the debt so long due by you to Mr. Homsey. The government of the Viceroy has addressed that of Her Majesty upon the subject, and by a dispatch which I have received from Her Majesty's principal Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, I am led to believe that a confidential friend of your ladyship will have already written to you to entreat you to settle this affair. Your ladyship must be aware that, in order to procure your pension from Her Majesty's government, it is necessary to sign a declaration and to have the consular certificate at the expiration of each quarter. I know that this certificate has hitherto been signed by M. Guy, the consul of France at Beirut, but in strict legality it ought to be certified by the British and not by any foreign consul. And should your ladyship absolutely refuse the payment of this just claim, I should feel myself, however deeply I may regret it, forced to take measures to prevent the signature of the French or any other consul but the British being considered as valid, and consequently your bill for your pension will not be paid at home. I shall communicate this, if your ladyship's conduct shall oblige me to do so, to M. Guy and the other foreign consuls of Beirut, in order that your certificate may not be signed, and also send this under flying seal to Mr. Moore, Her Majesty's consul at Beirut, in order that he may take the necessary steps to make this known to those consuls, if your ladyship should call on them to sign the quarterly certificate for your pension. I trust your ladyship will be pleased to favour me with a reply, informing me of your intentions, and which reply will be forwarded to me by Mr. Moore. I beg your ladyship will be assured of the pain which I experience in being obliged to discharge this truly unpleasant duty, as well as of the respect with which I have the honour to remain your ladyship's most obedient, humble servant, P. Campbell, Her Majesty's agent for Egypt and Syria. When she had finished, she began to reason on the enormity of the Queen's and her minister's conduct. "My grandfather and Mr. Pitt," said she, "did something, I think, to keep the Brunswick family on the throne. And yet the granddaughter of the old king, without hearing the circumstances of my getting into debt, or whether the story is true, for it might be false, sends to deprive me of my pension in a foreign country, where I may remain and starve. If it had not been for my brother Charles and General Barnard, the only two who knew what they were about when the mutiny took place against the Duke of Kent at Gibraltar, she would not be where she is now, for her father would have been killed to a certainty." She mused for some time, and then went on. "Perhaps it is better for me that this should have happened. It brings me at once before the world, and let them judge the matter. It would have looked too much like Shakhlaban, the Arabic for charlatanism, and Lady Hester was accustomed now to interlard her conversation with many Arabic words. If I had to go and tell everybody my own story without a reason for it. But now, since they have chosen to make a bankrupt of me, I shall out with a few things that will make them ashamed. The old king wrote down on the paper, 'Let her have the greatest pension that can be granted to a woman,' if he were to rise from his grave and see me now. Did I ever tell you what he said to Mr. Pitt one day on Windsor Terrace? The king and all the princes and princesses were walking, and he turned round to him. 'Pitt,' says he, 'I have got a new minister in your room.' Mr. Pitt immediately replied, 'At your Majesty's pleasure, and I shall be happy that your Majesty has found one to relieve me from the burden of affairs. A little retirement and fresh air will do me good.' The king went on, as if finishing his sentence, and without heeding what Mr. Pitt had said, a minister better than yourself." Mr. Pitt rejoined, "Your Majesty's choice cannot be but a wise one." The king resumed, "I tell you, Pitt, I shall have a better minister than you, and moreover I shall have a good general." The raillery began to grow puzzling, and Mr. Pitt, with all his courtly manners, was at a loss to know what it meant. So he said, "Do pray condescend to tell me who this unknown and remarkable person is, that I may pay him the respect due to his great talents and your Majesty's choice." The king relieved him from his embarrassment. "There is my new minister," said he, pointing to me, whom Mr. Pitt had under his arm. "There is not a man in my kingdom who is a better politician than Lady Hester." And, assuming an air of seriousness, which his manner made quite touching, "I have great pleasure in saying, too, there is not a woman who adorns her sex more than she does. And let me say, Mr. Pitt, you have not reason to be proud that you are a minister, for there have been many before you, and will be many after you. But you have reason to be proud of her who unites everything that is great in man and woman." Doctor, the tears came in Mr. Pitt's eyes, and how the court ladies did bite their lips. The what certainly did the old king harm, in point of dignity, when no subject of conversation interested him. But he sometimes was more serious, and could assume a manner and a tone befitting a king. A peer, who had never known the Duke of Cambridge, told me that on the return of the Duke from the Continent, the king presented him to H.R.H. with this short but fine compliment: "This is my son, my lord, who has his first fault to commit." How fond the king was of him and the Duke of York! He was a fine man, and with a person so strong that I don't think there was another like him in England. The king liked me personally. I recollect once at court, when we were standing as he passed round the circle, he stopped at Harriet E., my cousin, and said to her something about her dress. And then, coming to me, he remarked how well I dressed myself, and told me to teach H.E. a little. She was so vexed that she cried, but it was her own fault, for with a good person, good fortune, and fine dresses, she never could get a husband. I suppose the Queen is a good-natured German girl. Did you ever see Lord M.? He has got fine eyes, and if he is fattened out with a sleek skin and good complexion, he may be a man like Sir Gilbert, and about his age. Such men are sometimes still lovable. He used to be a prodigious favourite with some of the handsomest women in London, so that his friends used to say, when he married Lady M., though she was not a bad-looking woman, "Poor fellow, what will he do? You know he can't like her long." I recollect seeing her and Lady sitting at a party on the top of the stairs, like two figures in a pocket-book, both little creatures, those that you call delicate. Lord M. is a very handsome man. His eyes are beautiful, and he has spent 40 years of his life in endeavouring to please the woman. I recollect the last time I saw him, he was behind Sir G.H. as they came into Lord Stafford's. I had dined there en famille, and there was a party in the evening. I was in the second room, and the prince was standing by the fire, showing his behind as usual to everybody, and there was Lord M., always looking about after somebody whom he did not find perhaps for 3 or 4 hours. They say he is filled out. He was slim when I knew him. Doctor, he is a very handsome man, but he must be 60 or more. Ever and anon, Lady Hester Stanhope would revert to Colonel Campbell's letter. "Yes," she said, "if he feels regret at being obliged to write it, I will say to him, no doubt he feels pain at having to do with one of the most blackguard transactions I ever knew, but I dare say he feels nothing of the sort." Then, after a pause, she added, "I think I shall take the bull by the horns and send a letter to the Queen. If getting into debt is such a crime, I should like to know how the Duchess of K got into debt. Doctor, would you believe it? A Welly, in Arabic a sort of soothsayer, foretold what has happened to me now so exactly that I must relate the story to you. He was sitting in a coffee-house one day with one of my people, and had taken from the waiter a cup of coffee. But in carrying it to his mouth to drink it, his hand stopped midway, and his eyes were fixed for some time on the surface of the liquor in silence. 'Your coffee will get cold,' said my servant. The Welly heaved a deep sigh. 'Alas,' said he, 'I was reading on the surface of that cup of coffee the fate of your lady, the Meleky. There will rise up evil tongues against her, and a sovereign will try to put her down. But the voice of the people will cry aloud, and nations will assemble to protect her.' Now, doctor," said Lady Hester, "does not that mean just what has happened? Is not the Queen trying to put me down and going to deprive me of my pension? And you will see, when I have written my letter, how many persons will turn on my side. But isn't it very extraordinary how that man in a coffee-house knew what was going to happen? Yet so it is. They have secret communications with spirits. A glass or something is held before their eyes which nobody else can see, and whether they can read and write or not, they see future events painted on it." End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2 by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 3. January 30th, 1838. Lady Hester was still very ill, the convulsive attacks returning now regularly every day. She began to be sensible that fits of passion, however slight, did her injury, and she was more calm for a continuation than I had ever known her to remain since I had been there. But a fresh occurrence, trifling in its nature, although she gave much importance to it, excited her anger considerably today, and did her mischief in proportion. She had reason to suspect that her secretary had been endeavoring to ascertain whether she was consumptive and how long she was likely to live. To dispel such a suspicion, she made a great effort, got up, and went and sat in the garden. Before she left her room, her wailings were for some moments heartrending. "Oh, God, have mercy! Oh, God, have mercy!" she cried. "Only keep those beasts away. Who is to take care of me, surrounded as I am with these horrible servants? Only take care they don't rob me." While she remained in the garden, her chamber was put to rights, a process which it much required in consequence of her long confinement, and, at her earnest request, I superintended the performance. "Overlook them," she said, "or they will rob me." But oh, what a sight! Such dust, such confusion, such cobwebs! Never was a lady's room seen before in such a condition. Bundles, files, linen, calico, silk, gallipots, clothes, etui, papers, were all lying about on the floor, and in the corners, and behind and under the scanty furniture. For all this while she had been afraid to get the chamber put into order, lest her servants should take advantage of the opportunity to plunder her. When she returned to her room from the garden, she was raving. "You had better leave me to die," she cried. "If I am to die, and if I am not, oh God, only let me crawl to my own country." By her own country she meant Arabia, among the Korash. "And there, with not a rag on me, I may be fed by some good-natured soul, and not such cannibals as these servants. What are they good for? I will be obeyed, and you are not a man to see me treated in this manner." Thus she went on, walking up and down her room, until she worked herself up into a state of madness. I was afraid she would rupture a blood vessel. All my attempts to pacify her were in vain. Indeed, they only excited her the more. Seeing her in this way, I left the room and sent Fatum to her. But before Fatum could get there, she rang her bell violently, and I heard her say, "Where's the doctor? Where's the doctor?" So I returned again to her. "Don't leave me," she cried, and she expressed her sorrow for the excess of her passion. "I am much obliged to you, very much obliged to you for the trouble you take on my account. But you must not be angry with me. Perhaps, if I get worse, I shall ask you to let Mrs. M. come and sit with me." Soon after, as if her very violence had relieved her, she grew calmer. Up to this time she had never seen my wife since her second visit to Syria, nor my daughter, nor the governess at all. I had, since her illness, said more than once that they would be happy to come and sit with her by day or by night, to relieve the tedium of her solitary situation. But her dismantled room, her ragged clothes, her altered appearance, and above all her pride, compromised as it was by these unfortunate circumstances, always made her turn off the subject, although her secret feelings must have often prompted her to avail herself of the solace thus frankly and cordially offered to her. The exclamation by which she usually evaded the proposal was, "Oh, how I hate everything Frankified! How I hate everything Frankified!" Or, "I must not see them until I get into my saloon." After about half an hour I left her. "I must see nobody this evening," she added, "so good-bye." I went home, and for the first time told my family how ill Lady Hester was. Alas, I had not dared to do so before. She had enjoined me not. "To say I am ill," she would observe, "would be bringing a host of creditors upon me, and I should not be able to get food to eat." Consequently, I had kept them and everybody, as much as I could, in ignorance of the real state of her health. Indeed, there was too much truth in what she said not to make me see the mischief such a disclosure would entail. She had now only £20 left in the house to provide for the consumption of 2 months, and as her pension was stopped, there was every probability she would be left penniless, with the exception of a few dollars which I had by me. Yet, in spite of all this, she commissioned me, a day or two before, to give 150 piastres to a leper, 150 to a distressed shopkeeper, and some other small benefactions to other pensioners on her inexhaustible bounty. It may be said that anyone, like myself, might have represented, from time to time, the necessity of a little more economy. I did so once. But I received such a peremptory injunction never to give my advice on that subject again, that I took good care how I committed myself a second time. She fired up and said, "You will give me leave to judge what I ought to do with my own money. There are various ways of spending. You may think it best to be just before being generous, but I, with my character and views, must be even munificent and trust to God, as I have hitherto done, for helping me on my difficulties. Never touch on that subject again. I will have no human being interfere with me as to what I am to do with my money." All I can say is that, like her grandfather, she was so intractable that I never yet saw the mortal who could turn her an inch from her determinations. It was easy to lead the current of her bounty into one's own pocket, for I believe any person who knew her foibles might have kept it flowing in that direction until he had enriched himself. It was only necessary to encourage her dreams of future greatness, to say the world was talking of her, to consider her as the associate of the Mahdi, the Messiah of nations, to profess a belief in visions, in aerial beings, in astrology, in witchcraft, and to bear witness to apparitions in which her coming grandeur was prognosticated. And then she would refuse nothing. But that was not my forte, and I never did so. I went to her with a small patrimony, was with her off and on for 30 years, and left her somewhat poorer than I went. But it is not to be supposed that knaves, such as some I have alluded to above, were the only objects of her bounty. No, the widow, the orphan, the aged, the proscribed, the sick, the wounded, and the houseless were those she sought out in preference. And time will show, when gratitude can speak out, the immeasurable benevolence of her nature. It may not be useless to observe here that many stories have been circulated of Lady Hester's harshness to petitioners who presented themselves at her door, which, if explained, would wear a very different aspect. Sometimes a suppliant, apparently unworthy of her commiseration, would gain admittance to her presence and be dismissed with a handful of piastres. And sometimes another, known to be a fit object of benevolence, would receive nothing but a rude repulse. Lady Hester said to me, "Do you suppose, doctor, I don't know that many people think I fool away my money in giving it to adventurers, that others say I am capricious, that some call me mad? Why, let them. I am not bound to give reasons for what I do to anybody. The good I do, first of all, I don't wish to be known. And again, many times the publicity of an act of charity would be injurious to him it was intended to serve. I'll give you an instance. There was a merchant at Acre who was agonized by Abdallah Pasha, to whom he was obnoxious, until all his property was squeezed out of him, and nothing was left but a house, of which he was not generally known to be the proprietor. For had it been known that the house was his, the Pasha, who fancied he had reduced him to beggary, would have persecuted him until he had got that also. The man wished to sell his house, and then to retire into Egypt. He therefore came to me and told me his story, begging my assistance. As I was obliged to use an interpreter, who I feared would talk of any act of kindness of mine for the man, it appeared to me that the best thing I could do was to turn the applicant roughly out of doors, which I did at once, bawling out as he went that I did not want to be pestered with beggars. Well, my strange harshness, of course, was talked of, and of course was repeated to the Pasha, who, thinking the object of his oppression was now an object of contempt also, was perfectly satisfied, and left the man, as he supposed, to utter ruin and degradation. But after a few days I privately sent to the poor distressed merchant, provided a purchaser for his house, smoothed the difficulties in the way of the sale, and furnishing him from my own purse with a sum of money sufficient to begin the world with again, I shipped him off with his family to Egypt. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 4 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, Part 4. Lady Hester was indeed generous and charitable, giving with a large hand, as Eastern kings are represented to have given. She would send whole suits of clothes, furnish rooms, order camels and mules to convey 2 or 3 quarters of wheat at a time to a necessitous family, and pay carpenters and masons to build a poor man's house. She had a munificence about her that would have required the revenue of a kingdom to gratify. Hence, too, sprung that insatiable disposition to hoard, not money, but what money could buy. She seemed to wish to have stores of whatever articles were necessary for the apparel, food, and convenience of man. Beds, counterpanes, cushions, carpets, and such like furniture lay rotting in her storerooms. Utensils grew rusty, wine spoiled. Reams of paper were eaten by the mice or mildewed by the damp. Carpenter's work lay unserviceable from an oversupply. Mats rotted, candles, almonds, raisins, dried figs, cocoa, honey, cheese, no matter what, all was laid by in destructive profusion, and every year half was consumed by rats, ants, and other vermin, or otherwise spoiled. One storeroom, which was filled with locked-up trunks, full of what was most valuable, had not been entered for 3 years, and oh, what ruin and waste did I not discover! When I told her all of this, and suggested that it would be better to give them to her poor pensioners, she said, Such things never cause me a moment's thought. I would rather they should have been used to some good purpose. But if I have got such rascals about me, why, let the things all rot. Sooner that they should profit by them. Money can replace all that, and if God sends me money, I will do so. If he does not, he knows best what should be. And it would not give me a moment's sorrow to lie down in a cottage with only rags enough to keep me warm. I would not, even then, change places with Lord Grosvenor, the Duke of Devonshire, the Duke of Buckingham, or any of them. They can't do what I can, so of what use are all their riches? I have seen some of them make such a fuss about the loss of a 10-guinea ring or some such bauble. Not that they cared for it, but they could not bear to lose it. But if I want to know what is passing at Constantinople or London or anywhere, I have nothing to do but to turn my thoughts that way, and in a quarter of an hour I have it all before me just as it is. So true, Doctor, that if it is not actually passing, it will be in a month, in 3 months. So true. Isn't it extraordinary? Upon some occasions her munificence wore the appearance of ostentation. She would bestow on strangers, like dervishes, sheiks, and fakirs, large sums of money, and yet drive hard bargains with those about her neighborhood, and would sometimes make presents, apparently not so much to comfort those who received them as to display her own superiority and greatness over others. I have said in a preceding chapter that she used to give new suits of clothes to her people on Bairam Day and at Easter according to their religion. But it should be mentioned that on those days every servant was called in and received 40 piastres, and 1,000 piastres were divided by Logmagi among the persons in Saida who in any way were occasionally useful to her or her people. These were the porter of the French Khan and the janissary there, the porters of the town gate, the harbour-master, the gardener who supplied vegetables, the fisherman who sent her choice fish, etc. 200 piastres were paid annually to old Jacob, a tailor, 50 here and there to the imams of particular mosques, as much to the mistress of the bath to which she sent her maids to be washed. Mr. Lostanou generally had about 500 piastres a quarter. Of many of her benefactions I never knew anything. Had I kept a list of the sums which, besides these customary donations, she gave to the distressed, few would wonder that she was so beloved and so generally lamented. Thus, when the Furdy and Miri, 2 onerous taxes, fell due, she commonly paid them for such of her servants as were burdened with families, or whose means were scanty. She did the same when unusual contributions were levied, as during the conscription. On the 8th of December, I find a note that I gave 50 piastres and a counterpane to a poor shepherd boy, laboring under anasarca from an indurated spleen, a most common complaint in the country, the effect of protracted agues, and 80 to an old man who had some years before been her asakji. To Logmagi mostly fell the distribution of all these sums, and it was only occasionally that I was the almoner to this truly noble and disinterested woman. Else I should have been able to have cited more examples. January 31st. Being Wednesday, it was a rule with Lady Hester Stanhope to shut herself up from Tuesday at sunset until the sunset of Wednesday, during which time she saw nobody if she could avoid it, did no business, and always enjoined me to meddle in no affairs of hers during these 24 hours. Wednesday was an unlucky day with her, a dies nefastus. After sunset I waited on her, and found her languid, moaning, and still visibly suffering from her yesterday's exertion. For it appeared, although I had not seen her, that she had walked about her garden, forcing her strength so far as to deceive the gardeners, who had given out that she would soon be as well as ever. And this was what no doubt she aimed at, for the purpose of confounding the secretary. Reminding her of the wish she had expressed to have Mrs. M.'s company, I now propose that she, my daughter, and the governess should sit with her by turns, suggesting that by this means much of the disagreeable service of the maids, whom she constantly complained of, might be dispensed with. But to this she answered, "No, doctor, it will not do. You must tell them how very much obliged to them I am for their kind offers and intentions, but that their presence will only be an embarrassment to me. You don't consider the matter in its true point of view, as you never do anything. In the first place, it kills me to talk. I can't fatigue myself by giving them information about the country and be a pokaki. And as for giving them good advice, the world is so turned topsy-turvy that everything one says is lost on everybody. Then, as for being of any use to me, they could be of none. If I wanted anything, they don't know where it is. And how are they to tell the nasty wretches who speak only Arabic? Besides, I am not sure their najims would suit me, and then they would do me more harm than good. Poor little Eugenia! I had thought that I might derive some consolation from looking on her innocent face whilst she sat working at my bedside. But someone told me her star perhaps would not agree with mine. Is it so, doctor? I am like Mr. Pitt. He used to say, "I hear that man's footsteps in the passage. I can't bear it. Do send him away to town or to Putney." So it is with me. There was my grandfather, too. How he felt the effect of the peculiar star of those people who did not suit him. He could bear nobody near him when he was ill, but Lady Chatham, and an old woman who had been a sort of woman of the town. He sent all his children to Lyme Regis, and even his tutor, Mr. Wilson, he could not bear. I know the reason of it now from my recollection of them, but I did not at the time. My grandfather was born under Mars and Venus. Lady Chatham was born under Venus, and so was the old woman, but both in different burges, houses, and that is why their sympathies were the same. End of Chapter 7, Part 4. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Memoirs of the Lady Hester Stanhope, Volume 2, by Lady Hester Stanhope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Part 1. In order to render intelligible to the reader many passages which have occurred and will occur again. In Lady Hester's conversations respecting what she called people's nigems or stars, it may not be amiss to give an outline of her system of astrology, and of the supposed influence that the position of the stars in the heavens at our nativity has on our future fate and on our sympathies. I must preface what follows by observing that she had a remarkable talent for divining characters by the make of a person. This every traveler will testify who has visited her in Syria. For it was after she went to live in solitude that her penetration became so extraordinary. It was founded both on the features of the face and on the shape of the head, body, and limbs. Some indications she went by were taken from a resemblance to animals, and wherever such indications existed, she inferred that the dispositions peculiar to those animals were to be found in the person. But independent of all this, her doctrine was that every creature is governed by the star under whose influence it was born. Every star has attached to it two aerial beings, two animals, two trees, two flowers, etc. That is, a couple of all the grand classes in creation, animal, vegetable, mineral, or ethereal, whose antipathies and sympathies become congenial with the being born under the same star. She would say, "My brother Charles vomited if he ate 3 strawberries only." Other people, born under the same star as his, may not have such an insurmountable antipathy as his was, because their star may be imperfect, whilst his was pure. But they will have it more or less. Some persons, again, will have as much delight in the smell of particular flowers as cats have in the smell of valerian when they sit and purr round it. The stars under which men are born may be one or more. Thus, Mr. H., an English traveler, who came to see me, was born under 4 stars, all tending to beauty, but of no good in other respects. His forehead was as white as snow. His mouth, I think she said, was good, but with a handsome small black beard. But his stars were otherwise dull, for you know the stars in the heavens are not always bright and twinkling, but sometimes heavy and clouded. It is like engravings. Some of them are proofs, and those are perfect. Some persons may have a good star, but it may be cracked like a glass, and then you know it can't hold water. The influence of stars depends likewise on whether they are rising, or in their zenith, or setting, and the angle at which they are must be determined by calculations, which good astrologers make very readily. But a clever man will, from his knowledge of the stars, look even at a child and say, "That child will have such and such diseases, such and such virtues, such and such vices." And this I can do. Nay, what is more, I can give a description of the features of any person I have never seen, if his character is described to me, and vice versa. There is a learned man at Damascus who possesses the same faculty in an extraordinary degree. He knew nothing of me but by report, and had never seen me, but a friend of his, having given him a description of my person and features, he noted down my virtues, vices, and qualities so exactly that he even said in what part of my body I had got a mole, and mentioned the small mark on my shoulder where Mr. Klein removed a tumor. bears for you. Do you believe these things, or do you not? A man's destiny may be considered as a graduated scale, of which the summit is the star that presided over his birth. In the next degree comes the good angel attached to that star, then the herb and the flower beneficial to his health and agreeable to his smell, then the mineral, then the tree, and such other things as contribute to his good. Then the man himself. Below him comes the evil spirit, then the venomous reptile or animal, the plant, and so on. Things inimical to him. Where the particular tree that is beneficial or pleasurable to him flourishes naturally, or the mineral is found, there the soil and air are salubrious to that individual. And a physician who understood my doctrines, how easily could he treat his patients? For by merely knowing the star of a person, the simples and compounds most beneficial to him in medicine would be known also. How great the sympathies and antipathies are in stars that are the same or opposite, I have told you before, in my grandfather's case, in Mr. Pitt's, and in my own. Lord Chatham, when on a sick bed, could bear 3 people only to wait on him: Lady Chatham, Sarah Booby, and somebody else. My grandmamma's star and Sarah Booby's star were the same, both Venus, only grandmamma's was more moderate. She could keep it down. Mr. Pitt, when he was ill at Putney, had such an aversion to one of the footmen that he was nervous when he heard his step. For you know people, when they are sick, can hear a pin drop. He said to me, "Hester, do send that fellow to town." I did not let him know why he was sent to town, but I got him off as quickly as possible. He was, notwithstanding, a good servant, clean, and had otherwise good qualities. But Mr. Pitt's and his star were different. As to myself, since I have been here, I had a professed French cook called Francois. The people named him Francis el Frangi. His skill was undoubted, yet whenever he dressed my dinner, I was always sending for him to complain, and sometimes threw the dish in his face. A sweet meat from his hand turned bitter in my mouth. But what is most extraordinary of all, Miss Williams's star was so disagreeable to me that I could not bear her to be near me when I was ill. If I was in a perspiration, it would stop the moment she came into the room. You know how many good qualities she had, and how attached she was to me, and I to her. Well, I always kept her out of my sight as much as I could when anything was the matter with me. Such is the sympathy of persons born under the same star, that although living apart in distant places, they will still be sensible of each other's sufferings. When the Duke of York died, at the very hour a cold sweat and a kind of fainting came over me that I can't describe. I was ill beyond measure, and I said to Miss Williams, "Somebody is dying somewhere, and I am sure it is one of my friends." So I made her write it down. Some time after, when she was poking over a set of newspapers, she came to me and said, "It's very singular, my lady, but the time you were so very ill, and could not account for it, corresponds exactly with the date of the Duke of York's death, the hour, too, just the same." Now, doctor, wasn't it extraordinary? You drawl out, "Yes," just as if you thought I told lies. Oh Lord, what a cold man! The proof of sympathy between the stars of two persons, or in other words, of the star of another being good for you, is when a person puts his finger on you and you don't feel it. Zézaphoun, when Mademoiselle Longchamp touches her with her fingers in examining the Turkish dress, shudders all over. That is a proof that her star is not good for her. And yet Miss L. uses more kind expressions to her than anybody. But that makes no difference. There is no sympathy in their stars. Animal magnetism is nothing but the sympathy of our stars. Those fools who go about magnetizing indifferently one person and another, why do they sometimes succeed and sometimes fail? Because if they meet with those of the same star with themselves, their results will be satisfactory. But with opposite stars, they can do nothing. Some people you may magnetize, some you cannot. And so far will the want of sympathy act in some, that there are persons whom it would be impossible to put in certain attitudes. They might be mechanically placed there, but their posture never would be natural, whilst others, from their particular star, would readily fall into them. Oh, if I had your friend Mr. Green here, I could give him some useful hints on choosing models for his lectures. There are animals, too, under the same star with human beings. I had a mule whose star was the same as mine, and at the time of my severe illness, this mule showed as much sensibility about me, and more, than some of the beasts who wait on me. When that mule was first foaled, I had given orders to sell the foal and its mother, but happening to see it, I countermanded the order immediately. It received a hurt in its eye, and when, with my hand, I applied some eye water with camphor in it, which of course made the eye smart, it never once turned its head away, or showed the least impatience of what I was doing. When this mule was dying some years afterwards, she lay 24 hours, every minute seeming to be going to breathe her last. But still life would not depart. They told me of this, and I went to the stable. The moment she saw me, she turned her eyes on me, gave an expressive look, and expired. All the servants said she would not die until my star, which was hers, had come to take her breath. Isn't it very extraordinary? Serpents never die, whatever you can do to them, until their star rises above the horizon. Some can do well only when under the guidance of another person's star. What was Lord Grenville without Mr. Pitt? With him to guide him, he did pretty well. But as soon as Mr. Pitt was dead, he sunk into obscurity. Who ever heard of Lord Grenville afterwards? So again, Sir Francis Burdett has never been good for anything since Horne Tooke's death. So long as Napoleon had Josephine by his side, he was lucky. But when he cast her off, his good fortune left him. You know, you sent me her portrait. Well, it was a good engraving, and I have no doubt it was a likeness. I observed in her face indications of much falsity, and a depth of cunning exceedingly great. It was her sod, luck, that held him up. You may see so many examples of such good fortune depending on men's wives. Muhammad Ali owes all to his wife, a woman without a nose. What saved the Sheikh Bashir but the sod of the Sitt Habus? Hamidi told the Emir Bashir, "You will never do anything with the Sheikh Bashir until you get rid of her, and then the Sheikh is in your power." So what did he do? He sent his son, the little Emir Bashir, as they called him, who surrounded her palace with 20 horsemen, and when she attempted to escape, drove her into her own courtyard and stabbed her. Her body was cut in pieces and given to the dogs to eat. What is to account for some people's good fortune but their star? There was Lord Suffolk, an ensign in a marching regiment, and 13th remove from the title. See what an example he was. It was predestined that he should arrive at greatness, although when the news was brought him that he was come to the title, he had not money enough to pay for a post-chaise. But nothing could hinder what his good star was to bring him. Lady Suffolk, the daughter of a clergyman of 100 a year, was a very clever, shrewd woman, and filled her elevated station admirably. I have embodied thus much in Lady Hester Stanhope's own words of what may give a tolerable idea of her notion of planetary influence. What her own star was may be gathered from what she said one day, when, having dwelt a long time on this, her favourite subject, she got up from the sofa, and approaching the window, she called me to her. "Look," said she, "at the pupil of my eyes. There, my star is the sun, all sun. It is in my eyes. When the sun is a person's star, it attracts everything." I looked, and replied that I saw a rim of yellow round the pupil. "A rim!" cried she. "It isn't a rim, it's the sun. There's a disk, and from it go rays all round. 'Tis no more a rim than you are. Nobody has got eyes like mine." Lady Hester Stanhope, in a letter she wrote to Prince Pückler Muskau, described her system briefly as follows, and she desired me to keep a copy of it, that I might not, as she said, substitute my own ideas for hers. Every man, born under a given star, has his aerial spirit, his animal, his bird, his fruit tree, his flower, his medicinal herb, and his demon. Beings born under any given star may be of 4 different qualities and forms, just as there may be 4 different qualities of cherries, having little resemblance one to another, but being nevertheless all cherries. Added to this, there may be varieties in the same star, occasioned by the influence of other stars which were above the horizon in particular positions at the hour of a man's birth. Just as you may say that a ship is more or less baffled by certain winds, though she is standing her course. Again, a man being born under the same star with another man, whilst that star is in one sign of the zodiac, changes somewhat the character and appearance when in another sign of the zodiac. Just as 2 plants which are alike, when one grows where there is always shade, and the other where there is constantly sunshine, although precisely of one and the same kind, will differ slightly in appearance, odor, and taste. A man born under a certain star will have, from nature, certain qualities, certain virtues and vices, certain talents, diseases, and tastes. All that education can do is merely artificial. Leave him to himself, and he returns to his natural character and his original tastes. If this were better known, young people would not be made to waste their time uselessly in fitting them for what they can never be. I have learned to know a man's star by his face, but not by astrological calculations, as perhaps you fancy. Of that trade I have no knowledge. I have been told that the faculty which I possess is much more vague than the astrological art, and I believe it. But mine is good for a great deal, though not for calculating the exact epoch of a man's maladies or death. You will ask me how it is possible to know mankind by looking at their features and persons, and so thoroughly too. I answer, a gardener, when he sees 20 bulbs of 20 different flowers on the table before him, will he not tell you that one will remain so many days underground before it sprouts? Then it will grow little by little, very slowly, and in so many days or weeks will flower, and its flowers will have such a smell, such a color, and such virtues. After so many days more it will begin to droop and fade, and in 10 days will wither. That other, as soon as it is out of the ground, will grow 1.5 inches in every 24 hours. Its flowers will be brilliant, but will have a disagreeable smell. It will bloom for a long time, and then will wither altogether in a day. And why may not I, looking on men, pronounce on their virtues, qualities, and duration in the same way? This may not be well explained, but a clever person will divine what I mean. End of chapter 8, part 1.